Hey, friend. You look tired. I'm Nick, and it feels like you've been carrying a lot for a long time. Tonight you don't have to carry anything. Tonight is for rest. Let these mysterious stories and soft background sounds hold the space while you finally allow yourself to drift away. There will be a few ads during the first 10 minutes, and then nothing but calm storytelling and peaceful company for the hours ahead. If this becomes the place you return to when sleep feels out of reach, I'd love for you to subscribe and leave a like. And if you'd like, tell me in the comments where in this wide, beautiful world you're settling in tonight. You deserve this rest. You deserve a quiet moment to let go of the day. Now get comfortable, close your eyes, and let us begin this gentle journey into sleep together. The survey marker went into the limestone at a 40-degree angle, and the surveyor could smell the carbide even through the dust. The passage showed 3 distinct strata where the headlamp beam hit the eastern wall. Ordovician, probably, based on the brachiopod fragments embedded near the ceiling. But the geometry was wrong, too straight. The passage should have curved east within 30 meters, following the fault line visible in the upper chambers, but it continued north-northwest at a steady 12-degree descent, as if the underlying structure didn't matter. The team wasn't due for another 2 days. Equipment delays in Knoxville, a delay with drill bits for the core samples. The surveyor had told them about the flowstone gallery, about the mapped sections from last year's work, had not mentioned the collapse that opened the passage down. That discovery belonged to the survey to this day, and waiting 48 hours felt impossible when the route was already open and the gear was already packed. No one knew about the descent. The university crew would assume the surveyor was mapping the upper galleries, filling gaps in last year's work, safe sections, document spaces. Not a newly accessible passage leading into unmapped depth. The compass reading hadn't changed. Same reading as before. Checked the previous station marker, still visible 20 meters back where the passage had narrowed. The line between the 2 markers formed a vector that made no geological sense. Water didn't carve passages this way. Water followed fractures, exploited weaknesses, curved and doubled back. This passage pushed through the limestone like a boring tool had simply decided on a direction and maintained it. The notebook came out. The surveyor sketched the profile, noted the bearing, marked the anomaly with a question mark. 3 hours into the descent, and already the new section refused to behave like the cave system above it. Forward motion resumed, footsteps absorbed by the stone, no echo. The acoustic quality had changed 100 meters back. In the upper system, every sound returned from the walls, layered and distorted. Down here, sound died. The air was different too, not stale. The passage clearly connected to other chambers because there was movement, but older, as if it had been separated from the surface for longer than the rest of the system. The walls showed no tool marks. No evidence of human modification. Just smooth limestone with that odd linear quality. The strata parallel to the floor rather than angled or folded as they should be. The surveyor ran a gloved hand along the western wall. Dry. Most caves in this region wept moisture, especially at this depth, but the stone here was as dry as bone left in sunlight. Ahead, the passage began to widen. The headlamp beam no longer reached both walls simultaneously. The surveyor set another marker, sketched the widening profile, noted the continued absence of water features. No flowstone, no draperies, no stalactites. The cave wasn't decorated. It was simply void. The widening accelerated. Within 20 meters, the walls had receded beyond the headlamp's range. The surveyor stopped, turned in a slow circle. No walls visible to the east or west. The ceiling still showed overhead, at least 5 meters up now, maybe more. But the passage had opened into something else. A chamber. The floor remained level, the same smooth limestone. No breakdown rubble. The pack came off, spare batteries went into the headlamp. Fresher beam. Brighter. Aimed east. The light found a wall perhaps 40 meters away. Aimed west. Nothing. Just darkness that swallowed the beam. This was it. The cathedral chamber marked on last year's survey as inaccessible. The team had heard the acoustic signature from above, a vast open space somewhere below the gallery. But they'd found no passage down, until the collapse 6 weeks ago opened the route. At the threshold, listening, no water sound, no drip, no stream, no distant falls, no bat colonies. The air would smell different, and there would be guano deposits, no wind, which meant the chamber connected to the surface somewhere, but the connection was distant or restricted. Just silence and the faint carbide smell from the marker 20 meters back, and the surveyor's own breathing. Something else, though. A quality to the space ahead. Not quite sound, but presence. The surveyor had been in large chambers before, rooms where you could feel the volume even in total darkness, where your breath and footsteps told you the walls were far away. This felt like that, but more so. As if the chamber ahead wasn't just large, but specifically shaped, deliberately proportioned. The surveyor set a marker at the threshold, sketched the opening profile in the notebook, noted the transition from passage to chamber, the continued absence of water features, the acoustic dead quality that suggested either an enormous volume of air or an absorptive surface ahead. Then stepped forward into the cathedral chamber. The floor remained level for 10 paces. Then began a gentle downward slope, perhaps 3 degrees. The limestone underfoot showed no breakdown, no loose rock, smooth, almost polished. The headlamp beam swept left to right, searching for reference points. The eastern wall was still visible, a vertical face of striated limestone receding as the surveyor descended. The western wall remained invisible. 20 paces in, the surveyor stopped and aimed the headlamp forward into the chamber's depths. The beam caught shapes ahead. Not a wall. Vertical figures scattered across the visible floor, perhaps 30 meters ahead. Pale gray, roughly columnar. Too regular to be stalagmites. Too numerous. The surveyor counted 12 within the beam's range, all approximately the same height. Perhaps 2 meters tall, maybe less. Standing upright like posts or pillars. Formation deposits. Had to be. Some unusual variant of stalagmites, though the surveyor had never seen any of that shape. Too narrow at the base, too uniform in height. And the color was wrong. Most formations in limestone caves were white or amber from the calcium carbonate and iron oxides. These were gray, almost the color of the limestone itself, but with a different texture. Matte rather than crystalline. Approaching the nearest one at 10 meters, the headlamp resolved more detail. The surface wasn't smooth. It had texture, almost fibrous. Vertical striations running from top to base. The top was rounded, not pointed like a stalagmite should be. At 5 meters, the surveyor stopped. It wasn't a stalagmite. The structure stood perhaps 180 centimeters tall, roughly cylindrical in the lower section, widening slightly in the middle, narrowing again at the top. 2 smaller protrusions extended from the sides at what would be shoulder height. The rounded top showed a slight depression on one side, a suggestion of features worn almost smooth. The surveyor's breath caught. The headlamp beam held steady on the form. It looked like a person. A tall, thin person, standing motionless in the cave. But it wasn't a person. Couldn't be. The surveyor forced the analytical mind forward, pushed past the immediate vertebrate recognition response. The form was gray, uniformly gray. No clothing, no hair. The surface texture was wrong. Matted, almost like compressed felt, or matted fungal growth, and it stood perfectly still, no breathing, no shifting weight. Circling it at 3 meters, the specimen didn't move, didn't respond to the light or motion. The back showed the same texture as the front. The side protrusions, arms if this were human, hung straight down, no joints visible, no separation from the body, just continuous columnar form with a slight horizontal extension. Some kind of unusual mineral deposit. Cave formations could take strange shapes when water flowed in specific patterns, when the chemistry was just right. This was another variant, had to be. The headlamp swept the chamber ahead. More shapes, dozens of them, scattered across the floor at irregular intervals, all standing upright, all approximately the same height, all that same gray, fibrous texture. The cathedral chamber wasn't empty, it was populated. The surveyor set a marker at the base of the nearest form, labeled it Station 7 in the notebook, sketched the form's dimensions, noted the texture, the height, the distribution of others visible ahead, then stood still and listened. Nothing. The forms made no sound. The chamber remained silent, reaching out slowly, touching the nearest form. The texture felt biological, though the form was cool to the touch, the same temperature as the cave, and it didn't react to contact. The surveyor pulled the hand back, looked at the glove. No residue, no transfer of material. Ahead, the headlamp beam revealed more forms stretching to the chamber's depth. At least 50 visible from this position, perhaps more beyond the light's range. All standing, all motionless, all facing different directions. Some orient toward the eastern wall, some toward the darkness to the west, some toward the passage the surveyor had entered through. No consistent pattern. The cathedral chamber wasn't empty. It was full of dozens of upright gray forms standing silent in the dark, and the surveyor alone among them. Deeper into the chamber, setting markers at 20-meter intervals. The floor continued its gentle descent, always smooth, always level side to side. The forms appeared at irregular intervals, sometimes clustered in groups of 3 or 4, sometimes solitary, always upright. 63 counted within the first 100 meters. At Station 10, another form stood slightly taller than the first, 190 centimeters. The same dense gray texture, the same general humanoid proportions. Columnar base, wider midsection, narrowed top with rounded crown, but this one showed more detail in the upper section. The rounded top had a definite forward-facing orientation. 2 shallow depressions where eyes might be, a slight vertical ridge suggesting a nose. The camera flash captured it. The specimen didn't react to the flash. It remained motionless. 30 seconds passed. Nothing. As still as the rock beneath it. More photographs, different angles, circling and documenting it the way you document an unusual geological feature. The side protrusions were more defined on this one. Definitely arm-like, though they showed no joint segments, no separation into upper arm and forearm, just extensions from the torso that ended in rounded clubs with no fingers, no hands. The base, where the form met the cave floor, showed something interesting. No clean separation. The gray material seemed to merge with the stone, growing directly from it or into it. Kneeling close, examining the interface, the texture transitioned gradually from rock to organic fiber over a span of perhaps 5 centimeters, as if the form had grown up from the floor rather than standing on top of it. The word arrived unbidden. Rooted. These things were rooted. The surveyor stood, aimed the headlamp deeper into the chamber. The beam reached perhaps 60 meters before the darkness swallowed it completely. And in that 60-meter cone of light, 40 or 50 more forms stood visible. The chamber extended beyond that. The acoustic quality suggested at least another 100 meters of space, and maybe more. Station 11 marked a cluster. 3 forms standing close together, almost touching. The camera documented them. The notebook recorded their orientations. All 3 faced different directions. One toward the eastern wall, one back toward the passage entrance, one toward the invisible western side of the chamber. The measuring tape came out, distances checked between forms. The nearest ones were never closer than 3 meters apart. Most were 5 to 8 meters apart. But they weren't evenly distributed like a grid. They clustered and scattered in a way that felt organic, the way trees in a forest cluster around resources or avoid poor soil. At Station 12, a pause to eat. Granola bar, water from the canteen. The headlamp stayed on, aimed forward into the chamber. The columns stood motionless in the beam. The silence was total. No sound except breathing and the small noises of eating. Was there any literature on cave formations that resembled biological forms? Plenty of flowstone that looked like fabric or waterfalls or organ pipes. Helictids that twisted in impossible directions. Gypsum flowers that bloomed from walls. But nothing like this. Nothing that stood upright, rooted to the floor, proportioned like a human figure, unless they weren't formations. The thought surfaced slowly. The surveyor had been pushing it down for the last hour, forcing the analytical framework to stay geological, but it kept returning. These things felt biological. The texture, the proportions, the way they rooted into the floor. And there were organisms that grew in caves, fungal mats on walls, bacterial colonies that formed pale curtains in sulfur springs, millipedes, crickets, salamanders in the twilight zones. But those were small, mobile. These were massive, stationary, and shaped like nothing the surveyor had ever read about in cave ecology literature. The granola bar finished, wrapper stowed. Standing, aiming the headlamp at the nearest form, perhaps 4 meters away, facing southeast, walking up to it, reaching out, placing a palm flat against its torso. The surface yielded slightly. Definitely biological in nature, pressing harder. The form didn't move, but the material compressed under pressure like dense foam or living tissue. Not stone, not mineral. Beneath the matted outer layer, there was structure. Something solid but not rigid. The knife came out from the pack. A small folding blade used for cutting cord. Opened it, looked at the form, hesitated. If these were biological, cutting one would be destructive to an unknown species. If they were formations, cutting one would be vandalism. Either way, bad practice. The knife closed, stowed. Instead, the field lens came out. A small magnifying loupe used for examining rock samples. Held it close to the form's surface and leaned in until the texture filled the field of view. The thread-like material resolved into fine filaments, densely packed, all oriented vertically. Not fur, not quite fungal hyphae either, though similar, something in between. The filaments were pale gray, almost white individually, but overlapping in such density that the overall effect was darker gray. Between the filaments, tiny gaps. The surveyor could see deeper structure underneath. Denser material, the color of limestone, but with a smoother texture. Enough time examining fungal mats and bacterial colonies to recognize living tissue when confronted with it. These things were alive. The headlamp beam swept upward to the form's face. The shallow depressions where eyes should be were empty. No lenses, no pupils. Just indentations in the felted surface. The nose ridge was vestigial, barely raised, and there was no mouth. The lower face was smooth, unbroken, blind, mute. No apparent sensory organs at all, or if they existed, they were internal or atrophied to invisibility. The surveyor stepped back. Looked at the dozen forms visible in the immediate area, all the same. Eyeless, mouthless, standing, silent and still, rooted to the cave floor like plants or like mushrooms, stationary organisms, cave adapted to the point of complete motionlessness. The headlamp swept the chamber again. Dozens of forms, all standing, all the same approximate size and shape, all facing different directions with no clear pattern. The surveyor pulled out the notebook, flipped to a fresh page, began sketching the distribution pattern. Station markers formed a rough line from the entrance passage toward the chamber's interior. The forms scattered around that line at irregular intervals. The eastern wall receding slowly to the right, the western side still invisible. At Station 13, the surveyor set the marker and paused. The floor ahead sloped more steeply now, descending at perhaps 5 degrees. The chamber was deepening, and the forms were more numerous here. 20 visible within the headlamp's range, where earlier sections had shown 10 or 12. Denser population in the chamber's lower section. That made sense if these were organisms, resources concentrated deeper, nutrients seeping down through the limestone. The surveyor descended. The forms closed in around the path, never closer than 3 meters, but numerous enough now that walking required navigation, stepping between them, careful not to disturb. They didn't react to proximity, didn't shift or lean or show any awareness of the surveyor's passage. At Station 14, the surveyor stopped and turned in a complete circle. Forms in every direction, at least 30 visible. The headlamp beam now failed to reach the eastern wall. The chamber had widened significantly, or the surveyor had angled away from the wall during the descent. Total darkness to the west, to the north, to the south. Forms standing in the light wherever the beam swept. Gray, silent, eyeless. The cathedral chamber was vast, and it was full of these things. The surveyor checked the compass. The descent had maintained a roughly north-northwest bearing, consistent with the passage that led here. Depth below the entrance was now approximately 60 meters vertical, maybe 70. Distance from the passage entrance roughly 200 horizontal meters. The cave system above this point was well mapped. Standard geology, standard formations. This chamber, whatever it was, existed as an isolated anomaly below the normal karst structure. A pocket of space that didn't follow the rules, and filled with organisms that shouldn't exist. The surveyor stood still and listened. The silence remained absolute. No breath sounds from the forms, no movement, no rustle of growth or metabolic process. If they were alive in a way that made no sound at all. The surveyor decided to examine one form thoroughly, document it properly, understand what it was before going deeper. Station 15 marked the base of a specimen that stood 185 centimeters tall. The surveyor measured it with the tape and showed unusually clear facial features. The eye depressions were deep enough that the headlamp created shadows inside them. The nose ridge was pronounced, and the lower face showed something new, a horizontal seam where a mouth should be, sealed closed with the same matted material, but definitely present as a structural feature. The surveyor photographed the face from multiple angles, then moved down the body. The torso showed subtle texture variations, a vertical midline ridge from throat to where the rooted base began. Faint horizontal lines at what would be rib level. The arm protrusions hung at approximately 45 degrees from the body, not straight down like the others examined earlier. The ends were rounded, no digits, but there was a suggestion of structure. A slight division that might have been fingers once, or might become fingers, or might be the vestigial memory of fingers. The surveyor knelt at the base. The transition zone between organism and floor was more visible here because the cave floor showed a slight depression around the rooted area, as if the organism's growth had displaced stone over time. The matted material extended into the limestone in fine tendrils, or the limestone had grown up around the organism's base. Impossible to tell which. The surveyor pulled out the knife again, hesitated again, then made a decision. One small sample, a single filament from the organism's surface, the minimum necessary to confirm biological nature. The blade touched the organism's lower torso, where the matted layer was thickest. The surveyor selected a single protruding filament and cut it. The organism didn't react. No flinch, no movement, no fluid leaking from the cut site. The surveyor held the filament up to the headlamp. It was approximately 4 centimeters long, pale gray, flexible. Under the field lens, it showed cellular structure. Living matter, not mineral. The surveyor placed it in a sample bag, labeled the bag, stowed it. One filament removed from an organism covered in thousands of them. Minimal impact. But now there was confirmation. Alive, probably alive. Standing, backing away from the specimen with new understanding. Not a formation. An organism, a living thing, or something that had been living and was now in some kind of stasis, turning slowly, looking at the dozens of forms visible in all directions. A population, a colony, an entire ecosystem of these things, standing motionless in the dark, rooted to the floor. The notebook came out. Observations recorded. Organisms rooted to cave floor. Height range 175 to 195 centimeters. Columnar with lateral protrusions. Dense matted exterior, possibly protective layer. No visible eyes, ears, mouth, sealed or vestigial. No apparent respiratory motion. Bilateral symmetry. Legs fused into rooted base. Population density increases with depth into chamber. No consistent orientation pattern observed. Texture biological, confirmed via sample. Function unknown. Note: vertical posture may optimize surface area for filter feeding in still air. Resemblance to bipedal mammals, likely convergent evolution. Upright columnar forms efficient for maximizing atmospheric contact. Similar to how unrelated cave formations independently develop vertical structures. Then stowed the notebook and continued deeper. Station 16, Station 17. The forms multiplied. 53 counted between Station 15 and Station 18, a span of 80 meters, denser than the upper section. And the farther down the chamber the surveyor descended, the more the forms seemed to cluster. Not random distribution anymore. Definite groupings. 3 here, 5 there. 2 standing so close their felted surfaces nearly touched. At Station 19, something new, a form that had fallen. It lay on its side, still rooted at the base, but toppled over, the upper body horizontal. The surface showed damage where it had struck the ground. Torn filaments, exposed underlayer. The underlayer was pale, almost white, with a texture like soft cartilage or fungal flesh. Kneeling beside it, aiming the headlamp at the damaged area. No decay visible, no decomposition smell. The organism had fallen, or maybe years ago, maybe decades. But it hadn't rotted. The cave environment preserved it the way it preserved everything else. Cool, dry, sterile. The rooted base was intact. The organism hadn't been uprooted. It had simply fallen over while still anchored, as if the structural integrity of the torso had failed, but the root system remained alive, a dead specimen, or a dormant one. Impossible to tell which. The headlamp swept the area around the fallen form. Other forms stood nearby, upright, undamaged. They hadn't moved to help the fallen one, hadn't reacted to its collapse. Because they couldn't move, or because they didn't care, or because they had no concept of one another as individuals, standing, moving on. Station 20 marked the deepest penetration into the chamber so far. The floor had leveled out again, no longer descending. Checking the compass, noting the position, looking up. The ceiling was lower here, perhaps 3 meters overhead instead of the 5 or 6 meters visible in the upper chamber. And the forms were everywhere. More than 70 counted within the headlamp's range, standing in clusters, facing different directions, silent, still, surrounded by them now. Moving through them required constant navigation, choosing paths between the rooted figures, careful not to brush against their felted surfaces. The headlamp beam swept continuously, mapping safe routes forward. And then, at the edge of the light's range, a distinct pattern. The surveyor stopped, ahead perhaps 40 meters distant. The forms were arranged differently. Not scattered at irregular intervals, not clustered in small groups. They formed a pattern, a definite structure. The surveyor moved toward it, setting markers every 10 meters now. The pattern resolved as the distance closed. The forms stood in a ring, a circle, all facing inward toward a focal point. At 30 meters, the surveyor could count them. 23 organisms forming a circle approximately 15 meters in diameter, all upright, all oriented so their faces, their eyeless, mouthless faces, pointed toward the hub of the circle. At 20 meters, the surveyor stopped walking and stood very still. The circle was perfect. Not approximately circular, not roughly organized. Perfect. The spacing between organisms was uniform. The orientation was exact. Every form faced the precise hub with mathematical consistency. This wasn't random distribution. This wasn't natural clustering around resources. This was deliberate arrangement. The surveyor's breath came faster. The headlamp beam moved from form to form around the circle, checking each one. Same height, same posture, same inward orientation. Like sentinels, like witnesses, like worshippers gathered around an altar. But there was nothing in the center. The headlamp beam swept across the interior of the circle. Empty cave floor, no formation, no feature, no marker, just limestone, smooth and bare. The surveyor approached the circle slowly. At 10 meters, the pattern remained perfect. At 5 meters, the surveyor could see the faces clearly. All the figures in the circle showed pronounced facial features, deep eye depressions, clear nose ridges, sealed mouths, more detailed than the scattered forms elsewhere in the chamber. The surveyor walked along the circle's perimeter, staying outside it, photographed it from multiple angles. The forms didn't react, didn't move. But their presence felt different now, not like trees or mushrooms, like an audience, like a congregation. The surveyor completed the circuit and stopped at the point closest to Station 20. The focal point was approximately 8 meters away. The floor there looked identical to the floor everywhere else, but the organisms had arranged themselves around it with geometric exactness that required either intelligence or instinct so refined it mimicked intelligence. The surveyor pulled out the notebook, started sketching the circle, then stopped. No. The eyes were adjusting to fatigue, seeing motion where there was none. The forms were motionless. They had been motionless for hours. But the sense of movement persisted. Not visual, something else. An atmospheric shift. A shift in the cave's acoustic quality. The surveyor stood very still and listened. Silence. Total silence. Same as before. But different. The silence felt active now, present, as if the cave itself were holding its breath. The surveyor checked the time. 4 hours since entering the cathedral chamber. 6 hours total since beginning the descent from the surface. The headlamp battery was at 60%. Plenty of time remaining. But the weight of the cave pressed down now. 70 meters of limestone overhead, 200 meters of horizontal distance from the entrance passage, surrounded by dozens of eyeless organisms arranged in patterns that made no evolutionary sense. The surveyor made a decision. No farther, not today. Document the circle, mark the position, return to the surface. Consult the literature. Bring specialists. Come back with a team and better equipment. The surveyor set a final marker at the edge of the circle, labeled it Station 21, and began sketching the precise arrangement in the notebook. 23 organisms, 15-meter diameter, perfect inward orientation, empty interior. Then looked up at the nearest form in the circle. It was watching. No. It had no eyes. It couldn't watch. But it faced the center of the circle with an intensity that felt like attention, like focus, like waiting. The surveyor closed the notebook and turned toward the exit route. But at Station 20, the surveyor stopped, looked back at the circle. The form stood unchanged, facing inward, and the surveyor's mind caught on a question that wouldn't release. The notebook, still in hand. But the camera. The surveyor patted pockets, checked the pack's outer compartments. Not there. The camera was still at the circle, left at the perimeter when taking the photographs, set down to free both hands for sketching. The surveyor looked up the passage toward the surface. 7 hours of work, irreplaceable documentation, the camera. The notebook had most of the critical data, but the photographs, the visual record of the forms, the circle, the arrangement, those were on the camera. The headlamp battery showed 55%, enough to retrieve it and still make the ascent with margin. The surveyor turned around and walked back toward the circle. The forms stood unchanged. The surveyor navigated between them, approaching the circle from a different angle this time. The camera was visible at the perimeter, exactly where it had been left. The surveyor bent to pick it up, and stopped. The organisms in the circle, all facing inward. The surveyor straightened slowly, looked at them with the question fully formed now. Why inward? Defensive formations were circular in nature. Organisms clustered to protect vulnerable members in the center, presenting unified front to threats. But these organisms had no young in the center, no vulnerable individuals, nothing to protect. The center was empty, unless the circle wasn't defensive. The surveyor walked slowly around the perimeter, examining each organism in sequence. They were identical to the others. Same fibrous texture, same sealed faces, same rooted bases. But their arrangement was unmistakable, deliberate, all facing inward. And the interior was empty. Not because nothing was there, because nothing was there yet. The surveyor stopped walking, looked at the vacant core. 8 meters of bare limestone floor surrounded by 23 organisms, standing in perfect radial formation, feeding. Everything living had to feed. These organisms were rooted, stationary, which meant they couldn't pursue food, so food came to them. The surveyor's mind worked faster now. The forms had those tiny pores beneath the matted layer, pores that could filter nutrients from air, filter feeders. They stood tall to maximize surface area, to catch whatever drifted through the cave's atmosphere. But if they filtered from air, they should orient toward air currents, should face the direction nutrients flowed from. And the circle's inward orientation suggested the hub was the source, the focal point, except the interior was empty. No air vent, no nutrient source, just floor. The surveyor knelt at the circle's edge and examined the limestone inside the formation. Smooth, featureless, identical to the floor everywhere else. Stood, looked at the organisms again. 23 of them, all standing upright in columnar postures that happened through pure convergent chance to resemble the silhouettes of large bipedal mammals, the kind that would have sheltered in caves during the Pleistocene. Giant ground sloths, short-faced bears, megafauna that clustered in groups for warmth and protection. The surveyor had seen cave sediments from that period, bone deposits, evidence of large mammals using these systems, tens of thousands of years ago before the megafauna went extinct. The organism's shape wasn't random, it was adaptive, but not to humans, to something older. The surveyor's breath stopped. Aggressive mimicry. Not luring human predators. Humans were too recent, too rare in deep caves. But luring predators that had evolved to hunt clustered megafauna. Predators that detected prey by sensing the pressure signatures of huddled groups. That targeted the heart of formations where vulnerable, young, or injured members would shelter. The organisms weren't hiding. They were bait. Turning slowly, scanning the circle with new comprehension. A decoy herd. The organisms arranged to mimic the pressure signature and spatial distribution of clustered prey animals, all facing inward to create the appearance of a group focused on protecting something central, creating a target, a strike zone. And whatever had evolved to hunt those clusters, whatever had spent millennia refining its ability to sense and strike the vulnerable heart of huddled prey, might still be hunting, might still respond to the same pressure patterns, even though the actual prey had gone extinct thousands of years ago. And the surveyor had stood there, had stood in the exact focal point for 3 full minutes, taking photographs, sketching, documenting. Positioning themselves in the focal point of a formation evolved to lure something that hunted by. The atmosphere shifted, not gradually, suddenly. The surveyor's ears popped. The cave's atmosphere, static for hours, shifted, became heavier, pressing inward from somewhere distant. The surveyor grabbed the camera and stood, turned toward the passage entrance. The headlamp flickered. The battery indicator dropped from 55% to 40% in one jump, then to 30%. The beam dimmed perceptibly. Something was wrong with the housing. The surveyor tapped it. The light stabilized briefly, then dimmed further. The surveyor ran, sprinted between the forms toward where the passage should be. The headlamp flickered again. The beam turned amber, weakened. 20 meters from the circle. 30. The columns stood motionless as the surveyor passed them, but the air was moving now. A current flowing through the chamber from west to east. Not wind, displacement. The wake of an enormous presence pushing through a connected passage. The surveyor's shoulder struck an organism hard, tearing felted surface. The headlamp housing cracked on impact. The surveyor bounced off, spun, kept running. Another collision. The headlamp flickered, died completely. Moisture or dust had entered through the cracked housing. The surveyor kept running blind. The surveyor fell, struck the cave floor, hands scraped on stone. The headlamp, torn from the head mount, lost somewhere in the darkness. Rolled. Came up on hands and knees. Atmospheric density spiked. The surveyor's ears popped again, painfully this time. The current strengthened. The surveyor could feel it on exposed skin, could hear it as a faint rushing sound against the chamber walls and against thousands of filaments. The organisms. The air current was making them rustle. Thousands of them surrounding the surveyor in the darkness, their surfaces moving in the displaced air, creating a sound like dry grass and wind, soft, pervasive, coming from every direction. The surveyor pulled out the camera, found it, looped the wrist strap over the right wrist, standard practice, kept expensive equipment from being dropped, and powered it on by feel. The screen glowed faintly, battery still charged, aimed it forward into the darkness, pressed the shutter. The flash fired. Brilliant white light for 1/10 of a second. The surveyor saw forms standing in every direction. The cathedral chamber floor. No passage visible. Disoriented completely. Darkness returned. The surveyor aimed the camera a different direction. Fired again. Another flash. More forms. Cave wall visible 30 meters away, not the passage entrance, just wall. The surveyor turned 90 degrees, fired again. Forms, empty floor. And there, barely visible at the edge of the flash's range, the passage entrance. A gap in the wall where the floor sloped upward. The pressure dropped suddenly, not gradually declining, a sharp release, like a door opening somewhere in the cave system. The current stopped. The rustling ceased. Perfect stillness returned. But the air felt different now, thicker, harder to draw into the lungs. The surveyor took a breath, and it required effort, as if the atmosphere had become denser, more resistant. The surveyor oriented toward where the passage had appeared in the flash and began walking. Counted steps, 1, 2, 3, stopped, fired the flash to check direction. The passage was 45 degrees to the left. Corrected. Walked. 10 steps. Flash. Closer now, maybe 50 meters. The atmosphere pulsed. A single pulse. An enormous presence had shifted position. Close. In the chamber. The surveyor froze. Listened. Silence. But the quality had changed. The acoustic space felt occupied now. The chamber wasn't empty anymore. The surveyor raised the camera, aimed it behind, back toward where the circle had been. Hesitated if something was there. Something large enough to create the pressure changes. The flash would reveal it. The surveyor's finger hovered over the shutter button, then lowered the camera without firing. Turned back toward the passage. Walked. Counted steps. 15. 20. The camera flashed to check position. The large circle. The surveyor was walking directly toward it instead of toward the passage. Could see the organisms in the flash's brief illumination, standing in formation, facing inward toward their empty interior. The surveyor altered course sharply, moving to pass around the circle's perimeter. Walked. 30 steps. Flash. Inside the circle. Somehow the surveyor had walked into it instead of around it. The organisms stood around the perimeter, faces turned inward, toward where the surveyor now stood, toward the hub, toward the strike zone. The surveyor turned and ran. Direction didn't matter, just distance, just away from the center. The camera dangled from the wrist strap, swinging wild. The surveyor's boots struck limestone in irregular rhythm, stumbling, catching balance, running blind. Collision with an organism. The surveyor bounced off it, spun, kept running. Another collision. Then another. The forms stood everywhere, obstacles invisible in the darkness. The surveyor fell, struck the cave floor, hands scraped on stone. The camera struck rock. The impact transmitted through the wrist strap. Rolled. Came up on hands and knees. The oppressive weight built again. Steady increase. The surveyor's ears went numb, compression too great for the inner ear to process. And underneath the oppressive weight, something else. A sound. Faint. Subsonic. More felt than heard. A vibration transmitted through the cave floor. Rhythmic, slow, like breathing. Like the respiration of an enormous presence, massive enough that its breath cycle created perceptible oscillation in the surrounding stone. The surveyor crawled, hands and knees, trying to be small, trying to move quietly, trying to navigate by touch between the rooted entities. 10 meters? 20? The surveyor's hand touched an organism's base, felt the rooted structure where it merged with the floor, moved around it, kept crawling. The breathing sound continued. The surveyor could feel it now as vibration through the palms pressed against limestone. Steady rhythm, slow, patient. The respiration of something that had lived in absolute darkness so long it had evolved past any need for haste. The surveyor stopped crawling, pressed against the base of an organism, tried not to move, not to breathe, not to displace any air. The vibration held steady, then intensified. The breathing, if it was breathing, deepened. The rhythm unchanged, but the amplitude increasing. Whatever was producing it had expanded somehow, inflated, grown larger. The surveyor felt the organism above shift, not move. It was rooted, but stiffen. The felted surface went rigid. The defensive response the surveyor had observed earlier when waving a hand near their faces. The organisms detected something. Light or air movement or pressure. They detected pressure changes. That was how they sensed their environment. How they knew when to stiffen and play dead, by feeling the displacement of air around them. And they were stiffening now, all of them. The surveyor couldn't see it in the darkness, but could feel it. The organism overhead had gone rigid. And if this one had stiffened, the others would be stiffening too, all across the chamber. A wave of defensive response propagating through the population. Because something was moving through the cave system, an enormous presence, massive enough that its passage displaced air in volumes the organisms could detect, something approaching the cathedral chamber, approaching the circles, approaching the strike zone. The surveyor's throat closed, hands shook. The breathing vibration grew stronger, closer. The floor itself transmitted the rhythm now, a deep subsonic pulse that made the surveyor's chest cavity resonate in sympathy, then changed. The rhythm held, but the quality shifted. The exhalation phase shortened. The inhalation deepened. Whatever it was breathing was preparing to do something else. The surveyor pressed tighter against the organism's base, tried to become part of it, tried to disappear. The sound came first. Not a sound the ears could properly hear, too low, subsonic. A sonic wave transmitted through stone and air simultaneously, felt in the chest and skull and the hollows of the sinuses before it registered as noise, infrasound. The kind whales used to cross ocean basins, the kind elephants used to communicate across miles, but louder, closer, focused. The surveyor's chest cavity resonated. Ribs vibrated. The organism overhead shuddered, its filaments trembling in response to the sonic resonance. The cave floor transmitted the pulse as a physical wave. The surveyor's jaw ached. Teeth buzzed against each other. Then atmospheric density spiked. The infrasonic pulse intensified. The surveyor's left ear made a wet, tearing sensation deep in the canal, and then the pain came. Sharp and bright and wrong. The eardrum had ruptured. The surveyor felt the hot trickle down the side of the neck, felt the right ear straining, membrane flexing under the acoustic assault. The pulse held for 3 seconds. 4. The surveyor's vision grayed at the edges even in the total darkness. The chest struggled to expand against the resonant compression, then stopped. Silence. Complete stillness. The organism's filaments settled. The sonic resonance released. The surveyor waited. 5 seconds. 10. Nothing. Just darkness and silence, and the surveyor's own heartbeat hammering against ribs, and the hot, wet feeling in the left ear that meant damage, meant bleeding, meant permanent loss. Then the attack. A sweeping impact, not a single targeted strike. The surveyor felt it through the stone as a massive disturbance propagating across the entire circle. Something enormous had moved through the space with violent speed, not targeting a single point, but sweeping across the formation in an arc, heard it pass overhead, felt the displacement of air, an enormous presence, massive enough to create wind even in the stillness of the cave. It swept through the circle perhaps 2 meters above the floor, high enough to miss the surveyor huddled at an organism's base, low enough that standing upright would have put the surveyor directly in its path. At the formation's heart, the impact was loudest. A wet, crushing sound as whatever appendage or body mass the creature used struck the limestone where the surveyor had stood minutes before. The stone flexed under the blow. Dust rose, clouds of it. The surveyor felt it in the back of the throat, choking and mineral thick. Ancient sediment aerosolized by the violence of the impact. The organisms at the circle's perimeter swayed, their rooted bases stressed by the shock wave, and all around the surveyor came a new sound. Wet, frantic rustling as thousands of filaments moved in coordinated waves, filtering the disturbed air with what felt like eagerness. The strike had missed. The interior was empty, and the creature knew it. Movement. At the perimeter, not the center, the sweeping attack shifted. The surveyor heard it, felt it. As displacement traveling around the circle's edge, the creature was targeting the decoys themselves now. Secondary food source. Accessible protein when the primary prey wasn't present. An organism 3 meters from where the surveyor crouched made a sound, not a scream. It had no mouth, no voice, but a structural sound. Tearing felted surface. Rooted base, stressed beyond tolerance. The surveyor felt the impact through the stone as the creature struck it. Felt the organism topple. Heard the wet sounds of feeding. This was how the fallen specimen at Station 19 had ended up horizontal. Previous hunt. Previous miss. The predator consuming a decoy when the strike zone yielded nothing else. The feeding lasted perhaps 20 seconds, then stopped. Movement again. The creature retreating. The vibration fading. Withdrawing back into whatever deeper passage it had emerged from. Metabolism satisfied enough to wait for the next hunt cycle. Silence. The surveyor waited 2 full minutes. Then 5. Nothing. Just darkness and the faint settling sounds of disturbed sediment filtering back to the cave floor. Carefully, slowly, the surveyor checked the camera still dangling from the wrist strap. The housing felt intact despite the impacts. Powered it on by feel. The screen glowed faintly. Battery still charged, the falls and collisions hadn't broken it. Aimed it forward into the darkness. Pressed the shutter. The flash fired brilliant white light for 1/10 of a second. The surveyor looked up. The organism overhead stood motionless. Rigid. Its felted surface completely still. Beyond it, a dozen more forms visible in the flash's brief illumination, all frozen in the same defensive posture. The surveyor fired the flash again, another burst of light. More organisms, all stiffened, all motionless. And somewhere in the darkness, beyond the camera's flash range, silence. Perfect silence. But occupied silence. The surveyor could feel it. The chamber wasn't empty. Something else was there. The surveyor oriented toward where the passage should be and began walking. Fired the camera flash every 10 steps to check direction and navigate around organisms. The battery indicator showed 80%. Enough flashes to reach the passage. Probably. 10 steps. Flash. 20 steps. Flash. The surveyor's breathing seemed impossibly loud in the silence. Each footstep a percussion event. Each flash a beacon announcing position. 30 steps. Flash. 40. The passage entrance should be close. Should be. The flash revealed vertical stone. A wall. The surveyor's hands moved along it in darkness, searching for the passage opening. Left, right. No gap. Wrong section of wall. The surveyor moved right, following the wall's contour. Flash every 10 steps. The surveyor walked, counted 10, 15. The wall curved inward. The surveyor followed it. Flash. An irregularity appeared, a vertical stripe of different texture, crystalline. A calcite vein running up the wall. The surveyor had noted it on the way in, a mineral intrusion near the passage entrance. Station 1 was 10 meters to the right of this vein. The surveyor moved right, hands on the wall, counted steps in darkness, 8, 9, 10, flash. The wall changed angle, receded. The passage entrance. The surveyor stepped into it and began climbing. The passage walls closed in, narrowing from the cathedral chamber's vast space to a corridor barely 2 meters wide. The ceiling lowered. The floor sloped upward. The surveyor navigated by touch now, saving the camera battery, only flashing when the passage split or the route became uncertain. Station 1 passed, marked by the carbide smell of the marker. Station 2. The surveyor climbed faster. The passage curved. The organisms were behind now, down in the chamber below, and whatever else had been that darkness was trapped there by the narrow passage that couldn't accommodate anything cathedral chamber-sized. Station 3, Station 4. The surveyor kept climbing. Hands on the walls for guidance. The passage leveled briefly, then descended. Wrong direction. The surveyor stopped, flashed to confirm. Dead end, side passage. Backtracked, found the correct route, continued up. How long the climb took, the surveyor couldn't say. Time dissolved in the darkness and effort and the single imperative of up. But eventually the passage widened. The ceiling rose. Flash. The familiar formations of the upper system appeared in the brief illumination. Flowstone draperies, stalactites, the gallery. The surveyor climbed faster, through the gallery. Through the breakdown room where ceiling collapse had created the stable void, through the narrow passage that led to the original entrance. 50 meters from the surface, gray light filtered down from the entrance. Dawn light. The surveyor secured the camera in the pack's main compartment. Safe now, the worst behind, and climbed the last section in twilight, hands finding holds by memory and touch, until the surveyor emerged into the cool morning air. The cave entrance opened onto a limestone outcrop above a Tennessee valley. The surveyor sat on stone and looked at gray morning sky, drew breath. The air was thin here, too thin. Each inhalation required effort, as if the surveyor's lungs had adapted to the thick, heavy air of the deep chamber and couldn't process the surface atmosphere properly. The surveyor's ears rang, a high-pitched tone that didn't stop. The infrasonic assault in the cathedral chamber had damaged something. The surveyor turned head left, right. The ringing didn't change, would likely never change, the left ear especially. The surveyor pressed a finger against it gently and felt sharp pain. Ruptured eardrum, maybe both of them. The surveyor sat and listened to the ringing, and the distant sound of birds filtered through damaged hearing, and understood that the cathedral chamber had left marks that wouldn't heal. The notebook was secured in the pack. The sample bag with the single filament was preserved. The camera had survived. The survey was complete. Everything documented. 3 weeks later, back in the university lab, the filament sample showed cellular structure unlike any cataloged organism. No known DNA markers. Age indeterminate. The technician requested more samples, requested clear photographs of the organisms in situ, requested any visual documentation showing the distribution pattern and the circular formations. The surveyor filed the request and didn't respond. It was during those weeks of recovery, staring at the notebook sketches while the tinnitus sang its permanent note, that the pieces assembled themselves into comprehension, not bait, agriculture. The organisms had evolved to lure the predator specifically because its violent strikes aerosolized nutrients they couldn't access otherwise. Millennia of accumulated cave sediment, fungal spores, biological debris settled deep in limestone's microscopic pores. All of it launched into suspension by the creature's attacks, then harvested by the filter feeders standing in perfect formation around the impact zone, a mutualistic relationship with their own predator. The decoys sacrificed the occasional outer organism when the strike zone yielded no primary prey, but the system worked, had worked for hundreds of thousands of years. The surveyor submitted the camera to the university's digital forensics lab. 2 weeks after returning from the cave, hoping for recovery of the corrupted images. 5 weeks after the descent, they returned it with a report. The memory card showed signs of physical trauma, microfractures in the silicon substrate, possible damage from extreme vibration or acoustic pressure. The report's language was cautious, but the technician had asked whether the camera had been near industrial machinery or explosive decompression. The early photos, the ones taken in the cathedral chamber before the headlamp failed, occupied sectors of the card that had suffered catastrophic data corruption. Unrecoverable. The navigation photos taken during the escape, the passage walls, the dead-end tunnels, the surveyor's hands checking the compass, those had survived. 217 images of limestone and darkness. But the organisms, the circle, the precise formation that would have proven everything, reduced to corrupted sectors the recovery software couldn't reconstruct. The survey maps were archived. The notebook sketches, crude drawings that failed to capture the three-dimensional reality of the formations, were all that remained. The field notes were typed and stored, and the camera sat in a drawer with 217 images that showed nothing anyone cared about and empty, corrupted sectors where the discovery should have been. The surveyor's hearing never fully recovered. The ringing persisted, the left ear especially. A permanent high-pitched tone that made sleep difficult and conversation frustrating, and served as a constant reminder that 70 meters below the Tennessee hills, the cathedral chamber remained, populated, waiting. The medical explanation was simple enough. Barotrauma from rapid pressure changes during a solo survey. The surveyor had gone alone, had told the team about mapping upper galleries, but had actually descended into newly accessed passages without notifying anyone. Reckless. The kind of judgment error that made department colleagues exchange looks during meetings. The kind of injury that came with unspoken questions about whether the surveyor could still be trusted in the field. The surveyor never mentioned what had actually caused the pressure changes, never described the organisms or the circle or the thing that had struck the empty interior while the surveyor cowered meters away. Never explained why closed rooms and basements and any space where air didn't circulate freely would trigger the response. It started small, faculty meetings and windowless conference rooms. The surveyor would sit and feel the air grow thick and heavy and would have to excuse themselves, stand in the hallway and breathe, wait for the heaviness to pass. Then archives, storage rooms, the university's lower-level laboratories. Anywhere the ventilation was poor, or the ceiling was low, or the space felt contained. The surveyor would enter, and within minutes the atmosphere would press in, and breathing would require effort, and the only solution was to leave. To find open space and moving air, and the certainty that nothing massive was displacing the atmosphere nearby. The colleagues stopped inviting the surveyor to basement archive sessions, stopped asking for assistance with specimen storage in the sub-level labs, started routing their questions through email instead of requesting in-person meetings in interior offices. The surveyor understood what they thought. Claustrophobia, panic disorder, psychological trauma from the solo descent and the barotrauma injury. Maybe all of those things were true. But the surveyor knew what they felt in those closed spaces wasn't irrational fear. It was recognition. The same atmospheric pressure, the same resistance in the air, the same quality of heaviness that had preceded the infrasonic pulse and the strike in the cathedral chamber. The surveyor sat in the university office with permanent hearing damage and atmospheric sensitivity that made basements unbearable, and understood that 70 meters below the Tennessee hills, the cycle continued. The organisms still stood in their circles in the darkness, would stand there long after the surveyor's death, After the university forgot about the survey, after the cave entrance collapsed into memory and myth, filter feeders locked in an ancient symbiosis, standing, filtering, waiting for the atmosphere to shift again, for the thing that hunted them to return, for the hub to be occupied, patient as only rooted things could be patient, present as only eyeless things could be present. And the surveyor, sitting in closed rooms years later, feeling the air grow thick and resistant, would remember the stiffened forms, the frantic, rustling filaments, the infrasonic pulse that made stone vibrate, the empty interior that wasn't empty at all when something arrived to feed. The feed was 640 by 480 pixels, 9 frames per second, from a Logitech webcam zip-tied to the passenger sun visor of a 2004 Camry. The cellular modem, an AT&T Sierra wireless card, slotted into a ThinkPad on the passenger seat, uploaded the image in 3-second bursts that made the driver's face skip and stutter like a man in a Nickelodeon reel. In the green wash of the instrument cluster, his cheekbones threw shadows that moved only when the road moved. The rest of him was still. The betters saw a face. What the face saw was FM 616, Calhoun County, Texas. At 11 minutes past 9 on a Friday night in March 2007. 2 lanes of blacktop unspooling through coastal prairie so flat the headlights reached the grass on both shoulders without effort. No center line, no guardrails. The asphalt patched and repatched in shapes that resembled surgical scars. To the south, 3 miles out, the running lights of a shrimp trawler moved along Lavaca Bay with the slowness of a minute hand. Eric Pardee checked his odometer. 19.6 miles since the last check. He was 4/10 from completing his first lap. The loop was 20 miles exactly, measured by the organizers with a surveyor's wheel the previous Tuesday. It began and ended at a gravel pullout where County Road 316 met FM 616, a widened shoulder behind a decommissioned cattle guard, invisible from any occupied structure. The route ran south on 616 through Salt Marsh, turned west on an unnamed oil field access road, north on FM 1090 past the ruins of a cotton gin, and east again on 616 back to the pullout, a rough rectangle, no traffic signals, no stop signs, 1 yield sign at the 1090 junction, which the organizers had removed and replaced with a blank post. The route passed 3 ranch gates, all padlocked, all leading to properties that appeared unoccupied. The organizers had selected the loop for its emptiness. Nothing lived on this road that could interfere with the product. The rules had been explained to him 11 days ago by a man in a Houston hotel room who smelled like Carmex and ironed cotton. Eric had sat on the edge of the bed, and the man had sat in the desk chair, and neither of them had used the other's name. The man read the terms in a cadence that never varied, each clause landing with the same weight as the last. Eric would drive the loop continuously for 48 hours. He could not stop the vehicle for any reason. He could not leave the vehicle. He could not sleep. He could not interact with any person, vehicle, or obstruction he encountered on the route. The webcam would stream his face to a private website accessible only through a URL distributed to a paying audience. That audience would place wagers on his first microsleep, his first hallucination, his first deviation from the route, or his failure to complete. The house took 14%. Eric would receive $11,000 upon completion regardless of betting outcomes. Before the man left the hotel room, He had stood in the doorway with the light from the corridor behind him and said the only thing that was not a rule or a number. The road's clean. Nothing out there but you. The money was not why he was here. Eric had completed 4 endurance challenges in the past 2 years. 60 hours in a motel room in Reno with no furniture and no entertainment. 36 hours standing in a plywood box in Tucson with his arms extended. 40 hours awake in a parked RV in Barstow while audio of a woman's voice read his own psychiatric intake forms aloud. 20 hours submerged to his chest in a livestock tank outside Elko while the water temperature dropped 2 degrees per hour. He had completed all 4. The payouts ranged from $4,000 to $9,000. The bettors had lost money on him every time. He was here because the challenges were the only place he had ever felt the quality of attention that other people seemed to get from love or work or God. Total unbroken proof that he existed. The camera saw him. The bettors watched. For 48 hours, he would be the most observed man in a room that had no walls. And the observation would be total, and it would require something from him. And the thing it required was the only thing he had ever been good at. Lasting. The odometer clicked over. He eased the Camry through the gravel pullout without touching the brake. Lap 1. The ThinkPad's screen was angled away from him, but its glow threw a pale rectangle on the headliner. Somewhere a page had refreshed. Somewhere money moved. He did not look at the screen. He looked at the road. FM 616 ran straight for the first 6 miles, then bent left around a salt cedar stand that the headlights turned into a wall of pale green lace. The access road was potholed and narrow, flanked by pump jacks whose counterweights rose and fell with the tireless patience of things that would still be moving when he was dead. FM 1090 was smoother, newer, laid down with highway funds that had come through the county after Hurricane Claudette. The cotton gin appeared at mile 14, a ruin of corrugated tin and cypress beams that threw angular shadows in the headlights and then released them, every lap, in the same order, like a hand opening. He was already building the loop's landmarks into a rhythm. The salt cedars, the first pump jack, the access road's 3rd pothole, the one shaped like a lowercase h, the cotton gin, the yield post with no sign, the gravel pullout, 20 miles, 22 minutes at 55. The air in the Camry smelled like the vinyl cleaner he had used on the seats that morning and the Gatorade he'd stowed in the center console. 12 20-ounce bottles, room temperature, lined up in the passenger footwell like ammunition. He had urinated into an empty bottle on the Barstow Challenge, and he expected to do the same here. There was a roll of paper towels behind the driver's seat, and a plastic bag for waste. He had eaten a full meal. Grilled chicken, white rice, steamed broccoli, no seasoning, at a diner in Port Lavaca 3 hours before start time. His body was a prepared instrument. He intended to keep it that way. Lap 2. The salt cedars, the pump jacks, the pothole. The camera watched. The face it saw betrayed nothing that could be wagered on. By the 5th lap, the rhythm had settled into his hands. The steering corrections on 616 were a pattern. Left, left, hold, right. That compensated for a crowned road surface and a slight pull in the Camry's alignment. He had already stopped seeing the road as a road. It was a track, a groove. His body was driving while his mind floated above the mechanism, observing it the way a man on a balcony watches a street. This was the part the bettors misunderstood. They thought endurance was about resistance, about pushing through pain, about willpower grinding against fatigue. It wasn't. Endurance was about architecture. You built a structure inside yourself that the hours could not reach. You located the part of your mind that did not need sleep, did not need stimulation, did not need the road to be interesting, and you moved into it the way a monk moves into a cell, and you closed the door, and you stayed. The bettors watched a face. The face had learned across 4 previous challenges to give them nothing. The shrimp trawler's lights had moved a quarter-mile south by the time he passed the bay on his 6th lap. The trawler was dragging. Its nets would be spread behind it like wings. Eric thought about this without interest. He thought about the pump jacks without interest. The ThinkPad's glow painted its rectangle on the headliner, and he did not look at that either. Just past midnight, lap 8, he opened his first Gatorade, lemon lime. He drank half in 3 swallows, set the bottle in the cup holder, and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The camera recorded this. It was the most the bettors had seen him move in 2 hours. Somewhere, odds adjusted. The road did not change. The loop did not change. He did not yet know that the organizers were already disappointed. The betting volume was low. His face was not good television. The audience had been told they were watching a man approach his limits, and what they saw instead was a man who appeared to have no limits, or at least no limits visible, at 640 by 480. And money does not flow toward a thing it cannot measure. He did not know, because he was not supposed to know, that the organizers had already decided to adjust the variable. By lap 16, past 3 in the morning, the fatigue had arrived as a physical weight. It did not come for his mind first. It came for his neck. The muscles that held his head upright began to report their hours with a granular ache that made the base of his skull feel like a hinge that needed oil. He adjusted the headrest. He adjusted his grip on the wheel. Left hand at 9, right hand at 3, alternating every second lap. He opened another bottle. The road's landmarks were becoming intimate in a way he had not expected. He knew the salt cedars the way a man knows the furniture in a dark room, not by looking, but by the body's certainty of where they would be. He knew the access roads' potholes by their rhythm, 1 pause 1, 1 pause 1. He knew the cotton gin's shadow sequence. He knew the yield post's exact position relative to a crack in the blacktop that ran east-west for 4 feet and then stopped. This was the groove deepening, the structure becoming load-bearing. They sent the hitchhiker on lap 19. Eric saw him at mile 7, just past the Salt Cedar Bend, a figure standing on the shoulder in a denim jacket, thumb out, face turned toward the oncoming headlights, with an expression of reasonable hope. The figure was positioned exactly where the Camry's headlights would catch him at maximum distance. Eric's eyes tracked the figure for 4 seconds as the car closed the gap. The hitchhiker's jacket was too clean. His posture was too composed. He was standing on the wrong side of the road for someone trying to flag eastbound traffic. Eric's foot did not move toward the brake. He passed the hitchhiker at 55 miles per hour and watched him shrink in the rearview mirror until the darkness absorbed him. On lap 20, the hitchhiker was in the same position. Same jacket, same arm. Eric noted that the man's weight had shifted to his other foot, a small adjustment that suggested he'd been standing there for 22 minutes, which is what it took Eric to complete a lap. No hitchhiker stands in the same spot for 22 minutes on a road with no traffic. No hitchhiker stands on the wrong side of the road. No hitchhiker wears a jacket with no road dust on it past 4 in the morning on an oil-field road in March. The organizers were testing him. This was the first provocation. He had expected it sooner. The Barstow Challenge had introduced audio disturbances at R4. A woman's voice that seemed to come from the RV's walls, reading passages from documents the organizers had obtained from Eric's medical records. The Tucson Challenge had used vibration in the floor of the box, a deep bass pulse at irregular intervals that the organizers had calibrated to interfere with his proprioception. In Elko, they had added ice to the livestock tank in unpredictable quantities, while a man in a lawn chair asked him questions about his childhood that Eric had never answered for anyone. The organizers always introduced a variable. The variable was the product. Without it, the feed was a man's face in green light, and that was worth nothing. The hitchhiker was crude by comparison. Eric recognized the mechanics instantly. A figure requiring help, positioned to trigger the most basic social reflex, the obligation to stop. If Eric stopped, the betters would see it. If he interacted with the hitchhiker, the rules were violated. If he deviated from the route to avoid the hitchhiker, the rules were violated. The only correct response was the one the betters would find most boring: to pass without acknowledgement. The game's logic was designed to make the boring choice feel wrong. Eric did not find it boring. He found it clear. On lap 21, the hitchhiker had been replaced by a different man, shorter, wearing a reflective vest, holding what appeared to be a gas can. The new figure was positioned 30 yards past the old one, closer to the road. Eric noted the escalation and the staging markers. Both men had been standing still when his headlights hit them, pre-positioned, facing the correct direction. Both wore clean clothing inappropriate for the road and the hour. Both were exactly where the headlights would find them first. Eric passed at 55. On lap 22, no one was there. The shoulder was empty. The salt cedar bend threw its pale green lace into the headlights and released it, and the potholes came in their familiar order, and the pump jacks rose and fell, and the cotton gin's shadows opened and closed. The think pad's glow pulsed. Somewhere, odds were adjusting. Eric took a drink and placed the bottle back in the cup holder, with the care of a man who understood that small, consistent actions were the seams that held the groove together. His body continued to speak. His lower back had developed a hot knot between L4 and L5 that pulsed in time with the steering corrections. His right calf had cramped once on lap 16, and he'd shifted his foot's angle on the accelerator to compensate. His eyes felt dry. The dashboard's green wash and the headlight's white corridor created a contrast pattern that made his tear ducts work harder than they should. He blinked deliberately 3 times and then held his eyes open for 10 seconds to let the moisture redistribute. The betters saw a man blink. They did not see the calculation behind the blink. The organizers sent nothing else that night. The hitchhiker had been a probe, a calibration exercise to measure Eric's response threshold. He had given them nothing. The betting volume, if he could have seen it, had flatlined at 340 and not recovered. Eric did not know this. He knew the road. He knew the loop. He knew the 22 minutes, and inside those 22 minutes, he knew the seconds. And inside the seconds, he knew the steering corrections. And inside the corrections, he knew his hands, and inside his hands there was nothing that needed anyone, and that was the architecture, and it held. Dawn came on lap 27. It arrived not as light, but as the absence of the headlight's necessity. A gradual bleaching of the darkness that started in the east and moved through the sky like a stain. By lap 28, the salt cedars were visible without headlights. Gray-green, dense, their branches moving in a wind Eric could not feel inside the car. The pump jack's counterweights caught the early light and threw it back as metallic flashes. The cotton gin's tin roof turned the color of a nickel. Eric turned off his headlights and immediately felt something shift in his body, a release of tension he had not known he was carrying. The headlights had been constraining his visual field to a corridor. Without them, the world opened. The coastal prairie spread to every horizon, flat and green-brown, interrupted only by mesquite and the distant geometry of oil storage tanks. A red-tailed hawk was hunting the salt marsh. He watched it bank and correct and bank again, working a thermal that rose from the blacktop. This was the dangerous moment. Dawn brought a relief that the body interpreted as permission to rest. The The architecture he had built through the night was designed for darkness, for the headlight corridor, for the compression of the visual field into a manageable tunnel. Daylight dissolved the tunnel. The world became large, and in the largeness, the body found room to suggest that perhaps the work was finished, that perhaps the night had been the test and the day was the reward, that perhaps it was safe to close his eyes for a moment, just to feel the lids meet. Eric opened his third Gatorade and poured a quarter of it down the front of his shirt. The cold hit his chest and his diaphragm contracted, and his eyes widened, and the body stopped suggesting. The liquid soaked through his t-shirt and pooled in the waistband of his jeans, and he felt every degree of its temperature against his skin, and he was awake, fully, with the alertness that only discomfort can produce. He had learned this in Reno. The motel room had been kept at 68 degrees, comfortable, designed for sleep. By hour 30, Eric had been filling the sink with cold water and submerging his forearms to the elbow. The body could be managed. The body could be overridden. The body was not the enemy. The body was a tool whose suggestions could be declined. The betters, if they were still watching at 7 in the morning, saw a man pour liquid on himself. Somewhere a wager was placed on whether this constituted a breakdown. The morning passed in laps that Eric counted but did not differentiate. The sun climbed and his shadow on the blacktop shortened. The hawk was replaced by a pair of vultures riding a thermal above the cotton gin, and he watched them circle without apparent effort. And he thought about patience, and he thought about the way patience looked from the outside, like nothing, and the way it felt from the inside, like everything. The organizers sent the police car on lap 41. It appeared on FM 1090, parked in the grass beside the cotton gin. A white Crown Victoria with a light bar and a Calhoun County Sheriff's star on the door. The driver's window was down. An arm rested on the sill. Eric saw the car from 300 yards, and his body produced a response he could not override. A surge of adrenaline that tightened his grip on the wheel and accelerated his heart rate to a place he could feel in his wrists. This was a different order of test. The hitchhiker had been a social reflex, the pull of obligation. The police car was a survival reflex, the fear of authority. If Eric slowed, he would be acknowledging the car's jurisdiction. If he stopped, a conversation would begin that he could not control. If the officer turned on his lights, Eric's amygdala would insist that he pull over, because that is what the amygdala has been trained to do since the first time he saw a police car in his rearview mirror at 16, and the organizers knew this, and the betters would see it, and the odds would move. He did not slow. He passed the Crown Victoria at 55 and watched the arm on the windowsill not move. In the rearview mirror, the car's light bar did not activate. The arm did not retract. On lap 42, the Crown Victoria was gone. On lap 43, a second Crown Victoria was parked at the yield post, closer to the route, angled toward the road, its engine running. Eric could see the exhaust against the midday light. He passed at 55. The car did not follow. On lap 44, both Crown Victorias were gone and the road was empty. Eric's heart rate returned to its resting state by the 6th mile of lap 44. He inventoried the adrenaline response clinically. Elevated pulse for approximately 7 minutes, mild tremor in the right hand, a sensation of cold across the upper back that had lasted through the access road and faded on 1090. The response had been involuntary. The recovery had been managed. The architecture held. He understood the game now. The organizer's model was escalation through reflex targeting. First, a social test, hitchhiker, gas can, then an authority test, police car, and presumably a final stage that would target whatever reflex they believed was left untested. The challenge has always followed this pattern. In Barstow, the audio had escalated from neutral reading to emotional manipulation to the sound of his own recorded voice saying things he had said in therapy. In Tucson, the vibration had escalated from irritation to disorientation to the specific frequency that made his vision blur. The variable always had 3 stages. The third stage was always the hardest. He noted, with the satisfaction of a man completing an equation, the common signature that marked the organizer's work across every disruption. The staging was always visible if you knew how to read it. The hitchhiker's clean jacket, the gas can man's reflective vest, OSHA compliant, the kind issued by a production crew concerned about liability even while staging an illegal endurance event. The Crown Victoria's synchronization, appearing and disappearing in sequence, on schedule. Every intervention carried the organizer's fingerprints. They were professionals who managed risk, and managed risk leaves marks. He drank from the bottle in the cup holder. He drove the loop. The afternoon was the worst part. The sun found the Camry's interior and heated it to a temperature the air conditioning could reduce but not eliminate. The vinyl seats became adhesive. His shirt, still damp from the morning's Gatorade, dried and stiffened. The laptop's fan ran continuously. Through the windshield, the blacktop produced heat shimmer that made the road's surface appear to undulate. And in the undulation, his fatigued eyes found patterns that were not there. Faces, shapes, the suggestion of standing water that evaporated as he approached. These were not hallucinations. Eric understood the neurology. Sleep deprivation degrades the visual cortex's filtering mechanism. The brain begins to interpret ambiguous stimuli as familiar patterns, a process called pareidolia. The faces in the heat shimmer were his visual cortex searching for signal and noise. They were a symptom, not a threat. He cataloged them without concern. A face at mile 3, a shape like a seated figure at mile 9, a shimmer that resembled a dog crossing the road at mile 16. None of them were real. All of them were expected. By lap 50, the sun had burned through the morning's relief and replaced it with a flattened, bleached exhaustion that sat behind his eyes like sand. His blink rate had increased. He was drinking every 2 laps instead of every 4. He had urinated into an empty bottle twice, capping it and placing it in the plastic bag behind the seat, with movements so practiced they barely registered on the camera. The bettors had learned nothing from his face. The betting volume had peaked at 11, when someone apparently spread a rumor on the forum that Eric had been seen rubbing his eyes, and then declined through the afternoon as his face continued to give them nothing. Eric did not know this. Eric knew the pothole shaped like a lowercase h. He knew the pump jacks. He knew that the cotton gin's shadow sequence had shifted 15 degrees with the sun's movement, and that the shadows now fell across the road instead of beside it. And he drove through them without slowing, and the shadows crossed his face on the feed like bars. The sun set on lap 60. The darkness returned, and with it the headlights, and with the headlights the corridor. And Eric felt the groove reassert itself, the familiar weight of it, the way it took the wheel without being asked. The corridor was narrower than he remembered. The green wash of the instruments was greener. The ThinkPad's glow on the headliner was brighter. His pupils had been contracted all day, and the dilation came slowly. And for 7 or 8 minutes, the world outside the headlight corridor was absolute black. Blacker than the previous night, because his eyes had been damaged by 10 hours of Texas sun reflected off blacktop, and the damage would take time to repair. He blinked. He poured Gatorade on his shirts. The cold spread across his chest, and he was awake, and the blacktop was under him, and the dark was around him, and he had survived the day. 24 hours down, 24 remaining. He was waiting for the third provocation. The organizer's model was clear: social, authority, and then the final escalation. He expected it to come in the second night, when his fatigue was deepest and his defenses most compromised. He expected it to be something that targeted a reflex more fundamental than obligation or fear of authority, something closer to the bone. He was right about the timing. He was wrong about everything else. The car appeared on lap 76, nearly 4 hours into the second night. It was parked on the southbound shoulder of FM 616, 100 yards past the Salt Cedar Bend, in a position that Eric's headlights caught at maximum range. It was a sedan, dark-colored, mid-size American. Its hazard lights were not on. Its headlights were off, and it sat at an angle to the road that suggested it had drifted onto the shoulder rather than pulled over deliberately. Its front wheels turned slightly left, as if the driver had been trying to return to the road and stopped. Eric saw it from 500 yards, and his body produced no adrenaline response. He had been expecting this. The third stage, the escalation. He cataloged the car's details as he approached. Four-door, possibly a Ford Taurus, early 2000s, dark blue or black. Hard to tell under the headlights' bleach. No license plate visible from this angle. No damage visible. No interior light. The driver's door was closed. The passenger door was closed. He noted two additional details: tire tracks in the grass beside the car, running south toward the second ranch gate. The padlocked one he passed every lap at mile 7.5. The gate was 200 yards from the car's position. The tracks suggested a vehicle driven off the road and positioned on the shoulder. Organizer staging. They had driven the prop car in through the ranch gate and placed it. The second detail was the car's trunk. Slightly ajar, a gap of 4 or 5 inches, the kind of gap that occurs when a latch fails to engage. The trunk's interior was dark. He passed at 55. In the brief window the car occupied his peripheral vision, he registered one final detail: a pale shape in the passenger window. A face. Or what might have been a face. It was there, and then it was gone, replaced by the empty road ahead, the pump jacks, the pothole shaped like an H. He did not slow. On lap 77, the car was in the same position, the same angle, the same dark paint. This time his headlights caught it more squarely, and he saw what the pale shape was: a person in the passenger seat, pressed against the window. The person's hands were flat on the glass. The person's mouth was open. The person was a woman. She was banging on the window. The sound did not reach him. At 55 miles per hour, with the Camry's windows up and the engine at 2,400 RPM, and the tires pulling their adhesive tape sound from the blacktop, the sound of a woman's palms against a car window was nothing. A vibration in air that dissipated before it crossed the 20 feet between the shoulder and the travel lane. He saw the motion, the flat palms strike against the glass, repeated, frantic. And he saw the mouth, and he understood that the mouth was producing sound, and none of it reached him. And then she was behind him, and the road ahead was empty. His pulse was 68. He checked it against the carotid with 2 fingers of his left hand, while his right hand held the wheel. 68. He completed the lap. The gravel pullout. The odometer clicked. Lap 77. On 78, she was still there. The hands were still on the glass. The mouth was still open. But she had shifted. She was leaning further forward, pressing her face closer to the window, and in his headlights, he saw that her hair was dark and disarranged, and that the skin of her face had the yellow-white cast of someone who had been crying for a long time. He did not slow. On 79, she was standing outside the car. She had moved to the roadside of the vehicle and was standing in the grass at the edge of the shoulder, waving both arms above her head. And she was wearing a T-shirt and what appeared to be pajama bottoms, and she was not wearing shoes. His window was cracked an inch. He had opened it 2 laps earlier to flush the cabin air, which had acquired the sour, compressed quality of a space occupied by one body for 28 hours. As the Camry passed, her voice reached him through the gap between glass and frame. One word stripped of everything except its own need. Stop. He closed the window. The word sat in the car with him for a quarter mile, and then the groove absorbed it, and the blacktop unspooled and the odometer counted. The bare feet were a nice detail. Eric noted this with professional appreciation. The organizers had studied him. They knew that the hitchhiker's clean jacket had been the tell to compose, to prepare. This time they had dirtied the actress. They had given her bare feet and tangled hair and a face that looked like it had been crying. They had put her in clothes that suggested she had been pulled from sleep. They had positioned her outside the car rather than inside it, in the grass, in the dark, on a road where no one came except Eric every 22 minutes. The third provocation, the final escalation. Social obligation in its most primitive form, a woman, alone at night, on a deserted road, in apparent distress. The hitchhiker had tested the reflex to help. The police car had tested the reflex to comply. The woman tested the reflex to protect. Eric understood this the way he understood the heat shimmer's pareidolia, as a mechanism. A system designed to produce a specific neurochemical response. The cortisol spike of witnessing distress. The oxytocin pull of proximity to vulnerability. The serotonin debt of failing to act. The organizers had built a machine to make his body betray him. It was elegant. It was the best they had deployed in 4 challenges. He was not going to stop. He passed her at 55. In his rearview mirror, her arms dropped. She stood in the grass and watched his taillights shrink. On lap 80, she was back inside the car. The hands were on the glass again. The banging had resumed. He passed without adjusting his speed. On 81, she was outside the car again, but this time on the far side, crouched behind the rear wheel well with only her head and shoulders visible above the trunk. She was not waving. She was watching. Her eyes caught his headlights and held them. 2 points of reflected light in a pale face. And then she dropped below the trunk line and was gone. That was different. Eric completed the lap and turned it over in his mind. The previous patterns, the frantic banging, the waving arms, were consistent with a stage performance. A person hired to simulate distress follows a script that emphasizes visibility and urgency. They make themselves large, they signal, they perform the expected gestures of someone who needs help, because the performance must read at 55 miles per hour in the width of a headlight pass. The crouching broke the pattern. A stage performer does not hide. A stage performer does not make themselves smaller. A stage performer does not drop below the sight line of the only audience that matters, unless the organizers were adjusting the bit, varying the actress's behavior to create uncertainty, to make the disruption harder to dismiss. This was the Barstow model. The audio had started with neutral reading, escalated to emotional content, and then shifted to Eric's own recorded voice, which created a qualitative uncertainty that the previous stages had not. The organizers understood that the mind dismisses what it has categorized. To sustain its power, you must prevent categorization. You must change the pattern. Eric recategorized the crouching as a scripted variation and felt the familiar satisfaction of a pattern recognized and neutralized. On lap 84, at approximately 4 a.m, Eric Pardee completed his analysis of the woman. He had observed her across 8 laps, 7 full exposures, plus the initial sighting. Her behavior had followed a pattern that he now understood as 3-stage scripting. First, contained distress inside the car, banging on glass, visible but stationary. Second, escalated distress outside the car, waving, standing in the grass, barefoot, unkempt. Third, behavioral disruption, crouching, hiding, withdrawing from the sightline. The three stages mapped onto the organizer's established escalation model. The hitchhiker had been stage 1. The police cars had been stage 2. The woman, with her 3 internal stages, was stage 3, a compressed version of the same architecture. The bare feet were the detail that had required the most processing. A stage performer wearing shoes would have been immediately dismissible, too prepared, same mistake as the hitchhiker's clean jacket. But bare feet on the gravel shoulder of a Texas FM road at night introduced a physical cost that made the performance feel authentic. Eric had spent 4 laps considering whether the organizers would ask an actress to walk barefoot on gravel, and had concluded that they would, because the organizers were in the business of selling suffering, and the actress's feet were a minor investment against the betting volume that her performance might generate. He was satisfied. The analysis was clean. The architecture held. He noted, somewhere beneath the satisfaction, a detail he could not resolve as cleanly. The woman's behavior lacked the organizer's common signature. The hitchhiker had carried the production markers: clean clothing, pre-positioned facing, optimal headlight placement. The police cars had been synchronized and removed on schedule. The woman had none of these markers. Her clothing was wrong in the wrong way. Not too clean, but too thin. Not customary, but plainly domestic. The kind of pajama bottoms sold at a Walmart in a 3-pack. Her positioning varied with each lap in ways that suggested reaction rather than choreography. She had not been standing on the shoulder facing the correct direction when his headlights first hit her. She had been inside the car, pressed against the glass, in a position that an actress expecting a car from the north would not have chosen. Eric processed this discrepancy and resolved it. The organizers had learned from the hitchhiker. They had hired a better actress, or more likely, briefed her differently. Instead of marking her position for the headlights, they had told her to simply be in distress, to react rather than perform, to let the situation's authentic texture do the work. The absence of staging markers was itself a staging choice, the organizers removing their fingerprints from the product. He did not revisit it. He passed the car on lap 84 and saw the woman sitting on the ground behind the vehicle, her back against the rear bumper, her knees drawn to her chest, her head down. She did not look up as his headlights swept over her. She did not wave. She did not bang. She sat with the stillness of a person who has stopped expecting. He drove on. The satisfaction and the certainty that he had identified every mechanism and declined every invitation was the feeling he came back for. What the $11,000 could not buy, and the bettors could not see, and the organizers could not manufacture. The groove doing what a groove does, carrying the weight without shifting. He passed the car. The woman was inside it. The word on the glass had been partially wiped away and partially rewritten. He did not try to read it. He did not need to. He had categorized it. It was solved. Solved things required no further attention. The pump jacks rose and fell. The cotton gin released its shadows. The yield post stood. Eric Pardee drove. But in the hours that followed, his body began to report anomalies it could not explain. The first anomaly was the grip. On lap 85, as his headlights found the car on the shoulder, Eric's hands tightened on the wheel. His grip pressure, monitored habitually since Reno managed at 6 on a 10-point scale to prevent forearm fatigue, climbed to what felt like an 8. He had not decided to increase it. His hands had done it on their own in the 3-second window when the car occupied his headlights, and they had not released when the car was behind him. He loosened his grip deliberately. He set the spike aside as 28 hours of cumulative steering fatigue. The grip returned to 6, and he drove. On 85, the woman had moved to the grass on the far side of the car. She was lying down. He could see only her legs, bare from the knee down, the soles of her feet pale in the headlights. She was not moving. The second anomaly was the lane. On lap 86, the Camry drifted 4 inches toward the shoulder. The drift was minor, a lane position error well within the margin of the crowned road surface and 29 hours of steering corrections. Eric noticed it as a sensory fact. The right tire's sound changed pitch as they crossed from worn blacktop to the rougher seal coat at the shoulder's edge. He corrected left. The tires returned to their usual pitch, but the drift had occurred in the same quarter-mile segment, the straightaway approaching the car. And the correction had come a half-second later than it should have, as though the hands that managed the wheel's input had been briefly occupied with something else. He categorized this as fatigue-related steering degradation. The crowned road surface compounds the drift. Physics, not psychology. The third anomaly was the pulse. On lap 87, Eric checked his pulse and found it at 76, 8 above resting. He checked it twice, once at the carotid, once at the radial, and both checks returned the same number. He had been monitoring his pulse since the car first appeared, and the pattern was 68 on first sighting, 68 through the analysis, and now 76, a number that described an upward trend at odds with something he'd already resolved. He attributed the elevation to cumulative dehydration and the body's circadian cortisol spike. He drank from the bottle. He drove. On lap 87, the woman was back inside the car. The passenger window now had something on it. A smear, a mark, visible as a disruption in the window's reflective surface. She had written on the glass. The letters were large, drawn with a finger in what appeared to be condensation or saliva. He read them in the seconds his speed allowed. 2 words. He could make out only the first. Please. The second word was too large for the window's visible area. He caught only the descending stroke of what might have been a Y or a G or a P. On 88, the woman was crouched beside the open trunk, and she had pulled something from the car's interior. A floor mat, it looked like. Vinyl-backed, the kind that comes standard in a mid-range sedan. She was wrapping it around her feet. He saw this for 2 seconds, and the image lingered behind his eyes for 5 miles. The motion of her hands, pulling the mat's edges around her toes, the way a person wraps a blanket around a child's feet in winter. The floor mat detail bothered him. It bothered him because it was too small. The organizers designed their interventions for the camera, for the 640 by 480 frame, for the 9 frames per second compression. A floor mat wrapped around feet was a detail that would not read on the feed. It was too dark, too far from the road, too brief. The betters would not see it. If the betters could not see it, the detail had no value, and the organizers did not waste resources on details without value. He processed this for the remaining miles of lap 88. He processed it the way he processed the heat shimmers, pareidolia, as a symptom of fatigue, an artifact of a visual cortex running for 29 hours on electrolyte drinks and adrenaline management. The floor mat was real. The interpretation, that it suggested something the organizers had not designed, was a product of degraded filtering. He was seeing signal in noise. On lap 88, the Camry drifted again, 6 inches this time. The right tires crossed the seal coat and bit into the gravel shoulder for a full second before he corrected. The correction was sharp, sharper than the drift warranted, and the overcorrection carried the Camry 2 feet left of center before he stabilized. His pulse, when he checked it 3 miles later, was 78. On lap 89, the woman was in the back seat. She was lying across the seat with the other floor mat pulled over her body. He could see the shape of her through the rear window. A dark form under a darker rectangle curled on her side, her face turned away from the road. She was not banging. She was not waving. She was not writing on the glass. She was lying under a floor mat in the back seat of a car on the shoulder of a road in the middle of the Texas coastal prairie at 5:30 in the morning, and she appeared to be trying to sleep. On lap 90, the car's dome light was on. The dome light, dim, yellow, the kind of light that comes on automatically when a door is open and stays on for 30 seconds and then fades. As the Camry passed, Eric saw the woman's face in the dome light's yellow wash. She was sitting up in the back seat. The floor mat was around her shoulders. Her face was turned toward the road. She was looking at him. Not waving, not banging, not writing, looking. Her eyes tracked the Camry's headlights as they approached and held them as the car passed and continued to hold them. He could see this in the rearview mirror as the car pulled away. She watched him leave. The dome light faded. The car went dark. The mirror showed nothing. On lap 91, the woman was not visible through any window. The car sat on the shoulder in the last dark before dawn, like a thing abandoned. Eric Pardee drove. He drove because stopping was a category error, a failure of structural integrity. The woman was a manufactured signal designed to trigger a neurochemical cascade that would compromise what he'd built. To stop would be to admit it could be penetrated, and it could not. His pulse was 80, 12 above resting. It had not been below 72 since the woman first appeared. He attributed this to the cortisol trough, to dehydration, to the cumulative toll of 30 hours without sleep. He drank from the warm bottle. He did not think about the dome light. The dome light came on when a door was opened. The door might have been open because the actress was adjusting her position, or because the organizers had signaled her to change her staging. It made sense within the model. But the dome light had gone off because the door had been closed. The door had been closed because the person who opened it had finished what they opened it to do. He did not think about this. He drove. Dawn came on lap 92 and the car changed, not the car itself. The car sat on the shoulder in the same position, the same angle, the same dark paint. But the light changed it. The headlight corridor had shown him a prop in 3-second flashes, isolated from context, framed by darkness. Daylight showed him the car's full geography, its relationship to the Salt Cedar Bend, to the ranch gate 200 yards south, to the flat coastal prairie extending behind it to the horizon. It showed him the grass trampled around its tires. It showed him the trunk, still open, its interior visible now. A spare tire well with no spare, a bare carpet, a bungee cord. And it showed him, with the matter-of-fact clarity of a Texas morning, that the car was empty. The woman was not in the front seat. She was not in the back seat. She was not behind the car, or beside it, or in the grass. The floor mats were gone. Both of them, the passengers and the drivers, the ones she had wrapped around her feet and pulled over her body. The word on the passenger window, please in the beginning of a second word, was visible in the morning light as a faint smear. The saliva dried to a residue that caught the sun at certain angles and disappeared at others. Eric passed the car at 55 and felt nothing that required processing. The bit had ended. The organizers had pulled the actress, retrieved the floor mats, closed it down. The car remained as a prop, a residual set piece that would sit on the shoulder for the remaining 24 hours, inert, a landmark. By the third daylit pass, lap 94, Eric had noticed two details he had not been able to see during the night. The first was a shoe, a woman's shoe. Flat-soled, canvas, cheap, lying on its side in the grass, 6 inches from the rear tire. It was small enough to fit in his hand, and it was the wrong size for a foot that had been wrapped in a floor mat. And this thought arrived and departed before he could assign it a category. The second detail was the tire tracks. In daylight, the tracks were clearly visible in the grass beside the car, running south toward the ranch gate. He had noted them on his first nighttime pass and assigned them to staging logistics, the prop car driven in through the gate. But in the morning light, the tracks appeared fresh. The grass was pressed flat and still green, not yellowed by days of compression. The earth in the ruts was dark, still holding moisture. These were not tracks from the previous Tuesday when the organizers had surveyed the loop and placed the car. These were recent, hours old, not days. He processed this and set it aside. The organizers might have returned to the car during the night to position the actress. Fresh tracks made sense as a nighttime crew visit. Logistics, not evidence. He drove. His body had entered the plateau. The acute fatigue of the night hours had been replaced by an anesthetic state. Sensation present but distant, like music from another room. The tremor in his right hand had stabilized. His blink rate had slowed. His visual field had narrowed. Not the headlight corridor, but something deeper. A reduction in peripheral processing that made the world feel like a photograph rather than a space. The plateau was dangerous in a different way than the abyss. The abyss wanted him to sleep. The plateau wanted him to forget that sleep existed. On the plateau, the body's distress signals were muffled, and the muffling felt like competence. And the system could not distinguish between competence that came from genuine capacity and competence that came from the nervous system's decision to stop reporting. He knew this. He compensated. He ran diagnostic checks every lap. Wiggle each toe, flex each finger. Name 3 things visible outside the car. Calculate the time remaining. The diagnostics took 40 seconds, and he ran them at the same mile marker every lap. Mile 6, just past the Salt Cedar Bend, and the regularity of the check became part of the rhythm, another seam, another load-bearing element. Mile 6, the Salt Cedar Bend, the stretch of shoulder where the woman's car sat. The car was part of his diagnostic now. It had been there long enough to become a landmark. It had been absorbed. It was furniture. The Gatorade was running low. He had 6 bottles remaining by mid-morning. He rationed 1 every 4 laps instead of every 2. His urine, in the bottles he capped and bagged, had darkened from pale yellow to the amber of apple cider. Dehydration was managed. The body was a tool. The Sunday morning became Sunday afternoon. The sun found the Camry's interior again, and the vinyl seats became adhesive again, and the laptop's fan ran without stopping, and the heat shimmer returned to the blacktop, and in the shimmer his eyes found more faces, more shapes, and he cataloged them and drove. On lap 106, approximately noon, the diagnostics migrated from thought to speech. The transition happened without decision. He heard his own voice in the sealed car before he knew he had spoken, hoarse and flat, belonging to someone he had not heard from in 40 hours. Toes, fingers, cedar, pump jack, car. The inventory was correct. The voice was alien. The car sat on the shoulder in the noon sun, its dark paint absorbing heat that made the air above its roof shimmer. The trunk lid was still raised. The shoe lay in the grass. The driver's door, which had been closed during the night, was now open. Not fully, but cracked 6 inches. The interior unlit. He had first noticed this on the dawn pass, but had not been certain. In the noon light, the gap was unmistakable. He processed the open door. The door might have been left ajar by the actress when she departed, or the wind might have pushed it open, or the organizers had opened it during their nighttime crew visit and not latched it. The dome light was off because the organizers had disabled it to prevent the battery from draining. A prop car needed to remain on the shoulder for the duration. and a dead battery would complicate a mot. It held together. He drove. The afternoon hours, laps 106 through 120, were a compression that Eric experienced as a single event with no interior features. The sun crossed its arc and the shadows rotated and the cotton gin's tin roof threw its light at different angles, and the vultures returned and the pump jacks rose and fell. The gravel pullout appeared every 22 minutes and the odometer clicked, and the car on the shoulder sat in the heat, and the shoe lay in the grass, and the door was open, and the trunk was open, and the word on the window had faded to nothing, scoured clean by 12 hours of Texas sun. His pulse, when he checked it on lap 112, was 74. It had not returned to 68 since lap 76. 36 laps, 13 hours. His heart had been beating faster than baseline for 13 hours, and the elevation had persisted through the plateau's anesthetic reduction. Through the night, and through the dawn, and through the morning, and into the afternoon, and the persistence had no category he could assign it to. He logged it without one. He drank from the bottle in the cup holder. He drove. 4 bottles remaining. 7 hours remaining. The architecture held. The sun began its descent. The cotton gin's shadows lengthened and crossed the road again. The pump jack's counterweights caught the low light and threw it sideways. The car on the shoulder sat in the golden hour light, and in that light, the tire tracks in the grass were illuminated from the side, and the track's depth and darkness were visible in a way they had not been at noon, and the tracks ran south to the ranch gate, and the ranch gate's padlock caught the last sun and flashed once and went dark. The sun set on lap 125. The darkness returned, the headlights returned, the corridor returned. The groove, which had carried him through 2 days and 1 night and was now entering its second night, reasserted itself. 6 laps remaining. 2 hours and 12 minutes. The car on the shoulder disappeared into the dark, visible now only as a shape in the headlight's sweep. There for 3 seconds, gone for 22 minutes. There for 3 seconds, gone. Eric Pardee drove. Lap 131, the last lap. Eric Pardee registered the gravel pullout and the odometer's click and the fact that when the next click came, at the end of this lap's 20 miles, the 48 hours would be complete. He would pull into the pullout and stop the car, and the challenge would be over. The $11,000 would transfer. The feed would end. The bettors would close their browsers. He had done it. The salt cedars came pale green in the headlights. The bend came. The stretch of shoulder came, and the car was there. The woman's car, the prop car, the dark sedan with its trunk open and its door cracked, visible in the headlight sweep, and then gone, and the road ahead was empty, and the potholes came in their familiar order, and the pump jack's aviation lights blinked red against the sky, and the cotton gin's ruin was a geometry of shadow, and the yield post stood. The gravel pullout appeared ahead. Eric Pardee eased the Camry off the blacktop and onto the gravel and brought the car to a stop for the first time in 48 hours. The engine idled. The tires were still. The laptop's fan cycled on and then off and then on. He sat in the driver's seat for 90 seconds without moving. His hands remained on the wheel. His feet remained on the pedals. The circuit that had carried him for 131 laps had not yet received the instruction to disconnect, and the disconnection, when it came, would be physical. A sensation in his joints and his spine that would feel like waking up inside a body that had been rented out to someone else for 2 days. He opened the door. The hinges protested. He put his left foot on the gravel and felt the stones through the sole of his shoe, and the sensation was so granular, so different from the smooth resistance of the accelerator pedal that his eyes watered. He stood. His knees did not hold. He caught himself on the door frame and stood again, and this time the knees engaged, and he was upright, outside in the air, in the dark, in the wind that smelled like salt marsh and crude oil, and the green straw scent of coastal prairie in March. And the smell was enormous, and his lungs filled with it, and the filling felt like drinking after not drinking. He stretched. He placed his hands on the Camry's roof and leaned his weight forward and felt his spine decompress with a series of small reports that climbed from his sacrum to his cervical vertebrae, and each report was a relief so acute it bordered on pain. The ThinkPad was still uploading. The camera was still recording. On the screen, in the private URL's chat window, messages were arriving. Congratulations. Payout calculations. Sign-off remarks from bettors who had been watching the final hours. He did not read them. He leaned against the car and breathed and let the wind move over him and felt the dark on his face and the gravel under his feet and the isolate pleasure of having survived a thing that was designed to make him fail. The car on the shoulder was not visible from the pullout. 3/4 of a mile south, past the Salt Cedar Bend, in the dark. His headlights were off. There was nothing to see. He turned to the ThinkPad. He planned to close the laptop, unplug the cellular modem, pack the equipment, and drive to the motel in Port Lavaca. This was the protocol. Close the operation. Secure the equipment. Collect payment. But the chat window was scrolling, and the screen's glow was the only light in the pullout, and his eyes, his fatigued, plateau-damaged, 48-hour eyes, snagged on something as he reached for the lid. The active chat was current. The final hour bettors posting their congratulations. But below the active messages, the scroll bar indicated thousands of earlier posts. The chat had been running for 48 hours. Eric had never read any of it. The entire conversation. The audience's real-time reaction to his face, his endurance, the obstacles, was archived in the window, scrollable, time-stamped. He scrolled. He did not intend to scroll far. He intended to glance at the betting volume, a professional curiosity, nothing more, and close the laptop. But the scroll carried him past the current hour's messages, past the afternoon's sparse commentary, past the morning's traffic, and into the timestamps from the early hours of Sunday morning. At 5:38, a user had posted that there was movement at the prop car. Eric stopped scrolling. The messages at 5:38 were from the pre-dawn viewers, the ones in distant time zones who had been watching while Eric passed the car on his 90th and 91st laps, the last laps before dawn. At 5:39, another user confirmed someone was there. At 5:40, a third described a man approaching from the treeside walking. At 5:41, the man was at the passenger door. At 5:42, someone noted the woman was barely visible in the back seat. At 5:43, the man was reaching inside. At 5:44, the high-volume better. The username that had been posting since Friday night, the one that had bet most consistently against Eric's endurance and lost every time, had typed a line that Eric read twice and then a third time. Production values on this one are chef's kiss. At 5:45, a user reported that the man had the woman and she was not fighting. At 5:46, a burst of messages arrived simultaneously. The phrases clean pull and game over appeared in 3 of them. One user posted a wager tally. The high-volume bettor posted a performance review of the woman's acting. 4 out of 5. Points deducted for going quiet in the third act. And appended. Absolute unit. 48 clean. Somebody pay that man. At 5:47, the chat shifted to Eric's Sunday morning laps. His face in the dawn light, the end of the woman's segment. The audience discussed odds. The conversation moved on. It moved on for 15 hours. The woman's segment became a footnote in the chat's record. A topic discussed at dawn, debated briefly, folded into the larger narrative of Eric's endurance, and then buried under a Sunday's worth of commentary about his face, his blink rate, his fluid intake, the heat shimmer. But at 5:48, 1 minute after the celebration, a user Eric had not seen before had posted a message. No betting history. No earlier posts. The message read, "Hey, did they actually hire someone for this segment?" Nothing in the prospectus about a third-party actor. No one had answered. 2 minutes later, the same user posted again. Serious question. I ran the last 3 events. We don't hire people. We use props. The car was supposed to be empty. This message had 2 replies. The first was from a regular bettor. Okay, buddy. The second was a laughing face emoji. The new user had posted once more at 5:53, 15 hours before Eric read it. I'm telling you, the car was placed empty on Tuesday. We don't hire. Check the setup manifest. No one had replied. The chat had moved on to the sunrise. Eric Party stood at the Camry's open door with the ThinkPad balanced on the passenger seat, and the chat window casting its pale light on his hands and the dark pressing in from every direction. The messages were clear enough to read, but he read them again. A man had come from the tree line on the far side of the prop car. He had walked to the passenger door. He had reached into the back seat. He had removed the woman. He had done this at 5:43 while Eric was completing his 90th lap, while the pump jacks rose and the cotton gin stood and the yield post waited. And someone who claimed to be an organizer was saying the car was placed empty. They don't hire people. They use props. The car was supposed to be empty. The bettors had watched this happen. They had watched it on the same feed that showed Eric's face. The webcam's wide-angle lens, mounted on the sun visor, captured not only the driver's face, but a compressed slice of the rear window behind him. The bettors had been watching that slice for 48 hours. They had seen the woman through it, seen her bang on the glass, seen her crouch, seen her wrap her feet. And at 5:43, they had seen a man come from the trees and take her. And they had categorized it as production. The same way Eric had categorized it. The same system, the same resolution, the same filing. A thing that looks like content is content. A thing that occurs inside a manufactured frame is manufactured. A woman who appears inside a prop car is a prop. Eric looked into the dark where the car was. 3/4 of a mile south, past the bend, invisible. The tire tracks. He had read them on lap 76 and assigned them to staging logistics, the prop car driven in through the ranch gate. But the organizer's post said the car was placed on Tuesday. The tracks he had seen in the Sunday morning light were hours old, not days. Fresh tracks in fresh grass. A vehicle had come through the ranch gate during the night. Through the padlocked gate, on the road that led to the property behind it, the property that appeared unoccupied, the property that the organizers had selected the loop for because nothing lived on these roads that could interfere with the product. Nothing lived here. That was why the organizers had chosen it. And that was why someone else had chosen it too. His hands went rigid at his sides, the same grip, the same pressure, as though the wheel were still under them. His breathing changed, not faster but shallower, the kind of breathing the body produces when it registers damage it cannot locate. And the damage was not fatigue, and the damage was not fear, and the damage was the annihilating weight of a pattern recognized too late. The floor mat around her feet, the detail too small for the camera, the crouching, the hiding. A performer does not make themselves smaller. The dome light that came on when the door opened. A door opened not by the woman, but by something the woman had been hiding from. Something that had found the car. Something that had opened the door and switched off the dome light and taken what it had come to take. the bare feet. Not a costume choice. Not a detail designed for authenticity. She had been running when she found the car. She had been running from the property behind the ranch gate, across 200 yards of saltgrass, in pajama bottoms and a t-shirt. And she had lost her shoes in the dark, and she had found a car on the shoulder of a road where a car should not have been, and she had gotten inside it, because it was the only shelter on a road with no shelter, and she had waited for the only person who came. The only car on the only road in the only hours that mattered. And she had banged on the glass and waved her arms and written "Please" on the window with her own saliva and wrapped her feet in a floor mat because the floor mat was all she had and the car was all she had and the driver who passed every 22 minutes was all she had. And Eric Pardee had driven past her, again and again and again. For 5 hours, from 1 in the morning until dawn, he had driven past her at 55 miles per hour with his window closed and his pulse managed and his grip at 6, and every 22 minutes she had heard his engine and seen his headlights and believed one more time that this was the lap he would stop. He had not stopped. He had solved the game instead. The architecture did not crack or crumble or collapse in a way he could name. It inverted. The structure that had kept the world out was now the structure that kept him in, a sealed room built from the materials of his own competence. And inside the room, every lap was still running, and the woman was at every mile marker, and his hands were on the wheel, and the wheel did not turn. He looked at the ThinkPad. The screen still showed his face in the webcam's feed. The green-lit face the bettors had watched for 48 hours, eyes forward, expression flat. Below the feed, the chat's final messages scrolled. A user had posted a still frame. Eric's face in the instrument glow, with a caption the audience found admiring, and Eric read as an epitaph, "Stone cold." Another user had posted a second frame from the feed's wide-angle background, the compressed slice of rear window behind Eric's head. The image was dark, pixelated. But visible in the margin was the shape of the prop car's passenger door, and standing beside it, partially occluded by the door, was a figure. A man, his arm extended into the car's interior. The figure's posture and stillness were not the posture or stillness of a production assistant clearing a set piece. Under the image, the user had typed, "Wait, is that actually the crew?" And this message was 15 hours old. No one had answered. The chat had moved on. Eric Pardee stood in the gravel pullout with the dark on his face and the wind on his back, and the smell of salt and crude in his lungs. The ThinkPad's glow made a small blue-white rectangle on the gravel at his feet. The car on the shoulder was invisible. 3/4 of a mile south in the dark, beyond the reach of any light he had. The shoe was invisible. The tire tracks were invisible. The door was open or closed. He could not know, standing here, whether anything remained or whether the dark had taken everything. His legs had carried him 131 laps. They had no laps left. But the loop was still running. He could feel it in his hands, which still held the shape of the wheel they were no longer gripping. In his feet, which pressed the gravel with the pressure calibrated for the accelerator. In his eyes, which strained south toward the bend and the mile marker, and the shoulder and the dark where the car was, and then pulled back to the pullout, and then strained south again. The same sweep, the same 3-second exposure, the same resolution. And he understood that this was the lap that would not end, that this sweep of the eyes from the pullout to the dark and back was 20 miles, compressed to the length of a gaze, and he would drive it for the rest of his life, and it would hold, because that is what the thing he built does. It holds, and it holds, and it holds, long after the building should have been condemned. The feed was still running. The camera was still recording. On the screen, his face, green-lit, flat, composed, looked back at him from the reflection in the windshield. And beyond the reflection, through the glass, the road ran south into the dark where the car was, and the woman had been, and the shoe still lay in the grass. And beyond the sweep of his high beams, the marsh was flat and lightless and silent, and the ThinkPad's glow pulsed once, and the cellular modem dropped its signal, and the feed died, and the screen went black, and the pullout went dark, and the road went dark, and the only light on FM 616 was the pump jack's aviation beacons blinking red against the sky, patient and mechanical, marking nothing anyone had asked them to mark. And the wind moved across the gravel and the salt marsh and the coastal prairie and the shoulder where the car sat, and it carried what wind always carries, which is everything it touches and nothing it can save. The camper van smelled like mildew and stale tobacco. The foam mattress in back compressed into a permanent valley. But the worst part was the headphones. Warren Purnell's mouth formed words half a second before his ears received them. The monitoring setup fed his own voice back with a delay that made speaking feel like walking on ice. 20 years of recording had trained him to ignore the cognitive stutter, to let the dissonance between speech and perception collapse into background static alongside the engine rattle and the hiss of the microphone preamp. The manuscript sat clipped to the dashboard mount, pages turning themselves in the wind from the cracked window. Chapter 4. He'd been reading for 3 hours straight, voice smooth and practiced, the narration requiring no thought. Muscle memory. His hand steered the camper van down I-80 while his mouth inhabited someone else's sentences, his mind floating in the space between the two acts, tethered to neither. The cornfields scrolled past in identical rows. Nebraska had been corn for 6 hours. Before that, Iowa had been corn. The green stretched unbroken to the horizon, interrupted only by the occasional farmhouse or grain elevator, structures that appeared and disappeared so gradually, Warren couldn't pinpoint the moment they came into view or vanished behind him. The landscape felt less like scenery than a conveyor belt. The van stationary while the world cycled past, the same mile repeating. The manuscript detailed a home invasion in Council Bluffs in 1997. The text had a strange flatness to it, almost clinical. Distances measured in feet, times noted to the minute, the layout of the house described with architectural exactness. The author, someone named T. Croswell, had self-published through a print-on-demand service Warren had never heard of. The audio rights contract had arrived by email 2 weeks ago. $500, half up front, no royalties. Warren had taken it without reading the fine print. He needed the money. The recording studio work had dried up after the incident, and audiobook narration was all that remained. Bottom-tier true crime, self-help guides, amateur novels. This manuscript fell somewhere in the bottom tier's basement. But the money was money, and the drive from Brooklyn to Portland had needed a purpose beyond flight. The camper van had cost $800, purchased from a Craigslist seller in Hoboken who'd seemed eager to be rid of it. It ran. That was enough. He finished the Council Bluffs chapter and advanced to Chapter 5. The text shifted to a farmhouse outside Hastings. The description began with the approach. Gravel driveway, no streetlights, the house set back from the county road behind a windbreak of cottonwoods. Warren read the words while his hands executed a lane change, passing a semi hauling livestock. The exit for Hastings appeared 2 miles later. He didn't think about it. The The manuscript was describing crimes from 30 years ago. Hastings was a common Nebraska town name. There were probably 6 of them. The coincidence of the route alignment meant nothing. He kept reading. The farmhouse in the manuscript had a tin roof and a propane tank on the north side. The driveway curved left past a collapsing machine shed. Warren read these details aloud, his voice steady and professional, while his peripheral vision registered a tin roof glinting in the late afternoon sun. A white propane tank, a curve in a gravel road. He stopped recording. His thumb found the pause button without conscious instruction. Muscle memory again, the motion automatic. The van rolled forward. The manuscript remained clipped to the dashboard, pages fluttering. Warren looked at the text, then out the windshield, then back at the text. The house described in Chapter 5 stood 300 yards ahead, exact in every detail the manuscript had cataloged. His first thought was that he'd misread the text. His second thought was that farmhouses looked alike out here. Tin roofs and propane tanks were standard. His third thought arrived slower, assembling itself from fragments. The Council Bluffs exit he'd passed 2 hours ago, the grain elevator near the Iowa border that matched a detail from Chapter 3, the rest stop outside Lincoln that the manuscript had mentioned in passing. The rational explanation assembled itself neatly. But his hands shook when he reached for the ignition. He pulled the van onto the shoulder. Gravel crunched under the tires. He killed the engine. The silence felt wrong after 6 hours of road noise and his own voice. He could hear his breathing through the headphones, still wrapped around his ears, the foam pads warm and damp against his skin. He removed the headphones. The world became flatter without them, sounds arriving without the intimate pressure of enclosed speakers. Wind moved through the corn. A crow called from somewhere invisible. Warren looked at the manuscript. T. Croswell had included photographs, black and white, grainy, tucked between chapters. Warren flipped to the photo section, following Chapter 5. The first image showed the Hastings farmhouse from the road, shot in winter, the cottonwoods bare. The angle matched his current vantage point almost exactly. The second photograph showed the interior, a kitchen with yellow linoleum, a table set for 3, the chairs empty. The composition had the staged quality of a crime scene photo, though the manuscript never explicitly identified it as such. The details that followed were specific. The type of casserole in the dish, the brand of paper napkins, the clock on the wall frozen at 7:43. Warren returned to the beginning of the manuscript. The title page identified T. Croswell as a researcher and survivor. No other biographical information. No author photo. The copyright page listed no publisher, no ISBN, just a print date from 3 months ago and a P.O. box in Grand Island, Nebraska. Grand Island was 60 miles west. Warren would pass it in another hour if he kept driving. He sat in the van with the engine off and the manuscript in his hands, his eyes moving between the text and the farmhouse. The house looked abandoned. No vehicles, no lights, the front porch sagging. The cornfields had grown up close to the foundation, erasing what might have once been a yard. Warren wondered if the family still lived there, if anyone did, if the house had stood empty since 1997, waiting. The thought felt intrusive, irrational. Houses didn't wait. The coincidence of the route was just that. Coincidence. Or perhaps T. Croswell had chosen the book's geographical sequence to match I-80 because that's how the crimes had occurred. Serial predators followed highways. Warren knew that from other manuscripts, other true crime narratives he'd voiced over the years. He looked at the farmhouse one more time before starting the engine. The windows were dark, the curtains drawn or missing entirely. The machine shed listed to one side, its corrugated metal roof partially collapsed. In the driveway, tire tracks were visible in the gravel, recent within the last few days. Someone had been here, or someone was still here. Warren opened his phone and zoomed in on the photograph from the manuscript. The winter shot of the farmhouse included a detail he'd missed before. A truck parked beside the machine shed, an old Ford with rust eating through the wheel wells. He looked at the actual farmhouse through the windshield. No truck. The driveway was empty except for the fresh tire tracks. He scrolled to the crime scene photo of the kitchen, the yellow linoleum, the table set for 3, the clock at 7:43. Something about the image bothered him, but he couldn't identify what. He zoomed in on the clock, then on the table. The casserole dish was green ceramic. The napkins were folded beside each plate. One of the chairs was pulled slightly away from the table, as if someone had just stood up. Warren looked back at the house. The front door was closed. The windows were dark. But one of the upstairs windows, and the second from the left, had a curtain that moved slightly, as if displaced by air movement from inside. He started the engine. The van pulled back onto the highway, leaving the farmhouse behind. Warren didn't resume recording. He drove in silence, the manuscript still clipped to the dashboard, the pages turning in the wind, Chapter 6 waiting. The exit for Lexington appeared just before sunset, the light going golden and horizontal across the plains. Warren hadn't intended to stop. Portland was still 2 days distant, and the schedule he'd constructed in his head required pushing through to North Platte before finding a truck stop for the night. But the van had other intentions. The engine temperature gauge had been climbing for the last hour, the needle edging past the safe zone into the red. Warren took the exit. The off-ramp curved past a grain elevator and a closed feed store, depositing him onto a frontage road that paralleled the interstate. A truck stop sat a quarter-mile south, its sign advertising diesel and showers. Warren pulled into the lot and killed the engine. Steam rose from beneath the hood in thin white wisps. He sat in the driver's seat with the windows down, letting the heat dissipate. The truck stop parking lot held a dozen semis and a few passenger vehicles, travelers who'd pulled off for diesel, drive-through breakfast, or a few hours of sleep in the cab. The building itself glowed with fluorescent light, the kind of institutional brightness that erased shadows and made everything look flattened and false. Warren had no desire to go inside. The thought of talking to anyone, even for a transaction, felt exhausting. He waited until the steam stopped, then popped the hood. The radiator had sprung a leak. Nothing catastrophic, but enough to require coolant and time. He checked his phone. No signal. The map app showed Lexington as a cluster of streets 2 miles north, but the van wouldn't make it that far without overheating again. The truck stop would have to suffice. Warren bought a gallon of coolant from the attached convenience store, avoiding eye contact with the clerk, and returned to the van. He refilled the radiator, let the engine idle while the gauge settled, then drove slowly out of the truck stop lot. The frontage road continued north, paralleling I-80, the pavement cracked and weedy. The sun had dropped below the horizon, the sky going purple. Warren passed a shuttered restaurant and a billboard advertising a motel. Vacancy, weekly rates, HBO. The manuscript sat on the passenger seat. He'd been trying not to look at it since leaving the Hastings farmhouse behind, trying to treat it as just another job, just words to be read aloud and forgotten. But the weight of it had followed him across 70 miles of corn and scrub grass, a presence he couldn't ignore. He stopped the van and picked up the manuscript. Chapter 7. The text began with a description of a motel outside Lexington. A single-story, L-shaped building with 12 rooms, the kind of place built in the 1960s and left to decay. The manuscript noted specific details. the neon sign with 3 dead letters, the gravel parking lot, the cottonwood tree leaning over the east wing, the office with a window-mounted air conditioner that dripped rust onto the concrete step. Warren read the passage twice. Then he looked out the windshield. The billboard he'd just passed advertised the motel from Chapter 7. The description matched 3 dead letters in Lexington Motor Court. The L-shaped layout visible in the small photograph on the sign. The text placed the motel half a mile north on the frontage road. Warren drove forward. His hands moved through the motions of steering and shifting while his mind cataloged the impossibility assembling around him. The Council Bluffs house, the Hastings farmhouse, now the Lexington motel. 3 for 3. The route was no longer a coincidence. The motel appeared on the left side of the road, exactly where the manuscript said it would be. Warren pulled into the gravel lot and stopped. The building looked worse than the manuscript's description. Paint peeling in long strips, the windows dark, the cottonwood tree not leaning but half fallen, its trunk propped against the eastern wing's roof. The neon sign buzzed and flickered. Lexington Motor Court, but 3 of the tubes had died. Only fragments remained lit. The office sat at the corner of the L. The air conditioner still mounted in the window, rust streaking the concrete step below. No other vehicles occupied the lot. The office light was on, a yellow glow behind dusty glass. But Warren couldn't see anyone inside. He sat in the van with the engine running, the manuscript open on his lap. Chapter 7 detailed a crime that occurred here in August 1998. A family of 4 passing through on their way to Colorado. The text described their arrival at sunset. The father checking in while the mother and children waited in the car. Room 7. The manuscript included the room's layout, the position of the beds, the window that faced the parking lot, the door that opened onto the interior courtyard. The description was forensic, each detail cataloged as if the author had stood in the room and measured it. The text then described what happened after midnight. The intruder entering through the courtyard side door, the family waking. The sequence of events that followed was rendered with the same clinical flatness, no editorializing, just facts presented in chronological order. Warren's stomach tightened. He recognized the style now, the flat affect, the refusal to interpret or explain. This wasn't a true crime book. It was something else, a document, a record. He looked at the office. The light was still on. Someone had to be inside, even if he couldn't see them. Warren shut off the van and stepped out into the gravel lot. The air smelled like dust and old asphalt, the heat of the day still radiating from the ground. He walked to the office door and pushed it open. A bell chimed above the door frame, the sound thin and bright in the small space. The office was empty. A desk sat behind a plexiglass partition, a ledger open on its surface, a cup of coffee steaming beside a calculator. The air conditioner rattled and dripped. A television in the corner played a local news broadcast with the sound off. Warren waited. No one appeared. He looked at the ledger. The page showed today's date. 3 check-ins, listed in handwriting, so uniform it looked printed. The most recent entry was time-stamped 20 minutes ago. Room 11. He turned back to the parking lot, still empty except for his van. The building's windows remained dark, no light or movement visible in any of the rooms. The ledger had listed 3 occupied rooms, but Warren saw no evidence of guests. A door behind the desk stood ajar, leading to a back room. Warren leaned toward the partition and called out. His voice sounded wrong in the confined space, too loud and too small simultaneously. No response. He waited another 30 seconds, then left. The bell chimed again as the door swung shut. Outside, the sky had darkened to deep blue, stars beginning to appear. The motel's sign buzzed louder in the quiet, the neon tubes flickering erratically. Warren returned to the van and sat in the driver's seat. The manuscript remained open to Chapter 7. He read the next paragraph. The text described the motel's office as empty when the family arrived. The father had waited 5 minutes before a clerk appeared from the back room, a woman in her 60s with a name tag that read, Louise. The father had requested a non-smoking room with 2 beds. Louise had given him room 7 and asked for payment in cash. The father had paid. Louise had handed him a key attached to a plastic diamond-shaped tag. Warren looked at the office. The light was still on, the television still flickered. He could see the coffee cup on the desk, steam rising. He picked up the manuscript and turned to the photo section for Chapter 7. The first image showed the motel from the road, identical to his current view. The second image showed the interior of room 7. 2 beds with orange bedspreads, a painting of a mountain screwed to the wall, a television on a particle board stand. The photo had been taken from the doorway, the angle suggesting the photographer had stood in the threshold and aimed the camera inward. The third photograph showed the same room from a different angle. The beds were disturbed, sheets pulled back, one of the pillows on the floor. The orange bedspread had a dark stain spreading from the center. The photograph was captioned with a date, August 17th, 1998. The fourth photograph showed the parking lot at night, a single vehicle. A station wagon with wood paneling sat in front of room 7. The photo had been taken from across the lot, possibly from the position where Warren's van now idled. He looked out the windshield at the building. Room 7 sat in the center of the long wing, its door facing the parking lot, the window dark. The courtyard side entrance was invisible from where he sat, but the manuscripts had described it in detail, a second door behind the building, accessible through a narrow alley between the rooms and the cottonwood tree. Warren shut off the engine. The silence was immediate and total. No traffic noise from the interstate, no wind, no insects. The motel seemed to absorb sound. The air around it thickened into something that resisted vibration. He sat in the van with his hands on the steering wheel, trying to construct a rational framework. T. Croswell had written a manuscript about crimes that occurred along I-80 in the late 1990s. Warren had been hired to narrate this manuscript while driving the same route. The manuscript's geographical precision meant Croswell had researched the locations extensively, possibly visited them, possibly photographed them. The alignment of Warren's drive with the text descriptions was intentional. Croswell had anticipated that the narrator might take this route, might pass these places. The question had no answer that made sense. Warren opened the van's back door and retrieved his laptop from the storage bin. He powered it on and checked for Wi-Fi. The motel's network appeared in the list, unsecured and signal weak. He connected and opened his email. The original contract from T. Croswell sat in his inbox sent 3 weeks ago. Warren reread it. The terms were standard. Delivery of completed audiobook within 30 days, payment on completion, all rights transferred to the author. The sender's email address was a generic Gmail account. Warren clicked reply and typed a message. I need to speak with you about the manuscript. Please call me at this number. He included his cell phone number and hit send. The email bounced back immediately. Delivery status notification, failure. Warren tried again, same result. He checked the original email's headers. The message had been sent from an IP address in Grand Island, Nebraska 3 months ago. The account had been deleted or deactivated since then. He closed the laptop and sat in the back of the van, staring at the motel through the windshield. The office light flickered and went dark. The television's glow vanished. Warren watched the building become a silhouette against the purple sky. The broken neon sign still buzzing and clicking, fragments of Lexington pulsing irregularly. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and looked at the screen. A text message from an unknown number. Room 7. Key under mat. Warren stared at the message. No name, no context. He checked the number. It wasn't saved in his contacts, and the area code meant nothing to him. He typed a reply. Who is this? The message failed to send. No signal. Warren looked at the phone's status bar. 0 bars, no service. But the text had arrived. He refreshed the screen. Still no signal. The message hadn't come through the cellular network. It had come through the motel's Wi-Fi, routed to appear as a text. He got out of the van and walked toward room 7. The gravel crunched under his shoes, the sound amplified in the unnatural quiet. The room's door was painted turquoise, the paint chipped and faded. A plastic window box hung beneath the window, empty except for dead stems and dry soil. Warren crouched and lifted the corner of the mat. A key sat underneath, attached to a diamond-shaped plastic tag. The number 7 was embossed on the tag in gold. He picked up the key and stood. The door was unlocked. The knob turned before he inserted the key. The door swung inward on hinges that made no sound. The room looked exactly like the photograph in the manuscript. 2 beds with orange bedspreads, a painting of a mountain, a television on a particle board stand. The air smelled like dust and something astringent, possibly bleach. The overhead light was off, but enough ambient light from the parking lot seeped through the window to render the space visible. Warren stepped inside. The door closed behind him, not slammed, but drawn shut by some differential in air pressure. The room became darker. He found the light switch and flipped it. Nothing happened. He tried again. The switch clicked uselessly, the bulb dead, or the power off. He pulled out his phone and activated the flashlight. The beam illuminated the room in harsh white light, shadows leaping and contracting as he moved. The beds were made, the bedspread smooth, no stain visible. Warren approached the center bed and pulled back the cover. The sheet beneath was clean, institutional white, tucked hospital corner tight. He checked the bathroom. Sink, toilet, shower with a mildewed curtain. The mirror reflected his face in the phone's light. Eyes shadowed, skin pale, a stranger he barely recognized. Warren returned to the main room and sat on the edge of the bed. The manuscript sat in the van, but he didn't need to retrieve it. He remembered the text of Chapter 7. The family had arrived at sunset. The father had checked in, received the key, carried the luggage to room 7. The mother had unpacked while the children watched television. They had eaten dinner from a cooler in the car, sandwiches, chips, soda. At 10 o'clock, the parents had put the children to bed. At midnight, the intruder had entered through the courtyard side door. Warren stood and walked to the rear of the room. A second door set in the back wall, painted the same turquoise as the front entrance. He tried the knob. Locked. He looked for a deadbolt or chain. Nothing. The lock was interior only, a twist button in the knob's center. He unlocked it and opened the door. The courtyard lay beyond, a small concrete slab surrounded by the L-shaped building, the cottonwood tree looming over the space, its branches skeletal against the darkening sky. The courtyard was empty except for a rusted lawn chair and a dead potted plant. Warren stepped outside. The air felt heavier here, and the space enclosed and stagnant. He walked to the center of the courtyard and looked up. The cottonwood's branches formed a canopy that blocked most of the sky, creating a dome of shadows. No stars were visible through the leaves. He heard a sound behind him. A door opening. Warren turned. Room 11's courtyard side entrance stood ajar, light spilling from the interior. He could see movement inside, flickering and indistinct. Warren crossed the courtyard and stopped at the threshold of room 11. The room was identical to room 7. Same beds, same painting, same particle board television stand. But the television was on, not playing static, playing video. He stepped closer. The screen showed security camera footage, black and white, slightly grainy, time-stamped in the corner. The timestamp read today's date, 9:51 p.m., 3 minutes ago. The footage showed the courtyard. Warren could see himself on the screen, standing in the center of the concrete slab, looking up at the cottonwood branches. The camera angle came from somewhere above and behind him, mounted high on the building or in the tree itself. As he watched, his on-screen self turned and walked toward room 11. Warren looked away from the television and scanned the room. Empty. No one stood by the window, no figure in the shadows. Just the television playing its loop. The footage now showing him approaching the door, reaching the threshold, stepping inside. He turned back to the screen. The camera had switched angles. Now it showed the interior of room 11 from a corner-mounted position. He could see himself standing in the doorway, staring at the television. The image updated in real time, a 3-second delay between his movements and their appearance on screen. Warren raised his right hand. On screen, 3 seconds later, his image raised its right hand. He stepped backward, out of the room, then forward again. His on-screen self mimicked the movements after the delay, a ghost following commands it had already received. Warren moved to the left. 3 seconds later, his image moved left. He waved. The image waved back. He walked to the television and examined it. A small camera lens was mounted in the upper right corner of the screen bezel, nearly invisible unless you knew to look for it. The camera was aimed at the room's interior, capturing whoever stood in front of the television. But the feed on the screen wasn't coming from this camera. It was coming from somewhere else, from the courtyard camera, or from another room, or from multiple cameras stitched together. Warren stepped back and watched the screen cycle through angles. Courtyard view, room interior, parking lot, the motel office. Each angle displayed for 15 seconds before switching to the next. The system was automated, programmed to rotate through feeds, but someone had access to the controls. Someone could watch any camera at any time. He looked up at the corner where the interior camera was mounted. A small red LED glowed beside the lens, recording. The camera was recording him right now, watching him discover that he was being watched. Warren turned and walked out of room 11. The television continued its rotation behind him, cycling through views of empty spaces. He crossed the courtyard and stood in the center of the concrete slab, looking up at the cottonwood tree. He couldn't see the camera hidden in the branches, but he knew it was there. He could feel it. He raised both hands above his head and stood still, waiting. 3 seconds later, he imagined his image on the television screen in room 11, raising its hands in the same position, the delayed ghost catching up to the original. Someone was watching this. Someone had been watching since he arrived, possibly since he left Brooklyn. The cameras aren't just at the motel. They could be anywhere along the road. In the truck stop parking lot, at the Hastings farmhouse, at the rest stop outside Lincoln. Every place the manuscript describes could have a camera, could have been prepared, could have been waiting for him to arrive so the footage could be captured and archived. Warren lowered his hands and returned to room 7. He sat on the bed with his phone in his hand. No signal. The screen showed the time, 9:49 p.m. He opened the van's photos and found the image he'd taken of the manuscript's title page 3 days ago before leaving Brooklyn. T. Croswell, researcher and survivor. The P.O. box in Grand Island. Warren zoomed in on the address. Grand Island was 30 miles west. If he left now, he could reach it in half an hour. The van's radiator had cooled. The engine would handle the distance. He could find the post office, wait until morning, demand answers. But the thought of driving the frontage road in the dark, of leaving the motel and entering the empty landscape beyond made his hand shake. The manuscript had described what happened after midnight in room 7, and whoever was watching knew he was here. They'd sent the text message. They'd left the key. They'd shown him the cameras. They wanted him to stay. Warren returned to the van and retrieved the physical manuscript. Back in room 7, he sat on the bed and turned to chapter 7, reading the section he'd been avoiding. The intruder had entered through the courtyard side door at 12:14. The text described the sequence with the same clinical precision. The family waking, the father attempting to negotiate, the mother shielding the children. The outcome was rendered in a single paragraph. No elaboration, just facts. But the final section of chapter 7 was new. Warren hadn't read this far during the drive. The text shifted from past tense to present. The audio engineer sits in room 7, reading this chapter on his phone. He is trying to decide whether to leave. He will not leave. The van's radiator has a slow leak that will worsen if stressed. The next town is 23 miles west. He will not make it. Warren stopped reading. His hands trembled, the manuscript pages shaking. He grabbed his phone and scrolled through his camera roll to the image of chapter 7 from 3 days ago. The photos he'd taken in Brooklyn as backup. The text in the photograph ended at the 1998 crime description. No present tense, no prediction. He looked at the physical manuscript in his hands. Someone had been in the van. Someone had replaced these pages. Someone had been close enough to touch his things while he slept, in truck stop parking lots, while he recorded, while he drove. Warren scrolled down in the physical manuscript. The engineer believes this is a manuscript about crimes from the 1990s. He is beginning to understand that the manuscript is something else. A map. A script. He is following the route because the route was designed for him to follow. Warren dropped the manuscript. It landed on the bedspread, pages splayed. He stood and backed away from the bed, his shoulders hitting the wall. The author is not a researcher. The author is the person who committed these crimes. The manuscript is a confession. But confession is the wrong word. The manuscript is a reenactment. The engineer is reenacting the route without knowing it. He has been cast in a role he doesn't remember auditioning for. Warren grabbed the manuscript and found the final paragraph of chapter 7. Room 7 is empty. The crime described in this chapter occurred on August 17, 1998. Tonight is not August 17, 1998. But the engineer will remain in this room until midnight because the manuscript says he will. And at midnight, he will understand what he is reading. He will understand what he has been reading aloud into the microphone for 3 days. His own confession. His own crimes. The voice in the van was never the narrator. It was always the perpetrator, speaking the words he had forgotten he knew. Warren threw the manuscript across the room. Pages scattered across the floor. He stood against the wall, breathing too fast, his vision narrowing at the edges. The text he'd just read couldn't be real. The manuscript couldn't describe him reading the manuscript. That was impossible. A trick. A psychological manipulation. Someone was watching him. The security camera proved that. Feeding information in real time. Constructing an elaborate hoax for reasons he couldn't begin to parse. But the watching had started before tonight. The manuscript had predicted his route days ago, had described the Hastings farmhouse before he'd reached it, had known he would stop at this specific motel at this specific time. The surveillance was comprehensive. Someone had been in his van, replacing pages, touching his things while he slept. Warren gathered the scattered pages from the floor. He arranged them in order and found chapter 8. The text continued in present tense. The engineer drives west from the motel. The van overheats outside Ogallala. He abandons it on the shoulder and walks to a rest stop. The rest stop is where the next crime occurred. September 1998. He will arrive after dark. He will not know why he chose to walk there instead of calling for help. He will discover why when he reaches the restrooms. Warren stopped reading and opened his contacts. He scrolled to the number for the audiobook platform that had contracted him for the job. The call failed immediately. No signal. He tried texting. The message sat in the queue, unsent. He needed to leave. The van's radiator would hold for 20 miles if he drove slowly, kept the speed down, let the engine cool between stops. North Platte was 40 miles west, a real town with mechanics and hotels and people. He could abandon the manuscript, abandon the job, abandon whatever was happening here, and drive until the signal returned and sanity reasserted itself. Warren unlocked the front door and stepped into the parking lot. The neon sign's buzz filled the air, the only sound in the unnatural quiet. He walked to the van and opened the driver's side door. The recording equipment sat on the passenger seat, microphone, preamp. The cables coiled neatly, everything exactly where he'd left it. Warren looked at the dashboard. Empty. The manuscript clip was gone. He checked the back of the van. The manuscript pages he'd thrown in earlier were gone too. Someone had been here. Someone had taken them while he was in room 7. Warren climbed into the driver's seat. The ignition turned, the engine coughed, sputtered, caught. Warren shifted into reverse and backed out of the parking space. The van lurched and died. Warren tried the ignition again. The engine turned over but wouldn't start. He tried a third time. The battery clicked weakly, the sound of a system draining. Warren got out and opened the hood. Steam rose from the radiator. More than before, the leak worsened from sitting. Coolant pooled beneath the van, a green stain spreading across the gravel. The engine block was too hot to touch, heat radiating in the waves. He closed the hood and leaned against the van, staring at the motel. The office light was still dark. Room 7's window remained black. Room 11's courtyard door stood open, light spilling from the interior, the television still playing its surveillance feed to an empty room. Warren walked back to room 7. The manuscript pages he'd thrown were back on the bed, arranged in order, chapter 8 on top. He sat and stared at them. His phone showed 10:18 p.m. He had an hour and 42 minutes until midnight. The manuscript claimed he would remain here until then. The manuscript had been right about everything else. The route, the motel, the text, describing him reading the text. He opened the photo gallery on his phone and found the images of the manuscript's earlier chapters. Chapter 1 had described a home invasion in Council Bluffs. Warren had driven past Council Bluffs without incident, unaware the manuscript mentioned it. Chapter 2 detailed a crime in Omaha. Warren had skirted Omaha on the interstate, never entering the city. Chapter 3 mentioned a grain elevator near the Iowa border. Warren remembered passing it, remembered thinking it looked like something from an Edward Hopper painting. He'd been following the manuscript's route since leaving New York without realizing it. The text hadn't predicted his path. It had constructed it. Every choice he'd made, the decision to take I-80 instead of I-90, the decision to drive during the day instead of at night, the decision to stop and record in the van instead of renting studio space, had been encoded in the manuscript's logic before he'd made them, or the sender had ensured it. Warren stood and paced the room. The walls felt closer than they had before, the ceiling lower. He tried the light switch again. Still dead. The window offered no view except the empty parking lot and his disabled van. The courtyard door remained locked, but he could hear sounds beyond it now. Footsteps on concrete, the scrape of the rusted lawn chair being moved, a low voice murmuring words he couldn't distinguish. He pressed his ear to the door. The murmuring resolved into a voice. His voice. Someone in the courtyard was speaking in his voice, reading aloud from the manuscript. He stepped back into the room and locked the door. The murmuring stopped. Warren sat on the bed and forced himself to reason through it. Assume the manuscript was accurate. Assume T. Croswell had orchestrated this entire scenario. Why? What did Croswell gain from luring Warren to this motel? From forcing him to read a text that described him reading the text? The answer sat in Chapter 7's final paragraph, the section that claimed the crimes were his own. The manuscript was trying to convince him he was the perpetrator, that he had committed home invasions in the 1990s and forgotten them, that his voice reading the confession was evidence of guilt. But Warren had been in New York in the 1990s, working studio jobs, building a career. He had receipts, tax returns, witnesses. The manuscript's claim was provably false. Someone was trying to frame him. The realization should have brought relief, and instead, it brought a different kind of dread. If Croswell was framing him, then the manuscript's remaining chapters would describe new crimes. Crimes that hadn't happened yet. Crimes Warren would be blamed for. The text had predicted his route perfectly. If it predicted future stops, future locations, future victims, and those predictions came true, the evidence would point to Warren as the only common factor. He grabbed the manuscript pages from the bed and found Chapter 8. The text described the rest stop outside Ogallala. The crime occurred in the men's restroom at 2 a.m. on September 14, 1998. The victim was a truck driver who'd stopped to use the facilities. The manuscript detailed the attack with the same forensic clarity. The sequence of events, the outcome, the evidence left behind. But Chapter 8 didn't end in 1998. The final section shifted to present tense again. The engineer will arrive at the rest stop tonight. He will not intend to go there. The van will overheat, forcing him to abandon it. He will walk west along the frontage road. The rest stop will appear after 2 miles. He will enter because his phone will die and he will need to call for help. The payphone inside the rest stop building will be out of order. He will use the restroom while considering his options, and when he exits the restroom, he will find the victim waiting. Warren stopped reading. His hands had gone numb, the pages almost slipping from his grip. The text was describing a crime that hadn't happened yet. A crime scheduled for tonight. Chapter 8 continued. The victim is not a truck driver. The victim is the engineer. The engineer will realize this when he sees his reflection in the restroom mirror and doesn't recognize his own face. He has been someone else for so long that the face in the mirror will look like a stranger wearing his clothes. And when he realizes this, he will remember. He will remember Council Bluffs. He will remember Hastings. He will remember Lexington. He will remember all of it. Warren threw the pages. They scattered across the bed. He stood and walked to the bathroom, flipping the light switch. Nothing happened. The power was out, or had never been on. He activated the phone's flashlight and aimed it at the mirror. Pushing 50, unshaven, eyes shadowed with exhaustion. Familiar. His own face. No stranger. He returned to the main room and sat on the bed, the phone in his hands. The time showed 10:51 p.m., 69 minutes until midnight. The manuscript claimed he would remain in the room until then. The manuscript also claimed he would remember crimes he'd never committed. Warren opened the photos of the earlier chapters and read them in sequence, starting from Chapter 1. The Council Bluffs home invasion had occurred in March 1997. The description included details about the perpetrator's approach: parking 3 blocks away, walking to the house on foot, entering through a basement window that had been left unlocked. The perpetrator had known the family's schedule, had known the parents worked late on Thursdays, had known the teenage daughter would be home alone. Warren had never been to Council Bluffs before this week. He had no connection to the city, no reason to know anyone there. But as he read the text, fragments of memory surfaced. Not of the crime itself, but of the landscape. The street described in the manuscript felt familiar. The house's layout made sense in a way he couldn't explain. The basement window's position seemed correct, though he had no basis for knowing what correct meant. He scrolled to Chapter 2, The Omaha Crime. The text described a different house, a different family, and the same method. Warren read it and felt the same uncanny recognition. Not memory exactly, but a sense that the details aligned with something buried deep in his mind's architecture. By Chapter 5, The Hastings Farmhouse, the recognition had become stronger. He could visualize the interior of the house without looking at the photographs. He knew the kitchen's yellow linoleum, the table set for 3, the clock frozen at 7:43. The knowledge arrived fully formed, requiring no effort to retrieve. Warren closed the photos and set the phone on the bed. His hands were shaking. The room felt smaller, the air thinner. He tried to stand, but his legs wouldn't support his weight. He sat on the floor instead, his back against the bed, staring at the turquoise door. The manuscript was lying. It had to be lying. The memories surfacing weren't real. They were suggestions implanted by the text's persuasive detail, the brain filling in gaps with false information. He'd read about this phenomenon, false memory syndrome, the malleability of recollection, the way leading questions could create entirely fictional pasts. The manuscript was a leading question in textual form, but the details, the specificity, the way the route aligned perfectly with his drive, the way the text predicted his actions before he performed them, the live security feed in room 11, proving someone had been watching, orchestrating, controlling. Warren picked up the phone and called 911. The call connected immediately. No delay, no ringing. A voice answered on the first ring, professional and distant, asking what his emergency was. Warren tried to explain the motel, the manuscript, someone framing him for crimes from the 1990s. The voice asked questions. He answered. They asked him to read from the manuscript. He refused at first, then complied, gathering the pages and reading from Chapter 8. His voice shaking as he described the rest stop, the crime, the assertion that he would remember. The dispatcher asked him to continue reading. Warren found the relevant page. The text described this call. The text described him reading to the dispatcher. The text explained that the call wasn't going to the police at all, that it had been routed through a cell site simulator in the motel office, that the voice on the other end wasn't a dispatcher, but someone else entirely. Warren stopped reading mid-sentence. The voice on the line remained silent, waiting. He listened to the quality of that silence, the specific texture of it, the ambient sound behind it, not the white noise of a call center. Something closer. Something in the same building. The voice spoke again, and this time, the familiarity resolved. Not a stranger's voice, professionally modulated. His own voice. The same voice he'd been hearing in his headphones. The same voice that had been murmuring in the courtyard. The same voice he'd heard reading the manuscript for 3 days straight across Nebraska's highways. Warren ended the call. The phone's screen showed the time, 77 minutes until midnight. He sat on the floor with his back against the bed, staring at the turquoise door, his mind trying to process what he'd just heard. The voice had been his, not similar, not close, identical. The same inflections, the same breathing pattern, the same microscopic hesitations between words. He'd spent 20 years in recording studios, learning to distinguish between original and copy, between authentic and synthetic. The voice on the 911 call had been neither. It had been him, speaking words he hadn't said, reading from a script he didn't know he was following. Unless he did know, unless he'd recorded those words himself and forgotten, unless the voice was his because he'd made it his weeks or months ago, reading responses to questions he knew he would ask. Warren gathered the manuscript pages and found the final section of Chapter 8. His hands shook so badly he could barely hold the pages. The text appeared in fragments through his trembling. The author is not T. Croswell. T. Croswell is a name constructed from initials. T for Teresa, C for Croswell. Teresa Croswell was the teenage daughter in the Council Bluffs house, March 1997. She survived. She was the only one who survived. The author spent 28 years searching for the perpetrator. The crime stopped after 1998. The investigation went cold. The case files were archived. But Teresa Croswell did not stop. She became a private investigator. She tracked patterns, cross-referenced databases, followed leads that went nowhere, until 6 months ago when she found a car accident report from New Jersey. The accident occurred in January. The driver survived but sustained a traumatic brain injury. The driver's name was Warren Purnell. The hospital records noted retrograde amnesia, complete memory loss extending back to 2010. 10 years gone. The driver remembered nothing before 2010. Teresa Croswell obtained the driver's employment records from before the accident. Warren Purnell had worked as an audio engineer in New York from 2010 to 2020. But before 2010, the records went dark. No tax returns, no addresses, no employer verification. Warren Purnell did not exist before 2010 in any official database. Teresa Croswell ran a facial recognition search using Warren Purnell's driver's license photo. The search returned a match to security footage from a rest stop outside Ogallala, Nebraska, September 1998. The footage showed a man entering the restroom at 1:48 a.m. and exiting at 2:14 a.m. The man in the footage matched Warren Purnell's face at an estimated age of 19. Warren's throat closed. He stopped reading, but his eyes kept moving, scanning ahead, finding the next paragraph. Teresa Croswell hired Warren Purnell to narrate a manuscript. She knew he wouldn't remember the crimes described. She knew he wouldn't remember committing them. She knew the amnesia had erased everything from 2010 backward. She also knew the evidence was already sufficient. Facial recognition, DNA archive from the crime scenes, the employment gap. She could have turned him in immediately. The police would have been enough. But Teresa Croswell didn't want arrest. She wanted recognition. She wanted him to know what he'd done before they took him. The legal system would let him hide behind amnesia, would let him claim he didn't remember, would let him be innocent in his own mind. She wouldn't allow that mercy. The route, the manuscript, the cameras, none of it was for the trial. It was for him. So he would have to live with the knowledge of what he was. So the last thing he felt as a free man would be the weight of his own memory. Warren set the pages down on the bed. They stayed there, illuminated by the phone's light. He sat on the floor and stared at nothing, his mind blank. The weight of the text pressing down on him like water. The police would arrive. They would find him in room 7. They would find the manuscript, the recording equipment, the audio files. Teresa Croswell would testify. The evidence would accumulate. Facial recognition, employment gaps, DNA from the archived crime scenes. The defense would argue amnesia, manipulation, reasonable doubt. The jury would convict. But that assumed the manuscript was telling the truth. That assumed the facial recognition match was real, that the employment gap meant guilt, that the DNA evidence existed. Warren had no way to verify any of it. He had only the text, which could be pure fiction designed to break him, to make him confess to crimes he'd never committed. Except he could verify one thing. The car accident. January 2020. New Jersey. Warren picked up the phone and opened the photo gallery. He scrolled back through years of images. Studio sessions, equipment tests, street photography from Brooklyn. The photos stopped abruptly in February 2020. Before that, nothing. The phone had been purchased in March 2020, according to the device settings. Everything before that date was gone. He tried to remember January, the accident, the hospital, the injury that caused the amnesia. He remembered waking up in a hospital room, a doctor explaining that he'd been in a car crash, retrograde amnesia, memory loss. 10 years gone. Everything before 2010 erased, wiped clean by the trauma. Except the memories before 2010 felt different now. Flatter, less textured. Like stories he'd been told rather than experiences he'd lived. Warren stood and walked to the window. The parking lot was still empty except for his van. The failing neon sign buzzed and flickered against the dark. No headlights approached from the interstate. No movement anywhere. He returned to the phone and scrolled to Chapter 1. The Council Bluffs house. He read the description slowly, paying attention to details he'd glossed over before. The basement window with chipped white paint. The floral antiseptic smell of the interior. The hallway with the family photographs. As he read, something shifted in his mind. Not memory arriving, memory that had always been there, moving from one category to another. From thing I read to thing I know. The basement window. He'd opened it. The chipped paint had flaked off on his fingers. The smell inside the house had been air freshener, the kind that came in aerosol cans, lavender scent mixed with something industrial. He scrolled to Chapter 2, the Omaha house. Same shift, same recognition. The details weren't suggestions. They were facts he'd forgotten and was now remembering. By Chapter 5, the Hastings farmhouse, he didn't need to read the text anymore. He could close his eyes and walk through the rooms, could smell the casserole cooling on the kitchen table, could see the clock frozen at 7:43. Not because the manuscript described it well, but because he had been there. He had seen that clock. He had caused it to stop. He opened his eyes. The motel room surrounded him. Turquoise door, orange bedspreads, mountain painting. Room 7. He knew this room too. Not from tonight. From before. From 28 years ago. The family checking in at sunset. The father carrying luggage. The children watching television while the mother unpacked. The courtyard entrance at 12:14. Warren sat on the bed with his back against the headboard and let the rest of it surface. The memories arrived in order now, chronological, complete. Council Bluffs, Omaha, Lincoln, Hastings, the farmhouse with the yellow linoleum and the clock that stopped at 7:43. Lexington. This motel, this room. He remembered all of it. The phone went dark. Blackness. Just the neon signs buzz outside and his mind inside. Finally, horribly, quiet. He knew what came next. He sat on the bed and checked the time. 11:59 p.m. The silence stretched. 1 minute, then another. Warren didn't move. He sat with his hands in his lap and waited. At 12:14 a.m., headlights appeared on the frontage road. 3 vehicles. They turned into the motel parking lot, gravel crunching under tires, engines idling. The headlights swept across Room 7's window, holding there. Car doors open. Footsteps approached across the lot, slow and deliberate. Warren watched through the window. He could see a woman standing beside an unmarked sedan. Dark hair pulled back, silhouette backlit by headlights. She didn't approach the building. She stood and watched while the others moved forward with flashlights raised. The footsteps reached the door. Warren sat with his hands visible on his lap. The phone beside him dark and silent. He didn't stand. He didn't call out. He sat and waited for what he'd always known was coming. The door to Room 7 opened without knocking. the key turning from the outside, the hinges swinging inward. Adrian stood in his bathroom with the lights off, running his fingertips across his scalp in the darkness. The motion had become liturgical over the past 18 months, a prayer to what had been, an inventory of what remained. Each pass mapped the terrain of his dissolution. The widening crown, the retreating temples, the vulnerable expanse where thick hair had once grown with the indifference of youth. He could navigate the topography blind now, knew exactly where abundance ended and absence began. The blackness was a mercy. In it, he could imagine himself whole. When he finally reached for the light switch, the fluorescent glare arrived like an accusation. The mirror showed him what he already knew but could never accept. A 46-year-old man whose face still held traces of the beauty that had once opened every door, now framed by a hairline that retreated further each month. His jaw remained strong, his eyes still that specific shade of blue that had once made strangers turn their heads. But none of it mattered. The hair, or its absence, consumed everything else in the frame. He pressed his palms flat against the marble counter, leaned close to his reflection, studied the damage with the clinical precision he usually reserved for property surveys. The hair that remained was fine, colorless in certain lights, betraying him with its thinness. He had tried everything. The foam that left his scalp burning and flaking, the pills that killed his sex drive and gave him dreams of impotence, the laser caps that made him look like a science experiment. None of it had worked. The retreat continued, implacable as tide. 3 hours earlier, Audrey had returned his ring. She had done it with such gentleness that the rejection cut deeper than anger would have. They were in his living room, the one that overlooked Biscayne Bay, floor-to-ceiling glass framing the water like a postcard of the life he'd built. And she had simply placed the diamond on the coffee table between them. Her explanation was brief, her eyes dry. She had moved past grief into something like exhaustion. When she looked at him, she saw someone who wouldn't let himself be loved, someone so busy hating his reflection that there was no room for her gaze. She couldn't compete with a mirror. She wouldn't. He had wanted to argue, to promise he would change, but the words died in his throat. Because she was right. When she looked at him, all he could think about was what she must really see. The baldness encroaching, the youth slipping away, the man becoming less with each passing day. Now, alone in the bathroom at 2 a.m, he studied his reflection with fresh hatred. The hair loss had started at 32. Subtle at first, easy to style around. Nothing that couldn't be managed with the right cut and product. But it had accelerated in his 40s, and with it came a panic he couldn't name or control. It wasn't rational, he knew that. His business was thriving, his body was still fit, his face had aged well, but none of that registered when he looked in the mirror. All he saw was the failing, the fading, the biological betrayal that announced to the world, "You are diminishing." He had built his career on appearances. Luxury real estate in Miami demanded a certain presentation. The kind of effortless beauty that made buyers trust you with their 7-figure fantasies. Adrian had traded on his looks for 2 decades, turning the smile that closed deals and the face that made strangers believe into commission checks and client loyalty. But the game was changing. The younger agents at his firm all had thick hair styled in aggressive fades, wore slim suits that made them look like they'd stepped out of magazine spreads. Next to them, Adrian felt like an artifact, something from an earlier era that no longer quite fit. He opened the medicine cabinet, surveyed the arsenal of failure lined up on the glass shelves. Bottles and tubes and capsules, each one a different promise broken. He had spent thousands, tens of thousands, on treatments that do nothing or made things worse. The dermatologist appointments, the trichologist consultations, the specialist who had looked at his scalp with a jeweler's loupe and delivered the verdict in a tone of professional sympathy. Insufficient donor hair, not a good candidate for transplant. That had been 6 months ago, and since then the desperation had metastasized into something darker. He found himself researching options he would have once dismissed as absurd. Hairpieces, wigs, scalp micropigmentation, essentially tattooing dots onto his head to create the illusion of stubble. Each solution felt like surrender, an admission that he was no longer the man he needed to be. Then 2 weeks ago, a client had mentioned the Halcyon Institute. The man had made his fortune in software, was buying a penthouse in Edgewater, and they had been having drinks at a hotel bar when he noticed Adrian's compulsive checking of his reflection in the mirror behind the bottles. He was 63, but looked 45, his silver hair thick and lustrous, swept back from a forehead that showed no recession. He had deflected Adrian's questions at first, made it seem like genetics or good fortune. But after the third drink, he leaned closer and lowered his voice. The place had no website, took no insurance, operated entirely through referral. Acoustic therapy, he called it. Sound-based cellular regeneration. He knew it sounded insane, but he had been bald 5 years ago. Completely bald. And now look at him. One treatment at Halcyon, and 6 weeks later, it started growing back. Real hair, his hair, not a transplant. He had written a phone number on a cocktail napkin, slid it across the bar. $50,000 for the initial treatment, but guaranteed. They were selective about clients, not everyone qualified. Adrian had called the next morning. The woman who answered had asked questions that seemed designed to probe not his medical history, but his psychological state. How long had he been losing his hair? How did it make him feel? What would having his hair back mean to him? Had he considered that the real problem might not be the hair, but his relationship to it? That last question had irritated him. He didn't need therapy, he needed a solution. But the woman had seemed satisfied with his answers, told him they worked best with clients who had a certain intensity of desire, gave him an address and an appointment date. The $50,000 deposit was non-refundable, required 24 hours in advance. Adrian had wired the money that afternoon. Now, standing in his darkened bathroom, he felt the familiar cocktail of hope and self-loathing that had defined the past year. Part of him knew this was madness. $50,000 for acoustic therapy at an unlicensed clinic on a private island. But a larger part didn't care. The part that had looked into Audrey's tired eyes and seen his own failure reflected back. The part that checked his hairline 15 times a day, that angled his head away from overhead lights, that felt his stomach drop every time he saw a photograph of himself from above. He was 46 years old, and he was disappearing. Not dying, but fading, becoming translucent around the edges, less solid in the world. The hair was just the visible marker of a larger dissolution, the physical proof of time's contempt. If the Halcyon Institute could reverse it, if the impossible promise the man had made could somehow be true, then Adrian would do whatever it required. He switched off the bathroom light, returned to darkness, and continued the ritual. Fingertips across scalp, mapping the absence, cataloging the loss. 3 more days. The boat that collected him from Marathon was sleek and white, piloted by a young man who offered no conversation beyond confirming Adrian's identity. The morning was overcast, the water the color of tarnished silver, And as they moved south through the channels between islands, Adrian felt himself entering a geography that existed outside normal coordinates. The Keys had always felt liminal to him. Neither Florida nor the Caribbean, a string of coral fragments where American excess met tropical decay. But this journey pushed further into strangeness. After 40 minutes, they approached an island too small to have a name on any map he'd seen. It rose from the water like a green fist, dense with the vegetation, the shoreline a tangle of mangroves that gave way to white sand. A dock extended from a break in the trees, and beyond it, partially hidden by palms, Adrian glimpsed the Institute, a modernist structure of white concrete and glass, all clean lines and deliberate angles, incongruous against the wild foliage. The pilot secured the boat without a word, gestured toward the dock. Adrian climbed out, his overnight bag heavy in his hand. The air was thick with salt and rot. That distinctive Keys smell of beauty decomposing, flowers going to slime in the heat. Overhead, birds he couldn't name called in voices that sounded almost human. A woman waited at the end of the dock. She was perhaps 30, wearing white linen, but somehow remained crisp despite the humidity, her dark hair pulled back from a face that belonged on magazine covers. Her smile was professional, calibrated to suggest warmth without offering intimacy. She welcomed him, introduced herself as Dr. Mercer's assistant, explained that the doctor was eager to meet him. She led him up a path of crushed coral that curved through tropical plantings. Bird of paradise, hibiscus, orchids hanging from trees in violent bursts of color. The Institute revealed itself gradually. Walls of textured concrete, windows that reflected sky and foliage so perfectly they seemed like gaps in reality rather than glass. The architecture was beautiful in a way that unsettled him, too perfect for its setting, as if someone had imported a piece of future into the overgrown present. Inside, the temperature dropped 20 degrees. Air conditioning whispered from hidden vents, and the light was diffused, sourceless, neither natural nor quite artificial. The entry hall was spare. Polished concrete floors, white walls, a few pieces of furniture that looked more like sculpture than places to sit. Everything smelled faintly of lavender and something else, something biological beneath the perfume, almost medicinal. The assistant gestured to a low sofa, told him Dr. Mercer would be with him shortly. Adrian sat, set his bag beside him, and immediately felt the wrongness of his own restlessness. Comfortable was not a thing he'd been in months. He caught his reflection in the window across the hall. The overhead lighting was merciless, showed every thin patch, every angle where his scalp was visible through insufficient coverage. He looked away quickly, focused instead on his surroundings. The art on the walls was minimal, abstract, shapes that suggested bodies without depicting them, forms that might have been biological or architectural. He studied one piece for several minutes before realizing it was meant to be viewed from different angles. What appeared random from straight on revealed symmetry when seen from the side. The effect was disorienting, as if the painting existed in more dimensions than the wall could properly contain. A voice came from behind him, warm, masculine, inflected with an accent he couldn't place. British, perhaps, but something else underneath. He turned to find Dr. Mercer standing in the doorway. The doctor was tall, silver-haired, perhaps 60, but carrying it like a kind of currency rather than burden. His hair was indeed remarkable, thick, swept back from his forehead in waves that caught the light like water. He wore white as well, but on him it looked less clinical than ceremonial. A linen shirt and loose trousers that gave him the appearance of a guru or artist rather than a medical professional. His face was handsome in a way that seemed almost sculpted. Sharp cheekbones, a jaw that managed to be both strong and elegant. Eyes so dark they were nearly black. When he smiled, Adrian's breath caught. Not attraction exactly, or not only that, but recognition. This was a man who understood beauty as both weapon and prison. Dr. Mercer welcomed him, told him his referral had spoken highly of him. The doctor extended his hand, cool, dry, exactly firm enough, and led Adrian deeper into the institute. They moved through corridors that seemed to shift orientation in subtle ways, so that Adrian was never quite sure if they were moving toward the building's center or its perimeter. They passed several closed doors, rooms where Adrian thought he heard sounds. Singing, perhaps, or the kinds of tones instruments made during tuning. But Dr. Mercer moved too quickly for him to be certain. They arrived at a consultation room that managed to be both austere and luxurious. White walls, a single window overlooking the ocean, furniture that appeared natural. Chairs that seemed to grow from the floor like fungi. Dr. Mercer gestured to one, and Adrian sat. The chair adjusted to him immediately, cradling his spine in a way that should have been comforting, but instead made him feel exposed, as if the furniture knew his body too well. Dr. Mercer moved to stand behind him, and his hands came to rest on Adrian's head. Not roughly, but without hesitation, fingers moving across his scalp with a clinical precision. Adrian felt himself flush with shame, the same burning he felt whenever anyone touched his hair, acknowledging its inadequacy through contact. The doctor's examination was thorough, systematic, fingers pressing and probing, mapping the landscape of Adrian's failure. After a long moment, Dr. Mercer moved to sit opposite him. He explained the principle: sound as vibration, vibration at the cellular level, every cell resonating at specific frequencies. When those frequencies fell out of alignment, through stress, age, genetic expression, cells ceased to function optimally. Hair follicles were particularly vulnerable, required very specific, harmonic conditions to remain active. What they did at Halcyon was tune the body, identify natural resonance, and introduce corrective frequencies that restored cellular function. Not magic, acoustics, physics. The body wanted to be whole. They simply reminded it how. The treatment would be permanent, or as permanent as anything biological could be. What grew would be his, not transplanted, not synthetic. Most clients saw visible results within 4 to 6 weeks. Full restoration took 3 to 4 months. Adrian felt hope rise in him like nausea. The doctor explained they would begin that night. Adrian would stay at the institute. The treatment required an overnight sensory deprivation protocol, 24 hours of acoustic immersion in their residence chamber. It was quite pleasant, the doctor assured him. Most clients reported profound relaxation, even euphoria. Some had visions. The frequencies they used interacted with consciousness in interesting ways. Adrian might experience synesthesia, hypnagogic imagery, memories with unusual vividness. Nothing harmful, just the mind responding to unfamiliar stimuli. They would monitor him throughout. He would be perfectly safe. Dr. Mercer stood, moved to the window. Beyond him, the ocean was darkening as afternoon slid toward evening. The water taking on that deep blue-green that Adrian had always associated with depth and danger. The doctor turned back, and his smile was almost tender. The treatment worked best, he said, on those who desired transformation most intensely. Casual clients, the merely vain, didn't see results. But someone like Adrian, someone for whom the hair had become an obsession, a wound, someone like him would find what they offered at Halcyon quite profound. Adrian told him he was ready and meant it. Whatever the process required, whatever strange protocols this beautiful man with his impossible hair had designed, Adrian would submit to them. Because the alternative was returning to his empty condo, his sterile bathroom, the mirror that showed him his failure 20 times a day. The doctor's smile deepened. Then they would begin. The resonance chamber was at the Institute's center, a room that seemed to exist outside the building's visible geometry. Dr. Mercer led him down a spiral staircase that descended further than should have been possible. The Institute was only 2 stories above the ground, but they walked down at least 3 levels before arriving at a corridor carved from raw limestone. The walls wept moisture, and the air grew cooler with each step, carrying a mineral smell that reminded Adrian of caves. The doctor explained as they walked. The chamber had been built in a natural cavern beneath the island, the limestone providing acoustic properties they couldn't replicate artificially. Sound behaved differently underground, moved through stone in ways that approached the miraculous. The chamber door was stainless steel, vault thick, with seals that suggested it was meant to be airtight. Dr. Mercer produced a key from around his neck, inserted it into a lock that opened with a pressurized hiss. Beyond was darkness so complete Adrian felt it as weight. The doctor told him to step inside, that his eyes would adjust. Adrian entered, and the door sealed behind him with a sound like an intake of breath. For several seconds he saw nothing, heard nothing. The silence was absolute, a presence rather than an absence, pressing against his eardrums like hands. Then gradually he became aware of a faint phosphorescence. The walls themselves seemed to glow, a pale green luminescence that revealed a circular chamber perhaps 30 feet in diameter. The floor was smooth stone, slightly concave, sloping toward a depression at the center. Around the perimeter, at intervals, strange instruments were mounted on stands. Bowls and tubes and things that looked like the offspring of harps and skeletons, all made from materials that caught the dim light strangely. In the center of the floor was a chair, or something like a chair. It was natural in form, appeared to be carved from a single piece of pale wood, shaped to cradle a human body in a reclined position. Leather straps hung from its arms and legs. Dr. Mercer's voice came from somewhere above, speakers hidden in the stone, explaining that the restraints were for safety, that the frequencies they used could cause involuntary movement, seizure-like activity. They needed to ensure he didn't injure himself. The voice told him to sit. Adrian crossed to the chair, lowered himself into it. The wood was warm, almost body temperature, and shaped so exactly to human form that it felt like being held. The moment he settled, the chair seemed to recognize him, adjusted imperceptibly to his contours, embraced his spine and skull with disturbing intimacy. A figure emerged from the shadows, one of the white-clad attendants, face obscured by the dimness, and began securing the straps, wrists, ankles, chest, forehead. Each restraint was lined with something soft, but Adrian still felt panic rise as his movement became impossible. He was locked in place, head held immobile, forced to stare upward at the chamber's dome. The dome itself was covered in patterns, carved or painted he couldn't tell. Spirals and whorls and geometries that seemed to shift when he tried to focus on them. His eyes wanted to follow the patterns but couldn't find their logic, kept returning to the same spirals only to discover they weren't where he'd thought they were. Dr. Mercer's voice explained the process. Approximately 20 hours, various acoustic frequencies, some below the threshold of conscious hearing, others quite audible. The voice told him not to resist, to let the sound move through him. His body knew what to do. Adrian opened his mouth to speak, but the lights went out completely and the first tone arrived. It was low, so low he felt it more than heard it. A vibration that entered through his bones, resonated in his chest cavity, made his teeth ache. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from the stones themselves, from inside him. He tried to turn his head, couldn't. realized he was breathing in time with the pulse of the tone without having chosen to. The frequency shifted, climbed into audible range. Now it was a hum, layered with harmonics, that created the illusion of melody where none existed. Other tones joined it, higher, crystalline, sounds like glass being struck or metal singing. They wove together into something that wasn't quite music, but had structure, pattern, a kind of grammar he could almost understand. Adrian felt his body respond, his heart rate synchronized with one of the deeper pulses. His breath came in patterns determined by the spaces between tones. When a certain high frequency arrived, a sound like distant singing, his scalp began to tingle, a sensation that was almost pleasure, almost pain, something he'd felt before only in dreams of being touched. Time dissolved. The tones continued, shifting, building, creating architectures of sound that seemed to occupy physical space. Adrian felt himself floating, though the restraints held him fixed. He closed his eyes, or thought he did, though the darkness was the same either way, and saw colors that corresponded to the sounds. Deep red for the bass frequencies, electric blue for the crystalline highs, shades he had no names for when the harmonics intersected. At some point, hours in or minutes, he couldn't tell, he became aware of voices in the sound, not words exactly, but something that carried meaning the way words did. They spoke in a language he'd never heard but somehow understood, told him things about himself that he'd never put into words but always known. They said, "You are unfinished. You have spent your life incomplete, lacking, diminishing. But we can make you whole. We can give you what was taken." He wept then, great racking sobs that shook the chair, salt tears running into his hair and ears. The release was profound, cathartic, as if something that had been trapped inside him for years was finally escaping through his eyes and mouth and the pores of his scalp. The tones shifted again, grew more intense. Now they were physical, tactile. He felt them as pressure on his skull, fingers of sound massaging his scalp in patterns that spiraled from his crown to his temples to the base of his skull. The sensation was exquisite, unbearable, like being touched everywhere at once by something that knew exactly where he needed contact. His scalp began to burn, not painfully, but with a warmth that suggested activity, cellular work being done. He felt follicles. He was certain of this, certain he could feel individual follicles, waking up, receiving blood they'd been denied, beginning to produce the proteins and keratin that would become hair. The sensation was so specific, so unmistakable, that he laughed with relief even as tears continued. It's working, he thought. God, it's actually working. The tones built to a crescendo. Every frequency sounding at once, a massive chord that seemed to contain every possible note, and then stopped. The silence that followed was louder than the sound had been. Adrian floated in it, his body humming with residual vibration, his scalp alive with sensation. He felt transformed, remade, as if the 20 hours had been a second gestation, a birth into something better than what he'd been. When the lights came on, gradual, gentle, Dr. Mercer was standing beside the chair, smiling down at him. He asked Adrian how he felt. Adrian tried to speak, found his throat raw. Different, he managed. He felt different. The doctor nodded, began unfastening the restraints, told him that was good, very good. The cellular changes had begun. Over the next few weeks, Adrian would see the visible results. But the real transformation had already occurred. He had been tuned. His body remembered what it was meant to be. As the last strap came free, Adrian sat up slowly. His muscles ached. His head felt strange, not painful, but hypersensitive, as if his scalp had been exposed to new air. He raised a hand to touch it. and Dr. Mercer caught his wrist. Not yet, the doctor said. The follicles were extremely sensitive. He needed to give them time to stabilize. 2 weeks minimum before examining too closely. Dr. Mercer helped him stand, supported him when his legs threatened to buckle. He needed food, water, rest. Tomorrow they would send him home, and he would begin the waiting. The doctor's grip was firm on his arm, steadying him. "Trust me," Dr. Mercer said. "It will be worth the patience." They climbed back up through the limestone tunnel, through the Institute's perfect white corridors, and Adrian felt like a man returning from somewhere distant, somewhere that existed at angles to normal space. His body was his own, but strange to him, operating according to new rules he'd have to learn. That night, in the guest room they prepared for him, white sheets, a window overlooking moonlit water. Adrian dreamed of singing, voices in harmony, female voices, each one beautiful alone, but together creating something that approached the divine. In the dream, they were singing to him, for him, calling him towards something he needed to reach. He woke several times, reaching for the sound, found only silence, slept again, and dreamed again of singing. In the morning, a boat arrived to take him back to Marathon, back to Miami, back to his life. Dr. Mercer walked him to the dock, shook his hand with that same cool firmness. He reminded Adrian about patience, about not examining the transformation too closely, about letting it happen. Adrian asked how he would know when it was working. Dr. Mercer smiled, and in the morning light, his teeth seemed very white, very sharp. Oh, he would know, the doctor said. "Trust me, you'll know." The first 3 days after returning were ordinary enough to make Adrian question whether anything had happened at all. He went to work, showed properties, negotiated contracts with the same efficiency he'd always employed. His scalp felt tender, hypersensitive, as if it had been sunburned from the inside out. But there was no visible change. He checked mirrors obsessively. The bathroom before leaving for work, the elevator at his office building, car visors at stoplights, and saw the same receding hairline, the same thin coverage, the same failure. On the 4th day, he woke to find a single black hair on his pillow. It was perhaps 6 inches long, wet-looking despite being dry, and so dark it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Adrian picked it up between thumb and forefinger, held it to the window. The strand was coarser than his own hair, thicker, and had a strange texture. Smooth on the surface, but with a quality he couldn't name. Something that made his skin crawl when he touched it. It wasn't his, he was certain of that. His hair was light brown, fine, thinning. This was black as tar, substantial, alien. He threw it in the trash, showered, went to work. But that night there were 3 more on his pillow and 1 wrapped around the bathroom faucet. By the end of the first week, the hair was everywhere. He found strands in his kitchen sink, wound around the gear shift of his car, draped across the back of his sofa like discarded thread. Always wet-looking, always black, always too coarse to be his own. He vacuumed daily, wiped down surfaces compulsively. But the hair kept appearing. Sometimes he would leave a room, return 5 minutes later, and find fresh strands across surfaces he'd just cleaned. The hair in the shower drain became a recurring nightmare. He would fish out clumps of it, thick, tangled masses that seemed too substantial to have come from any single person. And within hours, the drain would be clogged again. The hair seemed to multiply in water, grew denser and more rope-like when wet, twisted into configurations that looked almost deliberate. He called a plumber who pulled out handfuls of the black strands and commented that it looked like someone had been dyeing their hair in the shower. Adrian told him no one else lived here. No one else had keys. The plumber shrugged, charged him $300, left. The drain clogged again that night. On the 10th day, Adrian stood in his bathroom and examined his reflection with growing desperation. His scalp showed no change. The acoustic therapy had done nothing. But his condo was infested with hair that couldn't possibly be his own, hair that appeared spontaneously, hair that defied all attempts at removal. He began to notice the smell, faint at first, then increasingly insistent. Salt and something biological, something that reminded him of the ocean, but wrong, corrupted. It seemed to emanate from the hair itself, grew stronger when he touched the strands. His entire condo began to carry the odor, subtle but pervasive. The smell of things from deep water brought up into air they weren't meant to occupy. The fatigue arrived around day 12. It was unlike any exhaustion he'd known. He would sleep 10 hours and wake feeling as though he'd been running all night, his muscles aching, his bones heavy. Coffee didn't help. Energy drinks made him jittery, but no more alerts. He moved through his days in a fog, his thoughts slow and thick, his body responding to commands with a delay that felt like moving underwater. His work began to suffer. He missed appointments, forgot details of properties he'd shown a dozen times, found himself standing in empty condos, unable to remember why he'd come. His assistant covered for him, rescheduled meetings, but he could see the concern in her eyes. Adrian was never sloppy, never forgot, never lost track. Something was wrong. The hair continued to appear. He would wake to find strands tangled in his sheets, twisted around his fingers, caught in the collar of his pajamas. One morning he discovered a long black strand wound so tightly around his wrist that it had left a red mark in his skin. He hadn't felt it tighten, hadn't been aware of it at all until he saw the evidence. He began to avoid his condo, staying late at the office, meeting clients for drinks that stretched into dinner that stretched into the early hours. But eventually he had to return home, and the hair was always waiting. It had spread to his closet, his dresser, his bed. He found strands mixed into his clothes, wrapped around hangers, tucked into the pockets of suits he hadn't worn in months. On day 15, Adrian pulled a strand from his collar and heard it whisper. The sound was so faint he thought he'd imagined it at first. A susurrus like wind through leaves, but forming something that might have been syllables. He held the hair close to his ear, and the whisper came again, clearer this time. Not words he could understand, but definitely vocalization, definitely intentional. He dropped the hair as if it had burned him, watched it fall to the bathroom tile in a loose coil. For several minutes he stood frozen, staring at the strand, waiting for it to move or speak again. It did neither. But when he finally worked up the courage to pick it up and throw it away, his fingers tingled where they touched it, and he thought he heard, very distant, like sound traveling through water, something that might have been laughter. That night he didn't sleep. He sat in his living room with every light on, drinking coffee until his hands shook, watching for movement in the corners of his vision. The hair was there. He could see it on the carpet, on the furniture, on the curtains. But it remained still, silent, just hair. Dead keratin that couldn't possibly whisper or laugh or do anything but exist as evidence of his growing insanity. By morning, he had convinced himself it had been auditory hallucination, a symptom of the profound fatigue. Lack of sleep could produce all kinds of sensory distortions. The mind played tricks when pushed past its limits. But on day 17, the hair spoke again. He was in the shower, trying to work soap into his scalp, gently as Dr. Mercer had instructed. Though it had been more than 2 weeks, and there was still no sign of new growth, when something brushed against his ankle. He looked down and saw a mass of the black hair swirling in the water at his feet, too much to have come from him, moving in patterns that didn't match the current of the drain. As he watched, the strands began to twist together. forming a loose braid that pulled itself tighter and tighter until it resembled a rope. And then, very clearly, he heard a voice. Female, melodious, amused. Soon. Adrian scrambled out of the shower, slipped on the wet tile, caught himself against the wall. His heart slammed against his ribs hard enough to hurt. When he looked back at the shower floor, the hair was just hair again. A clump of strands clogging the drain, nothing sinister, nothing alive. But he had heard it. He was certain he had heard it. He called the Institute that afternoon, got the same woman who had taken his initial call. Her voice was as smooth and professional as he remembered, and she listened patiently as he described the hair infestation, the fatigue, the whispers. There was a long pause after he finished speaking. Then she asked if he had touched his scalp much. Adrian admitted he had, that he'd been checking constantly for new growth, that he couldn't help himself. Another pause. Then she told him the doctor had been very specific about the 2-week waiting period. The follicles needed time to stabilize. Excessive touching could interfere with the cellular regeneration, could produce side effects. She used the word carefully, as if it carried weight she didn't want to explain. But the treatment was working, she assured him. The transformation was underway. These symptoms were temporary, part of the process. He needed to be patient, needed to trust the doctor. Adrian asked about the hair, the black strands everywhere, and the impossibility of their appearance. The woman's tone shifted slightly, became almost sympathetic. Sometimes, she said, clients experienced hallucinations during the transformation period. The acoustic frequencies could have lingering effects on perception, could make the mind see things that weren't there or interpret ordinary phenomena as extraordinary. The hair he was finding was probably his own, shed naturally, but appearing strange because he was in a heightened state of anxiety. And the whispers? Auditory hallucinations, she said. Not uncommon. Nothing to worry about. The symptoms would resolve once the new hair came in fully, once his body had completed its adjustment to the treatment. In the meantime, she recommended rest, hydration, and minimal touching of the scalp. If symptoms worsened or persisted beyond 6 weeks, he could call again. She ended the conversation with professional warmth, assured him everything was proceeding normally, told him to have patience. Adrian hung up feeling less reassured than dismissed. That night, the hair was in his bed again. Long black strands across his pillow, tangled in his sheets, wrapped around the lamp on his nightstand. He stripped the bed completely, threw everything in the wash, put on fresh linens. When he lay down an hour later, there were already new strands appearing on the white pillowcase, manifesting like some form of mold. He didn't sleep. Lay on his back, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds his condo made in the darkness, creaks and settles, and the whisper of air conditioning through vents. Ordinary sounds, but underneath them, he thought he heard something else. Singing. Very faint, barely audible, the same female voices from his dream at the Institute. They sang in harmonies that made his chest ache. Melodies that seemed to come from inside his skull as much as from outside. When he turned his head to listen more closely, the singing stopped. By day 20, Adrian could no longer pretend normalcy. He called in sick to work, the first time in 8 years, and spent the day in his condo trying to track the source of the hair. He checked every possible entry point. Windows, doors, vents, the cracks around pipes under sinks. Everything was sealed. No way for anything to enter from outside. But the hair kept appearing. He began to suspect his building's ventilation system imagined someone in another unit with long black hair, their sheddings somehow circulating through the air conditioning. It didn't make sense. Hair didn't travel through ducts like that. But it was a rational explanation, and he clung to it with the desperation of a man watching his sanity erode. He went to the building manager's office, asked if anyone else had reported problems with hair appearing in their units. The manager looked at him with polite concern, said no, they'd had no such complaints. Was Mr. Everett experiencing an issue with his unit's cleanliness? Adrian said no, never mind, thanked him, and left. Back in his condo, Adrian stood in the center of his living room and turned in a slow circle. The hair was everywhere now, not in massive quantities, but present on every surface, in every room, a persistent colonization that he couldn't stop or explain. The strands lay across furniture like the paths of some invisible creature, draped from door frames, collected in corners, and always wet-looking, always black, always wrong. He sat on his sofa, put his head in his hands, and for the first time allowed himself to consider the possibility that the treatment had done something other than what Dr. Mercer had promised, that the acoustic frequencies hadn't awakened dormant follicles, but had instead opened some door inside him, had changed him in ways that were manifesting outside his body, in the space around him. His scalp tingled at the thought, burned with that same inner heat he'd felt in the resonance chamber. When he raised his head and looked at his hands, there were black strands tangled around his fingers. He hadn't touched his hair, hadn't touched anything. The strands had appeared on his hands while he sat motionless, as if generated by his body itself, extruded from his pores. Adrian stood abruptly, went to the bathroom, turned on every light, examined his hands under the fluorescent glare. The strands were there, wrapped around his knuckles and woven between his fingers, but when he tried to pull them off, they came away easily, left no mark, felt exactly like ordinary hair. He looked at his reflection. His own hair was unchanged, still thinning, still betraying him. But surrounding his face in the mirror, visible in the space behind him, the black strands hung in the air like curtains, like a dark halo, like the hair of someone standing just out of frame. Adrian turned quickly. The bathroom was empty. When he looked back at the mirror, the strands were gone. He gripped the edge of the sink, leaned forward until his forehead touched the glass. His breath fogged the surface, obscured his reflection. When the fog cleared, he saw something that stopped his heart. His hairline had changed. Not receded, advanced. There was new hair at his temples, a thin line of dark fuzz filling in the gaps that had been bare for years. The hair was black, much darker than his natural color, but it was there, real, visible. The treatment was working. Adrian laughed, a sound of relief so profound it brought tears to his eyes. Whatever the side effects, whatever the hallucinations and manifestations, the fundamental promise was being kept. His hair was growing back. He was being restored. He touched his temples with trembling fingers, felt the fine new growth, softer than he'd expected, but unmistakably present. The sensation sent electricity through his scalp, pleasure and pain mixing until he couldn't distinguish between them. In that moment, the fatigue, the mysterious black strands, the whispers, all of it seemed bearable, a price he was willing to pay, because he was going to be whole again, was going to reclaim what time had stolen, was going to look in the mirror and see the man he needed to be. He went to bed that night with something like peace, slept deeply for the first time in weeks, dreamed of thick hair and Audrey's hands running through it. Her smile when she saw him transformed. When he woke on day 21, his pillow was covered in black hair. Not scattered strands, but a dense mat of it, enough to fill both hands when he gathered it up. The hair was wet this time, actually wet, soaking the pillowcase through to the pillow itself. And it smelled strongly of that salt corruption odor, so intense it made his eyes water. Adrian stumbled out of bed, holding the mass of hair at arm's length, and that was when he saw the first clear shape. The strands weren't random. They had formed a pattern on the pillow, a deliberate arrangement that looked almost like letters. He couldn't read it. The characters were unfamiliar, some alphabet he'd never seen. But there was no question it was language, was communication. Someone was leaving him messages in hair. The thought was so absurd he laughed again. But this time, the sound was edged with hysteria. He threw the hair in the trash, stripped his bed for the second time in a week, and stood in his bedroom trying to decide what to do. The rational part of his mind, what remained of it, said to call the Institute, to demand they explain what was happening, to insist on seeing Dr. Mercer immediately. But another part, the part that had seen new hair in his mirror, that had felt the tingle of regeneration in his follicles, said to wait, to endure, to trust the process. He compromised. He would give it one more week. If things got worse, if the manifestations escalated, he would return to the keys. But for now, he would be patient. That was the day the hair started appearing in his food. He made coffee that morning, poured it into his favorite mug, took a sip, and gagged on a mouthful of black strands. He spat into the sink, rinsed his mouth, examined the mug. It was full of hair, floating in the liquid, tangled around the spoon he'd used to stir in sugar. He threw the coffee away, washed the mug 3 times, made fresh coffee directly from the pot into a new mug, checked it carefully before drinking. It was clear, but after 2 sips, he felt hair on his tongue again, pulled a strand from his mouth, watched 3 more float to the surface of the liquid. Adrian stopped eating at home, took all his meals at restaurants, drank only from sealed bottles. But even that wasn't safe. He would order food, receive it sealed and fresh, and by the time he finished half the meal, there would be black strands mixed through what remained on the plate. The hair was following him, not confined to his condo anymore, but present wherever he went, manifesting in his vicinity like some personal weather pattern. His assistant noticed, asked if he was feeling all right, if maybe he should see a doctor. Adrian assured her he was fine, just tired, just working through something. She looked unconvinced, but didn't press. That night, day 23, Adrian stood in his shower letting water run over his head and felt his new hair with careful fingers. It had grown, was perhaps half an inch long now at the temples, spreading back toward his crown. Still black, still coarser than his natural hair, but definitely growing. He had hair where there had been none. The miracle was real. He turned off the water, stepped out of the shower, and saw writing on the mirror. Letters in the steam, formed by some invisible hand, spelling out words in English this time. Soon. Adrian's hand froze on the towel. He stared at the word as it began to fade with the steam, and then, before he could rationalize it away, he watched new letters appear, more words condensing on the glass. We are almost ready. The bathroom door was closed. The room was empty. But something was writing on his mirror, was communicating with him through condensation. Adrian backed against the wall, his pulse hammering in his throat. He wanted to scream, but found his voice had disappeared, had retreated somewhere deep inside where terror lived. The letters faded. The mirror became clear again, showed only his reflection. A wet, frightened man with dark new hair at his temples, standing alone in an ordinary bathroom that had become a place of impossible things. He didn't sleep that night. Sat in his living room with every light blazing, watching for movement, listening for voices. The black strands continued to appear. On the coffee table, the remote control, the armrest of his chair, they materialized like slow-motion rain, drifting down from nowhere, landing softly on surfaces. By dawn, he had made his decision. He would return to the Institute today, would demand answers from Dr. Mercer, would end this nightmare or understand it. The new hair was good, was what he'd wanted, what he'd paid for, but not at this price. Not if it came with haunting, with manifestation, with messages in steam. He called the Institute's number, got voicemail, left a message saying he needed to speak with Dr. Mercer urgently, that he was experiencing severe side effects, that he was coming back to the Keys regardless of whether they called back. Then he packed a small bag, got in his car, and began the 2-hour drive south toward Marathon. The hair appeared in his car within 20 minutes. Long strands hanging from the rearview mirror tangled around the gear shift, draped across the passenger seat. He tried to ignore them, kept driving, but they multiplied as he went, until the interior of the car was festooned with black filaments that swayed with each turn and acceleration. When he stopped for gas outside a homestead, he found hair wrapped so tightly around the steering wheel that it took him 5 minutes to unwind it all. His hands came away smelling of salt and decay. He bought coffee at the station, checked it 3 times before drinking, found it clear. But halfway back to the car, he took another sip and felt hair sliding down his throat, choking him. He spat it onto the pavement, threw the cup away, leaned against his car, coughing and gagging. A woman pumping gas 2 islands over was watching him with concern. Adrian waved her off, got back in the car, continued south. The hair was in his clothes now. He could feel it against his skin, caught in the fabric of his shirt. Wrapped around his ankles inside his shoes. He reached down to scratch his leg and pulled out a strand that seemed impossibly long, kept pulling and pulling until he'd extracted what must have been 3 feet of hair from inside his pant leg. By the time he reached Marathon, Adrian's scalp was burning with that deep inner heat, and the new hair at his temples had grown another 1/4 inch. He could see it in the sun visor mirror, dark and lustrous, exactly what he'd wanted. But the sight brought no joy now, only dread. Because if the treatment was working this fast, if his hair was regenerating at an impossible rate, then what else was happening? What other changes were being worked on his body by the frequencies Dr. Mercer had introduced into his cells? He parked at the marina, found the same white boat with the same silent pilot, paid cash for immediate transport to the Institute. The pilot looked at him strangely. Adrian realized he must look wild-eyed, disheveled, possibly deranged, but accepted the money and started the engine. The crossing took 40 minutes. Adrian sat in the bow, wind pulling at his hair, both his old hair and the new, and watched the island slide past. The day was bright, cloudless, the water that impossible turquoise that made tourists believe in paradise. But Adrian saw something else now. The depths beneath the beauty, the dark water below the illuminated surface, all the things that lived in spaces human eyes couldn't reach. When the Institute's island came into view, Adrian felt simultaneous relief and terror. Relief because he would finally get answers, would finally confront Dr. Mercer and demand explanation. Terror because some part of him knew, had known since the hair first appeared, that returning here was exactly what something wanted him to do. The pilot brought them to the dock, secured the boat, and this time when Adrian stepped onto the crushed coral path, no assistant came to greet him. The Institute sat silent in the afternoon heat, its white walls glaring in the sun, windows reflecting sky so perfectly they looked like holes. Adrian walked up the path alone, his footsteps loud on the coral, his shadow sharp and black on the white stones. The entrance was unlocked. He pushed through the door into the cool dimness beyond, called out for Dr. Mercer, for anyone. His voice echoed in the empty hall, and when the echo faded, he heard singing. Female voices, multiple harmonies, coming from somewhere deep in the building. The same song from his dreams, the same impossible beauty. The sound pulled at something in his chest, made him want to follow, made him need to find the source. Adrian moved through the corridors, the singing growing louder as he went deeper. He passed the consultation room where he'd first met Dr. Mercer, past closed doors that had been closed before, past windows that now showed only darkness beyond the glass, though it was still afternoon. The singing was coming from below, from the resonance chamber. He found the spiral staircase, descended into growing darkness, felt the temperature drop and the air change, became aware of that mineral cave smell mixing with salt, and something else, something biological and vast. The limestone corridor stretched before him, the steel door at its end unsealed, standing slightly ajar. Light leaked through the gap. Not the phosphorescent glow he remembered, but something warmer, like firelight or sunset through deep water. The singing was inside. Adrian's hand shook as he pushed the door open, and he stepped into the resonance chamber for the second time. It was full of women. They stood around the perimeter of the room, perhaps 20 of them, all wearing white, all beautiful in ways that made his eyes hurt. Their hair was black, all of them uniformly, impossibly black, and fell past their waists, past their knees, pooling on the floor around their feet. Their hair moved, though there was no wind, writhed and coiled as if alive, as if each strand had its own will. They were singing the song he'd heard in dreams, their mouths open, their throats working, producing harmonies that should have required instruments, not human voices. And in the center of the room, standing where the chair had been, was Dr. Mercer. He was smiling. The door sealed behind Adrian with that same pressurized sound, and the singing stopped. In the sudden silence, Dr. Mercer's voice was very clear, very calm. He welcomed Adrian back, said they had been expecting him, said, in fact, they had been calling him for the past 3 days. The hair, he explained, was theirs, the singers. And it had been finding its way to Adrian because he was ready now, because the treatment had taken root, because it was time. Adrian tried to speak, found his throat closed. He managed to ask what they were, what this was. Dr. Mercer's smile widened. He said they were old, much older than the Institute, older than the island. They had been here before humans came to these waters, had watched civilizations rise and fall from their place beneath the waves. They were sirens. The real thing, not the myth. And they fed not on flesh, but on something more sustaining. They fed on vanity's collapse, on the moment when a human fully understood the gap between how they saw themselves and how they were truly seen. That despair, that shattering, was better than blood, richer than meat. It could sustain them for decades. Adrian's mind refused the words even as his body believed them. He looked at the women around the room, saw their hair moving with underwater physics, saw their eyes, all black, no whites, bottomless as the ocean. They were beautiful, but it was the beauty of things that lure and drown, beauty as trap. Dr. Mercer continued, his tone almost professorial. The acoustic therapy had been real in its way. Adrian's follicles had been stimulated, cellular regeneration initiated. But the new hair wasn't Adrian's, it was theirs. They had been growing it inside him, using his scalp as soil, his blood as water. Every strand was connected to them, was a conduit through which they could sense him, reach him, eventually harvest him. Adrian's hand went to his temples, touched the new hair. It felt like his, felt right under his fingers. But now he understood why it was so dark, so coarse, so different from what he'd lost. It wasn't restoration, it was colonization. And the treatment's real purpose, the perception alteration, was the cruelest part. Dr. Mercer explained it with something like tenderness. Adrian had been seeing new hair in his mirror for 3 weeks, growing thicker, filling in his temples, spreading back across his crown. He had been overjoyed, had felt himself becoming whole, but no one else had seen it. Audrey, when she'd returned his ring, had been looking at the same balding man she'd always known. Adrian's assistant, his clients, strangers on the street. They all saw his actual head, unchanged, betraying him. But Adrian, cursed by the acoustic frequencies, saw a miracle where none existed. The black hair everywhere, the strands in his home and food and car. That had been real. They had been haunting him physically, cultivating his paranoia, his isolation. But the hair on his head, the restoration he'd been celebrating, had been entirely illusion. A hallucination projected directly into his perception, making him see transformation where there was only continued loss. Adrian's knees gave out. He caught himself on the stone floor with both hands, the cold shock of limestone against his palms. The hope that had sustained him through the weird manifestations, the strangeness, the fear, all of it collapsed at once. He reached up and touched his temples again, and this time he felt reality. Bare skin, thinning wisps. Nothing new, nothing growing. His fingers moved desperately across his scalp, searching for the hair he'd been seeing, and found only the same old failure. Dr. Mercer stepped closer, and his face showed something that might have been pity. He told Adrian that he could lift the illusion now, could restore Adrian's true perception. And when he did, when Adrian saw himself as he really was, the sirens would feast. That moment of recognition, understanding that he'd been cherishing a lie, that the past 3 weeks of hope had been cruelty, that he'd been betrayed not just by them but by his own desperate need, would produce despair pure enough to feed them all for months. Adrian wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't move. He wanted to scream, but his voice had died. He could only stay there on his knees as Dr. Mercer raised one hand and snapped his fingers. A sharp, clear sound that echoed off the limestone walls, and Adrian's vision changed. It didn't fade gradually or shimmer like a dissolving dream. It broke, fractured like glass. For a single, sickening instant, he saw both versions simultaneously. The hair he'd been seeing and the baldness beneath it, occupying the same space, impossible and true. And then the illusion shattered completely. His scalp was bare, worse than before the treatment. The stress of the past 3 weeks, the obsessive checking, the touching and examining, had accelerated his hair loss. Great patches of naked skin showed through the remaining wisps. His temples were completely exposed, his crown visible in its entirety. He looked like a man in a late-stage baldness, perhaps 6 months from total loss, and he had been celebrating, had been touching it with pride, had been imagining Audrey seeing it, imagining strangers envying it, imagining his reflection transformed. For 3 weeks, he had been living in a fantasy while reality mocked him. The grief was immediate and total, not just for the hair, but for the hope itself, for the belief that he could be fixed, could be restored, could escape the biological sentence that time had passed on him. He had been willing to pay any price, endure any strangeness, because he'd thought the miracle was real. And it had all been theater, had all been preparation for this moment, when they would watch him understand. Adrian stayed on his knees on the stone floor, his hands covering his face, and wept with an abandon he'd never permitted himself before. The sound that came from his throat was animal, inhuman, a keening that belonged to something broken at the root. The sirens began to sing again. Their voices wove around his grief, harmonized with his sobbing, transformed his despair into something almost musical. He could feel them feeding, not physically, but energetically. As if his anguish was sustenance they drew directly from the air. The more he broke, the more beautiful their song became. Dr. Mercer knelt beside him, placed a hand on his shoulder. He told Adrian that this was mercy in its way, that vanity was a sickness, a form of spiritual hunger that could never be satisfied, that Adrian had been enslaved by his own reflection, had sacrificed love and peace and presence for the pursuit of an image that could never match the need. Now he was free. Broken, yes, but free. Adrian looked up through tears at the doctor's face. The beautiful, terrible face that had seemed so understanding, so sympathetic, and saw it clearly for the first time. Not human. Something older. Something that wore human shape, but wasn't bound by human limitation. Dr. Mercer was one of them. Had always been one of them. The doctor stood, gestured to the women around the room. He explained they had been doing this for centuries, had refined the art of the hunt. They found the vain, the obsessed, the ones so consumed by appearance that they had lost the ability to see themselves through any other lens. They offered restoration, created hope, cultivated belief, and then, at the perfect moment, revealed the truth. The despair they harvested was exquisite, was irreplaceable, was worth every moment of the long game. Adrian was one of their finest specimens, the doctor said. His vanity was so pure, so encompassing, that his breaking would feed them for months. Already they could taste it, could feel the richness of his grief. They would keep him here, in this chamber, in this moment, for as long as the anguish stayed fresh. Days, perhaps, weeks. However long it took to drain him completely. The sirens moved closer, their hair extending across the floor like tentacles, like roots seeking water. The black strands reached for Adrian, touched his legs, his arms, began to wind around him. He tried to pull away, but the hair was strong, was numberless, was everywhere at once. It wrapped his ankles, his wrists, his chest, binding him in a cocoon of filament that smelled of salt and depth and ancient hunger. They pulled him to the center of the room, positioned him where the chair had been. The hair formed a nest beneath him, cushioning him, cradling him as the chair had done. But this time there were no restraints needed. The hair itself was restraint, was prison, was the physical manifestation of his own trapped vanity. Dr. Mercer crouched beside him one more time. He told Adrian not to fight, that resistance only made the feeding harder. If Adrian surrendered to the grief and let it consume him completely, the process would be almost pleasant. A drowning in sorrow, but a gentle one. Adrian looked up at the dome above, at the spiraling patterns that made his eyes ache, and felt his mind beginning to splinter. This couldn't be real. Sirens were myth. Acoustic curses were impossible. Hair couldn't be alive and seeking. None of this could be happening. But his scalp was bare beneath his fingers when he touched it. The illusion was gone, and the black strands were wound so tightly around his body that they cut into his skin when he breathed. The sirens sang, and their song was the sound of his own desperation reflected back at him, amplified, made beautiful and terrible. Adrian closed his eyes and surrendered. Time became strange. The singing continued without pause, and his grief poured out of him in waves, each one leaving him more hollow. He wept until he had no more tears, and then wept dry-eyed, his body convulsing with sobs that produced no sound. The siren's hair tightened around him, held him through the storm, absorbed his anguish through direct contact with his skin. At some point, hours or days later, he couldn't tell, the chamber door opened again. Adrian heard it, but didn't turn his head. Didn't care who was entering or why. He was beyond caring about anything except the emptiness where hope had been. But then a voice spoke, a voice he knew, and said his name with such tenderness that something in him cracked further. It was Audrey. She stood in the doorway, backlit by the corridor beyond, her expression shocked and horrified. She called his name again, started forward, and Dr. Mercer moved to intercept her. The doctor tried to explain that she shouldn't be here, that this was a private facility, that Mr. Everett was undergoing treatment and couldn't be disturbed. But Audrey pushed past him, dropped to her knees beside Adrian, saw the hair binding him, saw his face destroyed by weeping. She asked what they had done to him, and her voice broke with fury and fear. Dr. Mercer's pleasant mask slipped for the first time. He told her she needed to leave immediately, that she couldn't interfere with the process. But Audrey ignored him, began pulling at the black strands, trying to free Adrian from their grip. The sirens moved then, not walking but gliding, their hair carrying them across the floor like wind-swept silk. They surrounded Audrey, their mouths opening to sing, and Adrian saw them clearly for what they were. Their teeth were too sharp, too numerous. Their throats showed depths that human anatomy couldn't contain. They were beautiful the way deep water was beautiful. Lovely until you were beneath it, until it was in your lungs, until beauty became burial. But Audrey didn't run. She positioned herself between Adrian and the sirens, her small human body defiant against their collective inhumanity, and screamed at them to get back. It was absurd, suicidal even. And it was the most courageous thing Adrian had ever seen. Dr. Mercer laughed, a sound like breaking waves. He told Audrey that her presence here was actually perfect, that they could take her too, that her grief over losing the man she loved to his own vanity would be delicious. 2 harvests instead of 1. The siren song changed, shifted into a register that made Adrian's bones ache, and Audrey's expression went slack. The music was affecting her, pulling her toward them, making her sway like kelp in current. Adrian found his voice, hoarse, ruined, but present. He told her to run, to get out, to save herself. Audrey blinked, shook her head as if clearing water from her ears, and the spell broke. She looked at Adrian, and her eyes cleared with purpose. She told him she was sorry, that she shouldn't have left him, that she had known he was sick but hadn't understood how sick. She had come here because she'd called his phone repeatedly, gotten worried, tracked his car's GPS, followed him to Marathon, and convinced the pilot to bring her across by telling him it was a medical emergency. She had come for him because love didn't end just because you left, because even when someone was drowning in their own poison, you still threw them a rope. Adrian's hand stopped shaking. Not hope exactly, but something adjacent to it. Not salvation, but recognition. She saw him. Not the hair or lack thereof, not the image or the failure, but him. The person beneath the vanity, still present, still worth retrieving. Audrey grabbed his hands, pulled against the hair binding him, and the strands began to loosen. The siren's song became discordant, angry, and Dr. Mercer moved toward them with intention. But Adrian, feeling strength return to muscles that had been slack with despair, pulled one hand free and drove his fist into Dr. Mercer's perfect face. The impact sent pain through Adrian's knuckles, but the doctor staggered back, his nose streaming black blood that looked like ink, and Adrian pulled his other hand free. The sirens closed in, their hair lashing like whips, but Audrey was already helping Adrian to his feet, dragging him toward the door. The black strands cut at their legs, wrapped their ankles, pulled them back toward the center of the room. Adrian kicked free, his shoes tangled with hair, lost them and kept moving. Audrey pulled him through the door, into the corridor, and they ran. Behind them, the siren's song became a shriek. The limestone tunnel stretched longer than Adrian remembered. The spiral staircase seemed to climb forever, but they kept moving, Audrey half dragging him when his legs threatened to give out. They emerged into the Institute's white corridors, the afternoon sun still streaming through windows, everything looking normal and clean and impossible after the horror below. They ran for the entrance, burst through the door onto the crushed coral path, and sprinted toward the dock. The boat was still there, the pilot asleep in the cabin. And Audrey shook him awake, told him they needed to leave immediately, that it was an emergency. The pilot, groggy and confused, saw Adrian's bare feet, his wild eyes, Audrey's fierce determination, and decided not to argue. The engine started with a roar that sounded like salvation. As they pulled away from the dock, Adrian looked back at the Institute. The building sat serene in the sun, white and perfect, showing no sign of the nightmare in its depths. But in the windows, he thought he saw movement. Dark shapes with darker hair, watching them leave. The boat accelerated, and the Institute shrank behind them, became just another island in a chain of islands, indistinguishable from paradise. Adrian collapsed onto a bench seat, his whole body shaking. Audrey sat beside him, took his hand, said nothing. There was nothing to say. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The crossing back to Marathon took 40 minutes. Adrian spent them in silence, his hand in Audrey's, watching the water slide past the hull. His scalp still burned with phantom sensation, still felt the places where he'd believed new hair was growing. The loss was profound, not just the hair itself, but the hope, the belief that he could be fixed through external means. When they reached the marina, Audrey paid the pilot, helped Adrian into her car, and drove north toward Miami without asking permission. She took him to her apartment, the one he'd never stayed at, had always found reasons to avoid, and led him to her bathroom. She turned on the shower, adjusted the temperature, and gently pushed him under the water. The stream was warm, ordinary, free of black strands and whispers and manifestation. Adrian stood under it for a long time, letting it wash away 3 weeks of wrongness, watching perfectly normal water circle the drain and disappear. When he finally emerged, Audrey had clean clothes waiting. Her clothes too big on him, but soft and comfortable. She had made tea. She had opened windows. She had created a space that felt safe. They sat on her sofa, the one with the faded upholstery and cat-scratched arms, the one that was nothing like his designer furniture. And Adrian told her everything. The Institute, the treatment, the acoustic therapy, the growing hair that wasn't there, the manifestation, the sirens, all of it. Audrey listened without interrupting, her expression moving between horror and sadness, and something that might have been recognition. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she told him she had known something was wrong the last time she saw him, before she returned the ring. He had been touching his scalp constantly, smiling to himself, making comments about how things were changing, how he was changing. But she had seen no change, had seen only the same man, the same thinning hair, but now with a manic edge, a dissociation that frightened her. She had thought maybe he was having a breakdown, that the vanity had finally consumed him completely. She had left not because she stopped loving him, but because she couldn't watch him disappear into his obsession. Adrian understood then that the sirens had been feeding on him even before the final revelation. The gap between his perception and reality had been widening for weeks, had been isolating him, had been preparing him for the collapse. They had been patient, meticulous, perfect in their cruelty. He asked Audrey if she thought he was insane, if the whole thing had been delusion. She looked at his bare feet, the cuts where the hair had bound him, thin red lines across his ankles, and shook her head. Something had happened to him, something real. Whether it was what he thought it was, she couldn't say, but she believed him. They sat together as evening came, as Miami's lights began to glow beyond the windows as the day ended, and something else began. Adrian reached up and touched his scalp. felt the same thinning hair, the same recession, the same biological truth. But this time, he didn't look away in shame. Didn't reach for mirrors or check his reflection in the dark window. He just felt it for what it was. Part of him, changing, impermanent. Neither more nor less important than anything else about his existence. It was just hair. Had always been just hair. The grief that washed through him then was different from the despair the sirens had cultivated. It was clean, human-scaled, about mourning youth and accepting age and recognizing that he had wasted years on an illusion even before Dr. Mercer had gotten involved. He had been betraying himself, had been refusing to let Audrey love him because he couldn't love what he saw. He started to cry again. Not the animal keening from the chamber, but quiet tears, the kind that came with understanding rather than breaking. Audrey held him, and her hands in his thinning hair felt like forgiveness. The first sign that escape had been incomplete came on day 6. Adrian was brushing his teeth in Audrey's bathroom when he heard it. A faint crackling from his phone on the counter. He picked it up. No notifications. Screen dark, but the sound continued. Static, he thought at first, but then his ear caught the pattern underneath. Harmonies. Female voices weaving through the white noise, so distant they might have been coming from underwater. He powered the phone off completely. The static stopped. That night, lying in Audrey's guest room, Adrian became aware of the sensory bleed-through. The acoustic frequencies they'd used on him weren't just memories. They were still resonating in his neurology, still active at some cellular level. When the air conditioning kicked on, he heard whispers in the airflow. When cars passed on the street below, their engines produced tones that his brain organized into melody. The world had become a kind of instrument, and his rewired nervous system was playing it against his will. He could live with that. It was disturbing, disorienting, but manageable. What he couldn't live with was what started happening to Audrey. It began on day 11. She was loading the dishwasher when she paused, tilted her head, and asked if he heard singing. Adrian's blood went cold. He asked her what kind of singing. She described it. Female voices, very faint, harmonizing, like a choir practicing several floors away, or music playing in another apartment. Adrian checked every possible source. Neighbors' units, car radios on the street, her laptop's browser tabs. Nothing. The singing she was hearing had no external source, which meant it was coming from the same place his had, from the sirens, reaching across whatever distance separated them, demonstrating that their connection to him was strong enough to bleed into the people near him. Audrey dismissed it as tinnitus, as stress-induced auditory hallucination. But over the next week, she mentioned it 3 more times, always when water was running, shower, sink, rain against windows, always female voices, always harmonizing. Adrian knew exactly what it was, and the knowledge brought a new species of terror. Not grief over his own contamination, but fury and fear that his weakness, his vanity, his choice to pursue restoration at the Institute had endangered her. The sirens were demonstrating their reach. They were saying, "You think you escaped? You think you can build a new life? We can touch anything you touch. Anyone you love can become a channel for us." On day 15, Adrian found a single black hair on Audrey's pillow. He discovered it while she was at work, saw the unmistakable strand lying across white cotton, wet-looking and impossibly dark. For several seconds, he couldn't breathe. The hair had always manifested around him in his spaces, as haunting directed at his person. But this was on her pillow in her bed, marking her as target. He threw the strand away, stripped her bed, washed everything twice in the hottest water the machine allowed. That night he said nothing, watched her sleep, and prayed it was isolated incident rather than escalation. The next morning, there were 3 strands in her hairbrush. Audrey found them herself, pulled them out with a confused expression, held them up to the light. She asked Adrian if he'd been using her brush. Maybe his hair was getting darker as it grew back. The question was innocent, trusting, and it destroyed him. She still believed his hair was growing, still saw him through the lens of hope rather than reality. And now the siren's curse was spreading to her, marking her, using her as leverage. Adrian told her he hadn't touched her brush. The confusion on her face deepened. The strands were obviously not hers. Her hair was light brown and fine, but she threw them away and moved on. Adrian didn't. He spent the day in barely controlled panic, understanding with absolute clarity that the sirens had found his vulnerability. He could endure his own haunting, his own contamination, his own slow psychological dissolution. But he could not endure watching them reach for Audrey. That night, the singing in her apartment grew louder. Audrey commented on it over dinner, said it was getting worse, that maybe she should see a doctor about her hearing. Adrian wanted to tell her the truth, wanted to explain that it wasn't her hearing, but the curse bleeding through him to her. But what would he say? That immortal sirens were targeting her because he'd been vain enough to seek miracle restoration, that she was being haunted as punishment for saving him. He said nothing, and his silence felt like complicity. The black hair continued appearing in her spaces, on her bathroom counter, tangled in the drain of her shower, draped across her coffee maker. The manifestations were accelerating, becoming less subtle, demanding acknowledgement. Adrian cleaned them up before she could see most of them, threw them away, tried to protect her from the evidence of her contamination. But on day 20, Audrey found a mass of the hair herself. She had gone to her closet to get dressed for work and discovered a clump of black strands wound around several hangers, enough to fill both hands. She called Adrian over, showed him, asked what the hell this was. Her voice carried fear now, not just confusion. This wasn't stray hair from unknown source. This was infestation, intrusion, wrongness. Adrian looked at the hair twisted around her clothes and felt rage surge through him. Not the despair from the chamber, but something hotter, harder, protective. The sirens weren't just feeding on him anymore. They were weaponizing him, using his presence as a vector to infect and terrify an innocent person who had done nothing except try to save him. He told Audrey they needed to talk, sat her down, and, for the first time since escaping the Institute, explained everything in full detail. Not just the treatment and the revelation, but the ongoing haunting, the manifestation, the acoustic curse that was still active in his neurology. And now, because of him, she was being contaminated. The singing she was hearing was real. The hair appearing in her spaces was real. The sirens could reach through him to touch her, could make her a target, could demonstrate that his attempt at escape had only widened the circle of their predation. Audrey listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she asked the only question that mattered. What do we do? Adrian didn't have an answer. The obvious solution, distance himself from her, remove the vector, was unbearable. But so was staying close and watching the contamination spread. He was trapped between isolating himself to protect her and staying near her because isolation would send him spiraling back into the despair the sirens wanted. That night, as they lay in bed, Adrian rigid with vigilance, Audrey exhausted from processing impossible information. The singing came again, not faint this time, clear, present, filling the bedroom with harmonies that made the air feel thick. Audrey gripped Adrian's hand, her knuckles white, and whispered that she heard it too. They were both hearing it. The sirens were singing loud enough now that proximity to Adrian wasn't required. They were manifesting directly in Audrey's space, in her home, demonstrating their power. The song lasted perhaps 30 seconds, and when it faded, Audrey was trembling. She told Adrian she believed him now, believed all of it, and she was terrified. But she wasn't leaving. Whatever this was, whatever he'd brought back with him from the Keys, they would face it together. She hadn't saved him just to abandon him when the consequences of salvation became clear. Adrian felt simultaneous gratitude and guilt. Her courage was heroic and foolish in equal measure. She was tethering herself to a man who was being hunted by things that fed on psychological collapse, who carried a curse that was apparently contagious, who might contaminate and destroy her through simple proximity. On day 23, Audrey woke Adrian in the middle of the night, shaking and disoriented. She had been dreaming, she said, but not her own dreams. She had been underwater, impossibly deep, where sunlight didn't reach. And she had been singing, not listening to singing, producing it. Her throat working to create harmonies that shouldn't have been possible for a human voice. In the dream, she had looked down at her hands and seen them webbed, saw her hair floating around her face in masses of black that went on forever. She had been dreaming from their perspective. The sirens were showing her what they were, what they wanted, what she might become. Adrian held her while she cried and felt his own terror crystallize into something harder. The sirens weren't just haunting Audrey. They were trying to convert her, were showing her the transformation that awaited if she didn't break free. This was recruitment as much as torture. The nightmares continued. Every night Audrey descended into deep water and sang with voices that weren't hers. She woke exhausted. Salt taste in her mouth, though she'd drunk nothing, her throat raw as if she'd been screaming or singing for hours. She started sleeping less, staying awake as long as possible to avoid the dreams, and the deprivation showed in her face. Shadows under her eyes, a hollowness in her cheeks. On day 28, Adrian woke at 3 a.m. to find Audrey's side of the bed empty. He found her in the bathroom, standing in front of the mirror with the sink running, staring at her reflection with an expression of transfixed horror. When he touched her shoulder, she didn't respond. When he said her name, she tilted her head as if listening to something he couldn't hear. Then, in a voice that carried harmonics no human throat should produce, she sang a single note. The sound made Adrian's teeth ache, made his scalp burn with that familiar tingling. It was the same tone from the resonance chamber, one of the frequencies they'd used to tune him. And it was coming from Audrey's mouth, emerging from her vocal cords. But it wasn't her. She was being used as instrument, as speaker for something that existed in depths she'd never descended to. Adrian grabbed her, shook her, said her name with increasing desperation. Her eyes cleared slowly, focused on him, and she gasped, as if surfacing from water. She asked him what she'd been doing, why she was in the bathroom, and when he told her she'd been sleepwalking, singing, she broke down completely. They couldn't sleep in the same bed after that. Audrey was afraid of what she might do in her sleep, terrified she might hurt Adrian or herself while under the siren's influence. She started sleeping on the couch with the lamp on, some part of her aware that darkness made the possession easier, but the light didn't help. Adrian woke multiple times to find her standing at windows, hands pressed against glass, looking out at the distant ocean as if she could see all the way to the Keys. He would guide her back to the couch, and she would wake in the morning with no memory of rising, no awareness that her body had been trying to walk toward water in the night. On day 32, Adrian found black hair growing from Audrey's arm. Not lying on her arm, growing from it. 3 long black strands emerging from her skin near her wrist, rooted in her flesh like they belonged there. When he showed her, she made a sound between sob and scream, grabbed tweezers and pulled them out. They came free with bright dots of blood, and for a moment Adrian thought That was the end of it. But the next morning, there were 4 more. On her other arm, behind her ear, one growing from her shoulder blade. The sirens weren't just manifesting hair around her anymore. They were making it grow from her. Were colonizing her body the way they'd promised to colonize Adrian's scalp. She was becoming a host. Audrey began pulling the strands out compulsively as soon as she found them, keeping tweezers in every room, checking her skin constantly. But they grew faster than she could remove them, and each extraction left a tiny wound that bled more than it should, produced drops of blood that looked too dark, too thick. By day 35, Audrey could barely get out of bed. The fatigue Adrian had experienced during his own haunting had taken root in her, but worse. She felt waterlogged, she told him, as if her lungs were half full of fluid, as if gravity had doubled its pull on her body. She called in sick to work, then called in sick again, then stopped calling at all. She spent her days on the couch, sleeping fitfully, waking to pull black strands from her skin, sleeping again. Adrian took her to a doctor. They ran blood tests, checked her thyroid, her iron, her vitamin levels. Everything came back normal. The doctor suggested depression, stress, perhaps a viral infection that wasn't showing up in standard tests. He prescribed rest, hydration, follow-up in 2 weeks if symptoms persisted. But Adrian knew no virus caused this. No depression made hair grow from your skin that wasn't your own. This was supernatural deterioration, was the sirens actively draining Audrey to force his despair, to demonstrate that his escape had accomplished nothing except redirecting their hunger toward someone more vulnerable. He watched her fade over the next week. Her skin took on a pallor that looked almost translucent, as if she were becoming less solid, less anchored to the physical world. She barely ate. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse, damaged by the singing she produced in sleep. The black strands continued emerging from her skin, and she'd stopped trying to remove them all. There were too many, and the act of extraction exhausted her further. On day 42, sitting beside Audrey while she slept on the couch, Adrian understood with terrible clarity what was happening. The sirens had shifted their entire feeding strategy. When he'd learned to manage his own vanity despair through conscious acceptance, he'd spoiled their primary food source. So they'd adapted. Now they were feeding on his guilt, his horror over watching Audrey suffer because of him, his growing certainty that loving him was killing her, and it was working. Adrian felt himself spiraling into a despair that made his original vanity grief look trivial. He had been willing to accept his own baldness, his own failure, his own limitations. But accepting that his presence was lethal to someone he loved, that was a different magnitude of anguish. That was bottomless. The sirens had found his real wound. Not vanity. Love. He began to understand what they wanted. His return. His surrender. They wanted him to come back to the Institute, to descend again into the chamber, to offer himself as permanent feast, rather than watching Audrey consumed in his place. It was the only logical conclusion. They were draining her to force his choice. Save yourself by abandoning her to slow death, or save her by giving yourself to us. Adrian sat in the dark apartment, Audrey's labored breathing the only sound, and considered the geometry of the trap. If he left her, she might recover. The curse might retreat from her if its primary host was gone. But he would spiral into isolation despair that the sirens could harvest remotely. If he stayed, she would continue deteriorating until something in her broke irreparably. If he returned to the Keys, surrendered himself, they might release her, but would have him forever. Every choice led to feeding. The trap was perfect. Then, sitting there in the 3 a.m. darkness, Adrian remembered something Dr. Mercer had said during that first consultation. The acoustic therapy worked by tuning the body, by introducing corrective frequencies that restored cellular function. They had tuned him to the siren's frequency, had made him resonate with them. What if he could untune himself? What if he could consciously reject the frequency they'd imposed, could sever the connection not through distance or death, but through active repudiation? He didn't know how. The treatment had been done to him, not by him. But he had to try something, had to take action, rather than just watching Audrey dissolve. Adrian stood, moved carefully so as not to wake her, and went to his jacket hanging by the door. He reached into the pocket and found what he'd unconsciously kept since leaving the Institute. A small piece of crushed coral from the path, a fragment he'd picked up while walking to the boat that first morning, had slipped into his pocket without thinking. He'd been carrying a piece of that place with him all along, a physical connection, a tether, a key they could use to maintain their lock on his nervous system. It was 3:30 in the morning. Adrian walked out of Audrey's apartment, got in his car, and drove east toward the ocean. He didn't go to South Beach or any of Miami's tourist shores. He drove to Virginia Key, to a stretch of rocky beach where the water was dark and the city lights didn't reach. He stood at the edge, the coral fragment warm in his palm, and tried to understand what ritual might work. He had no training in this, no knowledge of how to fight supernatural predation. He only knew that the sirens had changed him through sound, through frequency, through vibration. And that intention itself might be a kind of frequency if he could broadcast it clearly enough. Adrian held the coral piece up to the moonlight, looked at it for a long moment, and then spoke. Not to the sirens. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction of acknowledgement, but to himself, to the part of him they'd rewired. He said, "I reject what you offered. I reject what you took. I reject the frequency you imposed and the connection you claimed. I am not tuned to you. I am not instrument for your feeding. I choose discord over your harmony. I choose silence over your song." Then he threw the coral as far as he could into the dark water, watched it disappear without splash or trace, and stood there waiting to feel different. Nothing changed immediately. The ocean moved with its usual indifference. The night made its normal sounds. Adrian felt no sudden lightness, no sense of curse lifting, no certainty that the ritual had worked. But when he returned to Audrey's apartment an hour later, she was sleeping peacefully for the first time in 2 weeks. Her breathing was steady, unlabored. And when he checked her arms, the black strands were gone, not pulled out, but simply absent, as if they'd never grown at all. Over the next 3 days, Audrey's recovery was dramatic. The waterlogged fatigue lifted gradually but steadily. Her color returned. She woke clear-eyed with no memory of underwater dreams, no compulsion to walk toward windows. The singing that had been constant in her ears faded to nothing. By day 48, she was back at work, functioning normally, the contamination apparently reversed. The curse had retreated, not eliminated. Adrian still heard faint singing sometimes, still felt the tingle on his scalp, still caught whispers in running water. The sirens hadn't released him, but they'd pulled back from Audrey, had withdrawn from the attempt to drain her, had apparently accepted that this particular strategy had failed. Adrian didn't understand the mechanism, didn't know if the ritual had actually severed something, or if the sirens had simply lost interest when their prey demonstrated he would fight back. Maybe intention itself was enough. Maybe their power depended on his surrender, and conscious rejection, however amateur and desperate, was sufficient to disrupt the feeding. Or maybe they were just patient. Maybe they were waiting for him to believe he'd won before trying again. But for now, Audrey was safe. The hair had stopped manifesting entirely. The nightmares had ended. And Adrian had learned something crucial. He wasn't powerless. The curse was permanent. The connection would never fully break, but he could influence its intensity through active choice rather than just passive acceptance. He had fought back. And for the first time since entering the resonance chamber, he'd won something that felt like victory. During the day, reality asserted itself with violent normalcy. Adrian returned to work, told his assistant he'd had a health scare but was recovering, resumed showing properties and negotiating contracts. His clients noticed he looked tired, perhaps thinner, but Miami real estate professionals were practiced at not asking about each other's apparent deterioration. Everyone was running from something. Adrian's demons were no more visible than anyone else's. But he was different now, and the difference showed in subtle ways. When clients made decisions based purely on appearance, rejecting properties because of superficial flaws that could be easily corrected, Adrian found himself arguing for substance over surface in ways he never had before. When younger agents bragged about their looks or their styling, Adrian felt not envy but pity, recognizing the trap before they'd even noticed it was there. His hair continued to thin. By the end of the second month, the recession had advanced to the point where strategic styling no longer disguised it. Adrian bought a clipper, sat in Audrey's bathroom, and shaved his head completely. The act took less than 10 minutes. The buzzing of the clipper was loud, industrial, utterly prosaic. When he finished and looked in the mirror, he saw a bald man. Not dying, not ruined, not failed. Just bald. The shape of his skull was good. His face looked stronger without the distraction of thinning hair trying to hide the truth. Audrey came in while he was still staring at his reflection. She studied him for a long moment, then smiled and told him it looked good. Actually good, not just acceptably good or charitable good. He looked like himself, she said. Like someone who had stopped performing and started inhabiting. Audrey believed her. Not because he thought he looked handsome, though he didn't think he looked bad, but because he could see in her expression that she was seeing him and not his hair or lack thereof. The gaze he'd been chasing for 2 decades, the validation he'd been seeking in mirrors and photographs and strangers' reactions, had been available all along in the eyes of someone who actually knew him. He asked her if she would consider giving him another chance. Not the old Adrian, the one who had obsessed and checked and retreated into vanity, but this one, this bald man who had looked into an abyss that sang and come back different. Audrey was quiet for a moment, then said she would think about it. Not as rejection, but as honest consideration. She had her own healing to do, her own boundaries to rebuild. But she didn't say no. 3 months passed. Adrian settled into his new appearance, bought clothes that worked with the bald aesthetic rather than trying to compensate for it. Learned to appreciate the efficiency of not dealing with hair at all. His business didn't suffer. If anything, clients seemed to trust him more now that he looked like someone who had stopped trying so hard. The young agents who had once made him feel obsolete now seemed callow, trapped in the same performance he'd escaped. He never returned to the Keys, never tried to contact the Institute or Dr. Mercer. Part of him wondered if he should report what had happened, should warn others about the predation happening on that private island. But what would he say? That immortal sirens were running a fake hair restoration clinic? That they fed on vanity's collapse? No one would believe him. He barely believed it himself on days when the memories felt more like fever dream than fact. But the scars on his ankles hadn't faded. And sometimes, late at night, he heard singing. It came from nowhere and everywhere. Female voices in harmony, beautiful and terrible. He would wake to find Audrey also awake, also listening. She heard it too, though she never mentioned it during daylight hours. The singing lasted only seconds before fading, and it never came with manifestation or message. Just a reminder, just proof that some things couldn't be entirely left behind. Audrey returned his ring one Tuesday evening in late autumn. She placed it on her coffee table, in the same gesture she'd used to take it away. But this time she was returning it as acceptance rather than rejection. She had conditions, she said. Therapy for both of them, individual and couples. Boundaries around work and obsession. A commitment to presence over performance. Adrian agreed to all of it without hesitation. They were married 6 months later in a small ceremony at the courthouse. No photographs, no production. Just vows and signatures and 2 witnesses they'd met that morning. Afterward, they had lunch at a diner where the lighting was unflattering and neither of them cared. Adrian's scalp remained bare. He grew a beard, salt and pepper, full. The kind of masculine ornament that felt earned rather than desperate. He looked distinguished, Audrey said. He looked free. But late at night, when the singing returned, Adrian would place his hand on his head and feel the phantom tingling. The memory of growth that had never been real, and he would remember the siren's promise. They had told him the treatment was permanent, that what grew would be his. And in a sense, they had been truthful. Just not in the way he'd understood. What had grown in him wasn't hair, but awareness. The recognition of his own hunger, his own trap, his own capacity for self-deception. That growth was permanent, was irreversible, was both gift and burden. He had paid $50,000 to learn that beauty was a lie he'd been telling himself, and the sirens had delivered exactly what he'd needed, though not at all what he'd wanted. Sometimes, touching his bare scalp, Adrian felt grateful. Other times he felt only the memory of black hair wrapping around his throat, and the echo of voices singing him toward drowning. Both feelings were true. Both would remain. On the 3rd anniversary of his treatment, Adrian received a package. It arrived at his office. No return address, postmarked from Key West. And when he opened it, black hair spilled across his desk like water. Hundreds of strands meticulously braided into a thick rope, still damp, still smelling of salt. His assistant saw it and asked if someone had sent him a wig as a joke. Adrian told her it was nothing, threw it away, and went about his day. But the smell lingered in his office, and when he checked the trash bin before leaving, the hair was gone. He found it that night in his bathroom at home. The braided rope was hanging from his towel rack, dripping onto the tile, forming a pool of water that reflected no light. Audrey saw it too this time. He hadn't told her about the package, but now he didn't need to. She stood in the doorway, her face pale, and asked if they were coming for him. Adrian didn't know. The sirens had fed on his despair once, had drained him until there was nothing left to harvest. Maybe this was just reminder, just marking him as theirs, claiming ownership of the man they'd broken and rebuilt. Or maybe it was invitation, a call to return, to descend again into the chamber and surrender to the feeding. He picked up the braided rope of hair, felt it pulse in his hands like something with veins, and carried it outside. He walked to the marina, found a spot at the end of a pier where the water was deep and dark, and threw the braid into the Atlantic. It sank immediately, pulling itself down toward depths Adrian didn't want to imagine. He stood at the pier's end for a long time, watching the water, listening for singing. None came, just waves and wind, and the ordinary sounds of a city touching ocean. When he finally turned to go home, he caught his reflection in a darkened window of a waterfront bar. A bald man, strong-jawed, with a beard going gray, standing alone at the edge of water. He looked like someone who had survived something, who carried knowledge that couldn't be shared but couldn't be forgotten. Adrian touched his scalp one more time, felt smooth skin and the faint tingling that never entirely left, and walked away from the water. The singing didn't return that night, or the next, or the month after. But Adrian knew it would come again eventually. The sirens were patient, were eternal, and he had been marked. He belonged to them in some sense, was connected to them through the curse they'd placed and the despair they'd harvested. But he also belonged to himself now and to Audrey, and to the life they were building. A life not based on mirrors or performance, or the pursuit of an image that could never satisfy. A life that was ordinary and real and enough. His scalp remained bare. His vanity remained gone, or at least changed into something less consuming, less destructive. And some nights, when Audrey asked him what he was thinking, Adrian would tell her the truth, that he was grateful for what he'd survived and terrified that it wasn't over. She would nod, understanding both feelings, and take his hand. They would sit together in their ordinary apartment, two people who had chosen each other despite and because of what they knew, and they would be present, would be real, would be exactly what they were. And in the depths beneath the keys, in the limestone chambers where sound behaved like magic and beauty masked hunger, the sirens would sing to each other about the vain man who got away but not really, who escaped but would always carry them, who was free but was also forever marked. They sang about patience, about waiting, about the long game they had been playing for centuries and would continue to play long after Adrian's bones were dust. And Adrian, lying in bed beside the woman who loved him, despite his hunger, despite his weakness, despite his failure, touched his bare scalp and felt the answering tingle, the reminder that some doors once open could never fully close. But he didn't open mirrors in the dark, didn't check his reflection obsessively, didn't let the tingle become more than sensation. He simply lived with it, the way he lived with every other scar and wound and memory of breaking. His hand making slow circles over smooth skin until sleep came and took him to dreams that were sometimes peaceful and sometimes full of singing and always, always his own. Rowan Halstead sat in the third pew of the church, watching the woman who could not possibly be 28 years old answer his questions with the patience of someone who had already died once and found the experience unremarkable. Her name was Mary, according to the policy documents in his leather case. Continental Life and Casualty had paid her death benefit in February of 1919, 7 weeks after the influenza took her in a Pittsburgh boarding house. The attending physician's signature was on file. The death certificate bore the city seal. Halstead had personally reviewed the claim before signing the disbursement voucher. Yet here she sat, hands folded in her lap, skin clear and unlined, answering his questions about crop rotations and the difficulty of getting decent flour this deep in the mountains. She wore a simple cotton dress that might have been fashionable a decade ago. Her hair was pinned in a style that predated the bob. She smelled faintly of lye soap and wood smoke. The church was a modest structure, white clapboard gone gray with weather, perched on the high end of the valley where the morning sun hit first. Through the window behind the pulpit, Halstead could see the town of Oakhaven spread below. 24 buildings clustered along a creek that ran cold and clear from the surrounding peaks. Smoke rose from chimneys. A woman hung laundry on a line behind what appeared to be a general store. A man chopped wood with the steady rhythm of someone who had done the same task 1,000 times before. Everything about the scene suggested ordinary mountain life, except for the ledger now open on Halstead's lap, which listed 12 names, 12 policies. 12 people who had died between October 1918 and March 1919, all of influenza, all properly documented, all with death benefits paid in full. And according to the merchants who traveled the mountain roads, selling tinware and patent medicines, all 12 of them had been seen alive and well in this valley within the past 6 months. Continental Life and Casualty did not appreciate being defrauded. Halstead had come to collect. Brother Kemper entered from a side door, moving with the careful steps of the blind. He was an old man, perhaps 70, with white hair that fell past his shoulders and a face carved deep with lines. His eyes were clouded with cataracts, pale and sightless. Yet they seemed to track Halstead's position with unsettling accuracy as he made his way to the pulpit. Brother Kemper settled both hands on the pulpit rail. When he spoke, his voice carried the deep resonance of a man who had spent decades filling rooms with sound. He asked if Halstead had come about the dead. Halstead confirmed he had come about 12 people who collected death benefits and appeared to be living in this valley. Fraud was a criminal matter. If these individuals were the actual policyholders, they would need to return the money with interest. Brother Kemper said they were who they claimed to be, that they had died. Influenza took them, same as it took millions of others. The difference was that they died here in Oakhaven under his covenant. Here, death has no dominion. The church was very quiet. Outside, the steady rhythm of the axe continued, wood splitting with clean cracks that echoed off the surrounding peaks. Halstead had encountered religious zealots before, people who believed their faith granted them special dispensation from natural law. They were usually harmless if tedious. But something in Brother Kemper's tone, not pride, not madness, just the flat certainty of a man stating an obvious fact, made the hair on Halstead's neck prickle. Brother Kemper suggested Halstead stay the night and see for himself. Then he asked if Halstead carried a watch. Halstead touched his vest pocket reflexively, confirming he did. Wind it before bed. Time moves strangely here, and stopped clocks are an unkindness. Brother Kemper left. The church emptied of his presence the way a room empties of warmth when a fire dies. Halstead sat alone in the third pew, ledger in his lap, listening to the distant axe and the closer sound of his own breathing. He should leave, walk back down the trail to where he'd left his automobile, drive the rough roads back to the railway station, file a report recommending criminal investigation. This was not his responsibility. Continental Life and Casualty had fraud investigators with federal authority. His job was to verify the claims and make the initial assessment. He had done that. The assessment was clear. Something impossible was happening in this valley. But Halstead had spent 9 years interviewing beneficiaries and investigating suspicious claims. He had learned to recognize when people were lying, and Brother Kemper had not been lying. Neither had the woman in the church. They believed what they were saying with the conviction of first-hand witnesses, which meant either they were all sharing the same delusion, or something in this valley operated outside the normal boundaries of life and death. Halstead walked down the center aisle and pushed through the church doors into afternoon light that seemed too bright, too ordinary for what he'd just heard. The man chopping wood had stopped. He stood with the axe resting against his shoulder, watching Halstead with the patient attention of someone waiting to see if a wild animal would run or attack. He was perhaps 40, dressed in work clothes that had been patched many times. His face was unlined. His hands, when Halstead glanced at them, showed no signs of arthritis or age-related stiffness, despite the calluses that spoke of decades of labor. Halstead consulted his ledger without opening it. He had memorized the names. This would be one of the timber workers from the list. Died of influenza in a lumber camp outside Asheville in January 1919. Death benefit paid to a sister in Charlotte. The attending physician had noted massive pulmonary hemorrhage, a common end-stage symptom of the Spanish flu. The man set down his axe and gestured toward a building at the far end of the main road. The boarding house, Halstead assumed. He nodded his thanks and walked past the man, who did not speak or move to follow, but whose gaze Halstead felt on his back until he turned the corner. The boarding house was a 2-story structure with a wide porch and rocking chairs that looked handmade. An older woman sat in one of them, shelling peas into a wooden bowl. She glanced up as Halstead approached, smiled briefly, and returned to her work. The smile had been reflexive, the kind given to any stranger, but her eyes had assessed him with the calculation of someone deciding whether he represented threat or opportunity. Inside, the boarding house smelled of pine soap and cooking meat. The front room held a desk, a guest register, and a staircase leading to the upper floor. No one attended the desk. Halstead stood in the entry hall for several minutes, listening to the sounds of the house. Footsteps overhead, the distant clatter of pots, the creak of floorboards settling. Eventually, a young woman appeared from a back hallway, wiping her hands on an apron. She looked at Halstead, then at the leather case he carried, and something in her expression shifted from welcome to wariness. She told him Brother Kemper had sent word he would be staying. The room was $2 for the night, meals included, payment in advance. Halstead paid. The woman counted the bills twice, folded them into her apron pocket, and led him upstairs to a room at the end of the hall. It held a narrow bed, a washstand, and a window that looked out over the valley. She told him supper would be at 6 and left before he could ask any questions. Halstead set his case on the bed and went to the window. From this height, he could see most of Oakhaven, the church on its rise, the general store and its attached outbuildings, several houses with gardens, a smithy with its forge cold, a barn that appeared to serve as communal storage. Perhaps 60 people lived here, judging by the structures. A small population for a valley this size, but sustainable if they grew their own food and maintained minimal trade with the outside world. What struck him most was the absence of certain things. No telegraph lines, no telephone poles, no evidence of electrical service. The buildings themselves showed no recent construction or repair, as if the town had reached its current form years ago and simply stopped changing. Even the wood smoke rising from the chimneys seemed to hang in the air longer than it should, as though the valley held it close. Halstead checked his watch. 4:30 in the afternoon. 2 hours until supper. He wound the watch out of habit, then caught himself remembering Brother Kemper's warning about time moving strangely. The second hand swept its circuit with clockwork regularity. The watch was a Waltham, purchased new in 1921, serviced annually. It had never lost more than a minute a week. He sat on the bed and opened his ledger, reviewing the 12 names again. The woman from Pittsburgh, the timber worker from Asheville, Robert Pruitt from Knoxville. The list continued, each entry identical in its essential details. Influenza death between October 1918 and March 1919, death benefit paid. No suspicious circumstances noted at the time. The claims had been processed by different adjusters in different regional offices. There was no pattern to suggest coordinated fraud. Yet here they all were, alive and apparently unchanged by the 8 years that had passed since their documented deaths. Halstead closed the ledger and lay back on the bed, hands folded across his chest. The ceiling above him was unfinished pine, aged to a deep honey color. A spider had built a web in the corner near the window, and Halstead watched it for a time, waiting to see if anything would be caught. The web hung motionless. No flies, no moths, no movement at all. He must have dozed, because when he opened his eyes, the light from the window had turned orange, and the sound of voices rose from the porch below. Halstead checked his watch. 5:50. He had slept for over an hour, though it felt like only minutes. He rose, splashed water on his face from the basin on the washstand, and went downstairs. The dining room held a long table with benches on either side. 8 people were already seated, none of whom Halstead recognized from his ledger, though he assumed at least some of them were on the list. They looked up as he entered, and the conversation stopped the way it does when the subject being discussed has just walked into the room. The young woman who had checked him in brought out dishes: fried chicken, boiled potatoes, green beans cooked with fatback, cornbread that steamed when she broke it open. The food was simple but well prepared. Halstead ate in silence while the others talked around him about subjects that seemed carefully chosen to be innocuous: the weather, the garden yields, whether the creek would run low by winter. No one mentioned death or the past, or why Halstead had come. After supper, as the dishes were being cleared, an older man across the table finally addressed him directly. He asked what Halstead did for a living. Halstead said he was an investigator for an insurance company in New York. The man nodded as though this confirmed something he had already suspected. He asked if Halstead had traveled far. 3 days by train, Halstead said. Then half a day by automobile to the nearest town with roads, then 5 hours hiking the trail into the valley. The automobile was parked in a barn owned by a family who charged $1 a day for the service. He would need to return within the week or risk them selling it for back rent. The man asked if anyone else knew he was here. Halstead said his office knew he was investigating claims in the Carolina mountains, but he had not provided specific coordinates for Oakhaven. The trail was unmarked, and the valley did not appear on any map he had consulted. The man nodded again. The others at the table had stopped eating. They watched Halstead with the collective focus of a jury listening to testimony. Finally, the man asked what Halstead intended to do about what he had found. The question was not hostile, but it carried weight. The answer mattered to everyone in the room. Halstead set down his fork. He said he intended to complete his investigation, interview all 12 policyholders, document their current status, and file a report with his company. What happened after that would be determined by others with more authority than he possessed. The man thanked him for his honesty. Then he said that Brother Kemper wanted to see Halstead at the church after the sun went down. It was not a request. Halstead walked to the church in full darkness. The valley held no street lamps, no lighted windows beyond dim candles or oil lamps. The moon was a sliver, and the stars overhead shone with the crystalline brilliance that comes only in places far from cities. He had brought a flashlight from his case, but the path was visible enough. Packed earth, worn smooth by countless feet. The church stood dark except for lamplight showing through the windows. Halstead climbed the steps and pushed through the doors. Brother Kemper sat in the front pew, hands folded in his lap, blind eyes aimed at the altar. He looked smaller than he had that afternoon, older, as though the day's exertions had cost him something measurable. He began without preamble, told Halstead the story the way a man might recount historical facts, without drama or embellishment. The influenza came to the valley in October of 1918. Within 3 weeks, 17 people had died. The valley's population then was perhaps 70 souls, and losing 17 meant losing the knowledge of how to do things. How to make barrel hoops, how to treat sick animals, how to birth babies when complications arose. The survivors were terrified, not just of the disease, but of the practical reality that the community would not survive another winter if the dying continued. Brother Kemper had been a circuit preacher for 40 years, traveling the mountains and bringing God's word to remote congregations. He knew Scripture the way other men knew their own skin, and he knew that Scripture contained promises, explicit promises, about death having no sting, about believers being freed from bondage to mortality. He had always interpreted these as metaphor, as spiritual truth, rather than physical fact. But in that October of 1918, with 17 bodies being prepared for burial, and more people coughing in their beds, metaphor seemed inadequate. So Brother Kemper decided to test whether the promises were literal. He gathered the remaining healthy members of the congregation in this church and spoke a covenant. Not a prayer, not a plea, but a declaration of terms with whatever power governed the boundary between life and death. The covenant took him 3 days and 3 nights to speak into being. He spoke without stopping, without eating or drinking, until the words formed a complete seal around the valley. The covenant stated that no person within the valley's boundaries would pass beyond while it remained unbroken, that death could come to the threshold, but no further, that the price for this protection would be isolation. No one could leave the valley and return while the covenant held, and that the covenant would last only as long as Brother Kemper lived to maintain it. Brother Kemper paused, asked if Halstead understood. Halstead said he understood the words, but not how such a thing could function. It violated every principle of medicine, biology, and rational law. Natural law, Brother Kemper said, is a human category. It describes what we've observed, not what's possible. I spoke terms to something older than human observation. After the covenant was completed, the dying stopped. People still became ill. Fever, chills, the bloody cough, but none of them died. The disease would progress to its natural end point, where a body should fail and a soul should depart, and then simply stop. The sufferer would linger in that terminal state for hours or days, hovering at the boundary until the illness burned itself out and they recovered. Over the following months, several more people reached the point where death should have claimed them. Injuries, age, a child who fell from a loft and broke her spine, all of them survived. The child walked again within a week. Word spread among the mountain communities. People began arriving at Oakhaven, bringing their dying. Some came too late. The death had already occurred before they reached the valley, and the covenant could not reverse what had already been completed. But those who arrived while still living, no matter how close to the end, found that they could not die here. They recovered. They stayed. The original residents accepted this. They had nowhere else to go, and the covenant had a price: isolation. Anyone who left the valley for more than a day would break their connection to the protection. Death would find them outside the boundaries. So they stayed, grew their own food, made their own tools, lived as people had lived 100 years before. The 12 names in Halstead's ledger were among the last to arrive. All had been dying of influenza in cities and towns across the South. Their families had heard rumors of a place in the mountains where the sick didn't die. In desperation, they brought their dying relatives here, paid Brother Kemper what they could afford. And when the dying recovered, when the crisis had passed, those same families filed death certificates and claimed the insurance money. A practical decision. The sick could not return to their old lives without breaking the covenant. They were dead to the outside world, so why not make the death official and collect what was owed? Brother Kemper finished speaking. The church was silent except for the sound of night insects outside and the faint wheeze in the old man's breathing. Halstead sat in the pew behind him, leather case on his lap, trying to process what he had heard against what he knew to be possible. He asked the question that had to be asked. How long did Brother Kemper believe the covenant would last? Until I die, Brother Kemper said. The terms were explicit. My life is the anchor. When I pass, the seal breaks, and death will come for everyone who should have died already, Halstead calculated. The covenant had been in place since October 1918, nearly 8 years. Brother Kemper was at least 70, possibly older. He looked exhausted in the way of men whose bodies have begun the final withdrawal. Whether that process would take months or years, Halstead could not say. But it was finite. Halstead asked what would happen to the people in the valley when the covenant ended. Brother Kemper said he did not know. His best guess was that death would arrive all at once, collecting everything that was owed, 17 from the original outbreak, 20 more who had been brought here over the following months, 12 from Halstead's list, others since then, perhaps 50 souls who existed in borrowed time. But that's a problem for them to solve, Brother Kemper said. My responsibility was to give them time. Time to decide if living a few more years in isolation was worth the cost of knowing death was waiting outside the valley. Most chose to stay, some left. He turned slightly in the pew, his blind eyes tracking somewhere past Halstead's shoulder. 4 people have left since the covenant was sealed. We found their bodies within a mile of the valley border. Death took them instantly. Halstead felt cold despite the closeness of the church air. He asked what Brother Kemper wanted from him. Nothing. I wanted you to understand what you're investigating. These people didn't commit fraud. They made a choice between death and isolation, and they chose to live. The money their families collected was compensation for a real loss. The person those families knew is gone. A different person lives here now. Halstead closed his ledger, asked if Brother Kemper expected him to simply leave and file a report saying the claims were legitimate. I expect you to make whatever decision your conscience requires, Brother Kemper said. But I want you to make it with full knowledge. You carry the power to unmake this. If you report what you found, your company will send others. Federal investigators, lawyers, men who care more about precedent than mercy. The attention will destroy the isolation that keeps these people alive. Some of them will try to flee. Death will take them at the border. The rest will stay and wait for me to die, knowing there's no one to renew the covenant after I'm gone. Brother Kemper stood using the pew for support. Told Halstead he had a room at the boarding house if he wanted to sleep on the question. In the morning, he could interview the policyholders, see for himself that they were real people living real lives. After that, he could decide what to report. Halstead asked one final question. Why had Brother Kemper told him any of this? Why not simply lie, claim the policyholders were distant relatives, accept whatever consequences came? Brother Kemper was silent for a long moment. Then he said that lies had weight, and he was too old to carry any more weight. He had bent reality to keep people alive. That was burden enough. He left through the side door. Halstead remained in the church, listening to the insects and the night wind moving through the eaves. His flashlight battery was dying, and he needed to return to the boarding house before full darkness made navigation possible. But he sat for several more minutes, trying to construct a framework that would allow what he had heard to be true. It violated causality. It violated thermodynamics. It violated everything medicine understood about death as biological failure. Yet Halstead had seen the woman in the church who should have been 36, but looked 28. He had seen the timber worker, who should have shown the physical toll of 8 additional years of manual labor, but appeared frozen at the age he had been when the influenza should have killed him. Either everyone in the valley was participating in an elaborate performance, maintaining the illusion across years and in front of outsiders, or Brother Kemper was telling the truth. Halstead left the church and walked back toward the boarding house, flashlight beam weak against the darkness. The valley felt different at night, more enclosed, as though the mountains drew closer. Above him, the stars were foreign constellations, too bright and too numerous. He had the sense of standing at the bottom of a well, looking up at light that could not reach him. At the boarding house, he climbed the stairs to his room and found a covered dish waiting on the washstand. Cornbread and butter, a glass of milk. The young woman must have brought it while he was at the church. Halstead ate without appetite, watching the window and the darkness beyond. He wound his watch again, though it did not need winding. The action was automatic, a link to routine and normalcy. The mechanism clicked and turned. The second hand continued its steady sweep. Time passed here the same as it passed everywhere else, except that it didn't. Time in Oakhaven had stopped for 50 people on a specific October day in 1918, and they had been living in that frozen moment ever since. Halstead lay on the bed without undressing and stared at the ceiling until sleep finally came. His dreams were of paperwork and signatures and the faces of beneficiaries whose claims he had denied for insufficient documentation. In the dreams, they were all dead, and he was responsible for not saving them. He woke before dawn with his jaw aching from clenching his teeth. The boarding house was quiet. Halstead washed, dressed, and went downstairs to find the dining room empty except for the older man from the previous night. He sat at the table with a cup of coffee and a newspaper that looked weeks old. He glanced up when Halstead entered, gestured to the pot on the stove, and returned to his reading. Halstead poured coffee and sat across from him. Asked if the man was one of the 12 from his ledger. The man nodded without looking up. Said his name was Robert Pruitt, that he'd died of influenza in a Knoxville boarding house in January 1919, and that his brother had collected $600 from Continental Life and Casualty to pay for a burial that never happened. He said all this in the tone of someone reporting facts that had long since ceased to bother him. Halstead asked if Pruitt regretted the decision to come here. Pruitt folded the newspaper and considered the question. Said that regret required believing an alternative was possible. He had been dying. His lungs had been filling with blood. The doctors had sent him home to expire in a rented room. Someone told his brother about Oakhaven. The brother borrowed a horse and wagon and brought him here in the middle of the night. By the time they arrived, Pruitt was no longer conscious. But he was alive, and the covenant kept him alive long enough for his body to recover. "Do I regret living?" Pruitt said. "No. Do I regret the cost? Every day?" But those are different questions. Halstead asked what Pruitt would do when Brother Kemper died. Pruitt said he didn't know. Some people talked about trying to learn the covenant, about selecting someone to take Brother Kemper's place. But the old man had never taught anyone the word, and he claimed the covenant was specific to his voice, his lifetime. When he died, the seal would break no matter who spoke the words afterward. Others talked about leaving before that happened, accepting death on their own terms rather than waiting for it to arrive all at once. But leaving meant dying within a mile of the valley. The covenant's edge was sharp and final. Several people had tested it over the years. None had survived past the boundary. So most people simply didn't think about it. They lived their days the way anyone lived their days, working, eating, sleeping, finding small pleasures where they could. The future was an abstraction. The present was real. Halstead asked if he could interview the other 11 policyholders before he left. Pruitt said they were expecting him. Most lived in town within walking distance. He could complete the interviews in a few hours if that's all he wanted to do. The question hung, what else might Halstead want to do? Halstead had no answer. He finished his coffee and went back upstairs to collect his ledger. Halstead spent the morning walking from house to house, sitting in kitchens and parlors, listening to people who had died 8 years ago describe their current lives in careful, measured terms. They answered his questions about their identities, their previous addresses, their documented deaths. They provided details that matched the claim files, the names of attending physicians, the boarding houses where they had expired, the family members who had filed the death certificates. Every interview confirmed what Brother Kemper had said. These were not imposters. They were the actual policyholders, alive and unchanged by the years that should have aged them. By noon, Halstead had spoken to all 12. He had documented their statements in his notebook, cross-referenced against his ledger, and found no discrepancies. His investigation was complete. He had the evidence he needed to file a comprehensive report. He returned to the boarding house and ate lunch alone in the dining room. The young woman brought him soup and bread and did not ask questions. Through the window, he could see the valley spread below, fields planted in orderly rows, livestock penned behind split-rail fences, people moving about their tasks with the unhurried pace of those who had nowhere else to be. It looked like a painting of an earlier America, the kind found in school books and museums, simple and wholesome and utterly removed from the modern world. Except that the people in this painting could not die, and the moment their protection ended, death would arrive in a catastrophic flood. Halstead pushed away his soup and opened his ledger one final time. Reviewed the numbers. Continental Life and Casualty had paid out $8,700 across the 12 policies. A significant sum, but not catastrophic for a company that handled thousands of claims annually. The money was long spent. The beneficiaries had used it for burials, debts, living expenses. Recovering it would require legal action against families who believed in good faith that their relatives were dead. The alternative was to report the truth, that the policyholders were alive, that the deaths had been faked, and that a community of people was living under a supernatural covenant that kept death at bay. Such a report would be dismissed as madness, or would be taken seriously, and federal investigators would arrive, and the attention would destroy everything Brother Kemper had built. Either outcome ended with the people of Oakhaven dying. Halstead closed the ledger. His hands were trembling. In 9 years of investigating claims, he had never encountered a situation where following procedure meant causing harm. His job was to verify facts and document fraud. He was not responsible for what others did with his findings. He was not responsible for policies or consequences or moral calculations. But he was responsible for what he put in his report. He was still sitting in the empty dining room when the young woman returned to clear his dishes. She glanced at his face and paused, asked if he was unwell. Halstead said he was fine, just tired from the altitude. She nodded and said Brother Kemper wanted to see him again before he left. She said it gently, the way one might inform someone that a difficult conversation was unavoidable. Then she added, almost as an afterthought, that Brother Kemper had taken to his bed that afternoon, that he had been declining for weeks, maybe months, but it seemed to worsen since Halstead arrived, as though holding on until the investigator came, until the outside world sent someone to witness what had been built here, had required the last of his strength. Halstead felt something cold settle in his chest. He had brought his ledgers and his questions and his insistence on verification, and in doing so had become a kind of catalyst, an auditor of reality itself. His very presence, his refusal to accept the impossible, his documentation of what should not exist, was like pressing a blade against fabric already stretched thin. The covenant was unraveling around him simply because he would not stop trying to measure it. He walked to the church in afternoon light that seemed too bright, too indifferent to what was happening. Brother Kemper was at the pulpit again, but he gripped the rail now with both hands, using it to hold himself upright. His blind eyes were aimed toward the door as though he could see Halstead approaching, and his breathing had the wet, labored sound of a man whose body was shutting down. Halstead stood in the aisle, asked if Brother Kemper knew what he was going to do. The old man said he did not presume to know anyone's conscience. Then he said something that made Halstead's chest tighten. That mercy and justice were not always the same thing, and a man had to decide which one he served. Halstead wanted to argue that he served neither, that he served accuracy, documentation, the facts as they existed. But he knew that was a lie. Every investigation was an exercise in choosing which facts mattered, which testimonies to credit, which evidence to emphasize. He had never been neutral. He had simply never been forced to acknowledge it. He told Brother Kemper he would file a report stating that the policyholders could not be located, that the addresses on record appeared to be fraudulent, and that Continental Life and Casualty should write off the losses as the cost of inadequate verification procedures. It would not recover the money paid out, but it would close the matter without further investigation. Brother Kemper nodded slowly. Asked what had decided Halstead. Halstead said he didn't know. Perhaps the realization that destroying 50 lives to recover $8,000 was not justice, but cruelty. Perhaps the understanding that some frauds existed because the alternative was worse. Or perhaps, Halstead did not say, it was the knowledge that he would have to live with his decision for the rest of his life, and he preferred to live knowing he had chosen mercy over procedure. Brother Kemper thanked him, said that Halstead's decision would buy the valley more time. How much time, neither of them knew. But time was all anyone truly needed. Halstead turned to leave and made it halfway down the aisle before Brother Kemper called after him. The old man's voice was weaker now, barely more than a whisper that somehow still carried through the empty church. I pray you're far from here when that day comes. Halstead walked out into the bright afternoon. The valley looked the same as it had when he arrived. Peaceful, isolated, a pocket of another century preserved by geography and will. He had agreed to protect it, to lie in his official report, and let Continental Life and Casualty absorb the loss. It should have felt like a victory, or at least like the right decision. Instead, it felt like complicity, like he had become responsible for whatever came next. He returned to the boarding house to collect his case and settle his bill. The young woman was waiting at the desk. She counted the money he gave her and wrote a receipt in careful script. Then she looked up, and her eyes were red. Brother Kemper had died. Passed away in his sleep less than an hour ago, still gripping the pulpit rail. The covenant was breaking. Halstead ran. He ran down the main road toward the trail that led out of the valley, leather case banging against his hip, breath burning in his lungs. Doors slammed open behind him. The town was mobilizing. People running from houses, from the general store, voices overlapping as word spread. Brother Kemper was dead. The covenant was breaking. Death was coming. Halstead reached the trailhead and started climbing. The path was steep, winding through dense forest that cut the afternoon light into scattered shafts. His city shoes slipped on loose rock. Branches tore at his jacket. He did not look back. Behind him, the shouting grew louder. They were following. He heard multiple voices calling to each other, coordinating. They would catch him before he reached the automobile. And then what? Force him back to the church? Make him take Brother Kemper's place at the pulpit and speak a covenant he didn't know? Halstead climbed faster. His lungs felt raw. His legs trembled. The trail seemed longer than it had on the way in, the distance stretched by panic and exhaustion. He imagined hands closing on his collar, dragging him back down the mountain, locking him in the church while 50 dying people waited for him to speak words that would save them. That's when he felt the cold. Not autumn chill. This was cellular, bone deep, seeping into his joints like water into wood. His knees stiffened. His fingers went clumsy. He stumbled, caught himself against a tree, kept climbing. Behind him, the voices had changed. No longer coordinated pursuit, but confusion, panic, people calling names. Then the voices began to cut off one by one, not fading with distance, but stopping mid-word as though someone was turning off speakers in sequence. Halstead glanced back through gaps in the foliage. Below, through the trees, he could see fog rising from the creek, thick and white and utterly wrong for an autumn afternoon. It spread with impossible speed, flowing uphill against gravity, consuming the lower buildings. The boarding house vanished into it. The general store. One by one, the structures disappeared as the fog rolled over them like water filling a basin. And with the fog came deeper cold. Halstead's breath turned to mist. Frost appeared on the leaves around him, spreading in delicate crystal patterns even as he watched. His watch, he glanced at it reflexively. The second hand shuddered. Paused. Resumed. Paused again. Time itself was struggling. The sounds of the forest died. Birds that had been calling stopped mid-song. The wind in the branches ceased. Even his own footsteps seemed muffled, as though the air had become thick and resistant. The only sound was something like wind through empty rooms, like the absence of sound given voice. It grew louder, climbing toward him with the fog, a roar that was somehow also silence. Death had come to Oakhaven. Halstead turned and continued climbing, no longer caring if they followed, because nothing was following anymore except the fog and the cold, and something vast and patient, and utterly indifferent that was collecting what it was owed. The fog touched his heels. He felt its coldness reach for him, felt something brush against his consciousness. Not malevolent, not even aware of him, just processing an account that had been left open too long. He thought he could hear voices in it, or the absence of voices, the silence where voices had been. Then he was across. He felt the boundary snap shut behind him, like a door slamming. The fog stopped at the threshold, piled against an invisible wall, unable to follow. The cold released him. Sound returned. Normal forest sounds, birds and wind, and his own ragged breathing. Time resumed its regular flow, his watch's second hand sweeping smoothly once more. Halstead collapsed on the far side, gasping, heart hammering against his ribs. He looked back through the trees at the valley below. The fog had filled it completely, a white sea with only the highest rooftops visible, like drowning islands. No movement, no sound. Just the fog and the cold and the certainty that 50 people had just paid a debt 8 years overdue. He sat on the trail for perhaps an hour, watching the fog slowly dissipate. When it finally cleared, the valley looked unchanged. The buildings stood intact. Smoke no longer rose from chimneys, but the structures themselves appeared undamaged. Halstead forced himself to stand. He had a 5-hour hike back to his automobile, and darkness would come early in the mountains. He needed to move. He walked the trail in silence, not allowing himself to think about what he had witnessed or what role he had played in it. The report he would file was irrelevant now. There were no policyholders to investigate. Continental Life and Casualty would never recover its $8,000, and Halstead would never speak of what had happened in Oakhaven, because no one would believe him, and because explaining would require admitting that his decision to show mercy had triggered the catastrophe he was trying to prevent. By the time he reached the barn where his automobile was stored, full darkness had fallen. The family who owned the barn was eating supper. They waved to him through the window, friendly and incurious. Halstead paid his storage fee, cranked the engine, and began the long drive toward the railway station. He drove through the night, stopping only for gasoline. The roads were rough and poorly marked, but he had a map and enough moonlight to navigate. He passed through small towns where people went about their evening business, unaware that 50 souls had just been erased from existence in a valley they would never see. By dawn, Halstead reached the station. He parked the automobile, returned the keys to the rental office, and bought a ticket on the first train to Roanoke. From there, he would connect to Washington, then New York. 3 days in reverse. Time enough to decide what he would tell his supervisors. Time enough to convince himself that he had done the right thing, or at least the only thing possible. The train to Roanoke left at 6 in the morning. Halstead found a seat in an empty car, set his case on the bench beside him, and closed his eyes. He did not sleep. Instead, he calculated. 50 people, 8 years borrowed, some of them who should have died in 1918, others in the years since. How did death balance such accounts? All at once, as Brother Kemper had predicted, or one by one across time, the valley gradually emptying until nothing remained but abandoned buildings and silence. He would never know. And that uncertainty would follow him for the rest of his life. The train began to move. Halstead opened his eyes and watched the mountains slide past the window, range after range fading into morning haze. He thought about Brother Kemper, who had held death at bay for 8 years through will and words alone. He thought about the woman from Pittsburgh and the timber worker from Asheville, and Robert Pruitt from Knoxville, who had chosen isolation over dying. He thought about the young woman at the boarding house, who had counted his money and written a receipt, and then informed him that the world was ending. All of them gone now, claimed by a debt they had never truly escaped. Halstead opened his ledger one final time and drew a line through all 12 names. The claims were resolved. The investigation was complete. Continental Life and Casualty would never know what had happened in Oakhaven, and Halstead would never tell them. He closed the ledger and stared out the window at the passing landscape, trying not to imagine the fog and the cold and the 50 people who had simply stopped existing when the covenant broke. It was over. He had survived. And in surviving, he had learned something that would poison every subsequent claim he investigated. That natural law was not natural at all, but simply the set of rules that held most of the time, and that somewhere in the margins between life and death, other rules applied. Rules he did not understand and could not control. Rules that, once broken, could never be restored. The train from the mountains ran slow. It stopped at every hamlet and crossing, taking on passengers who looked like they had been waiting days for transport. Halstead sat in his empty car and watched them board. Farmers with canvas sacks, women with children, a salesman carrying a case larger than his own. Normal people living normal lives. He tried to sleep and could not. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the fog rising from the creek, impossible and patient. He saw the valley filling like a basin. He heard the silence where the voices had been. At the first stop, Halstead bought coffee from a vendor on the platform. The man asked if he had been in the mountains long. Halstead said 2 days. The vendor nodded and said the mountains could do strange things to a man, make him see things that weren't there, make him believe in old stories. People came down from the high country talking about ghosts and curses and towns that didn't exist on any map. The vendor laughed when he said it, a friendly dismissal of mountain superstition. Halstead paid for the coffee and returned to his seat. The train lurched forward. He drank the coffee even though it tasted like charcoal and water. The heat helped. By afternoon, they descended out of the mountains into rolling foothills. The landscape opened. Fields replaced forest. Roads appeared where before there had been only trails. The train picked up speed, no longer laboring against elevation. Halstead checked his watch. Nearly 4 o'clock. They would reach Roanoke by evening. He would find a hotel, sleep in a real bed, and catch the morning train north. 3 days to New York. Time enough to construct a plausible story for why his investigation had taken a week and produced no useful results. He would say the trail was difficult, that the people he interviewed were not the policyholders, but relatives using their names, that the remote location and lack of documentation made prosecution unlikely. He would recommend writing off the losses and requiring notarized death certificates for rural claims going forward. All of it true enough to be defensible. None of it revealing what had actually happened. The train followed a river valley, curving around bends where the water ran shallow over rocks. Halstead watched the landscape and tried to anchor himself in its normalcy. The ordinary world governed by ordinary laws, continuing as it always had. The conviction lasted until Roanoke came into view. The city appeared at the far end of the valley, spread across low hills, smoke rising from factories and rail yards. A substantial place, modern and industrial, connected to the larger world by rail and telegraph. Halstead had passed through it on his way to the mountains. He remembered the station, large, bustling, with connections to Richmond and Washington and points north. But as the train drew closer, something was wrong. The smoke rising from the factories hung motionless in the air as though the wind had stopped. No trains moved in the yards. The platform, which should have been crowded with evening travelers, was empty. Halstead leaned toward the window. The engineer sounded the whistle, the long warning blast that announced approach to a major station. But no one responded. No porters appeared. No station workers emerged to guide the train to its platform. The train slowed, then stopped at the edge of the station yard. The engineer's whistle fell silent. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then Halstead heard shouting from the front of the train, voices raised in confusion and alarm. He grabbed his case and moved to the door. Other passengers were doing the same, crowding the aisles, asking each other what was wrong. Halstead pushed through them and stepped onto the platform. The station was full of people. They sat in waiting area benches. They leaned against pillars. They lay on the ground near the ticket windows. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, when Halstead counted the platforms and the terminal building beyond, all perfectly still, all dead. Halstead walked forward in a trance. The people showed no signs of injury or violence. They simply looked as though they had fallen asleep where they sat. A woman in a blue dress slumped in a chair, a magazine open on her lap. A porter lay beside a luggage cart, one hand still gripping the handle. An elderly man sat with his newspaper folded across his knee, reading glasses still perched on his nose. Behind Halstead, passengers from the train were stumbling onto the platform, seeing what he saw, beginning to scream or pray, or simply stand frozen in shock. The engineer climbed down from the locomotive and approached the nearest body, a station worker in uniform. He knelt, checked for a pulse, found nothing. Halstead moved through the crowd of dead with methodical detachment, checking faces, confirming what he already knew. No wounds or blood, no disease markers, no poison residue, just absence. As though something had reached into each person and simply switched them off. He reached the terminal building and pushed through the doors. Inside, the scene repeated. Ticket agents collapsed at their counters, travelers fallen in lines, porters slumped against walls. The clock above the main entrance had stopped at 3:17. Halstead crossed the terminal to the station master's office. The door stood open. Inside, a man sat at a desk, head tilted back, mouth slightly open, eyes staring at nothing. Beside him, a telegraph machine clicked and chattered, endlessly printing out messages on a spool of paper that had fallen to the floor and was now piling into a growing heap. Halstead picked up the most recent section and read, Washington reported mass casualties, cause unknown, thousands dead, requesting assistance. Chicago said the entire population was affected. Hospitals overwhelmed, no pulse, No breath. All deceased. Philadelphia's governor and mayor were both dead. Federal response required immediately. Richmond couldn't calculate the death toll. Hundreds per minute, no pattern, no warning, just sudden cessation. The messages continued, variations on the same theme, arriving from cities across the eastern seaboard. Washington, Baltimore, Richmond, Charleston, Atlanta. Reports of mass simultaneous death, sudden and painless, claiming thousands or tens of thousands within minutes. Halstead let the paper fall. He walked to the window and looked out over the city of Roanoke. From this height, he could see into the streets. Automobiles stopped in intersections. Pedestrians collapsed on sidewalks. Everything motionless except for the smoke still rising from factory chimneys, as though the machinery continued running after the operators had fallen. Behind him, the telegraph kept clicking. More messages arriving. More cities reporting the same catastrophe. Boston, New York, Pittsburgh. The death was spreading, or had already spread, across the entire eastern third of the country. Halstead understood. The understanding came not as revelation, but as horrible logical conclusion. Brother Kemper's covenant had held death at bay for 8 years. 50 people who should have died had continued living, accumulating a debt that mortality demanded be paid. When the covenant broke, when Halstead fled the valley and let nature restore its balance, death had come to collect. But the debt was larger than 50 souls. Death didn't work that way. It couldn't be held back in one place without consequences everywhere else. Brother Kemper hadn't created a sanctuary, he had created a dam. And for 8 years, the deaths that should have occurred naturally in Oakhaven had been held in reserve, building pressure, accumulating interest. When the dam broke, when Halstead crossed the boundary and the covenant failed, all of that accumulated death had been released at once. Not just the 50 people in the valley, but the natural deaths that should have occurred across the entire region, across the entire country. During those 8 years, deaths from heart failure, from accidents, from old age, deaths that had been postponed because the cosmic ledger could not balance itself while Brother Kemper's covenant existed. Now the ledger was balancing. Now death was collecting everything owed with interest all at once to restore the natural order that Halstead had been so certain needed restoring. He had broken the dam. He had fled to save himself, and in doing so had unleashed a catastrophic flood of mortality across America. Thousands dead already, if the telegraph reports were accurate. Perhaps tens of thousands. Perhaps more. All of them to balance the books for 50 people who had lived 8 extra years in a valley that didn't appear on any map. Halstead walked out of the station master's office. The terminal was silent now except for the telegraph. The passengers from his train had scattered, fleeing back to the cars or running into the streets, seeking loved ones or answers or simply escape from what they were seeing. Halstead walked alone through the field of dead, stepping over bodies, moving toward the platform and the sunlight beyond. He had wanted to restore the natural order. He had believed that cheating death was an affront to reality. He had convinced himself that the covenant was a violation of some fundamental law that demanded correction. And he had been right. The law demanded correction. It demanded balance. And to achieve that balance, it had taken tens of thousands of lives to compensate for the 50 that had been protected. Halstead reached the platform and stood in the autumn sun. The light was bright and indifferent. The sky was clear. The mountains in the distance looked exactly as they had that morning. Nothing about the world acknowledged what had just happened, except for the bodies and the telegraph clicking its desperate messages to stations where no one would receive them. Halstead set down his case and sat on a bench. He was very tired. His hands were shaking. He felt nothing. Not horror, not grief, not regret. Just a vast, empty space where emotions should have been. He had investigated insurance fraud. He had documented 12 people who had faked their deaths. And in pursuing that investigation, he had ended the covenant that kept them alive and triggered a mass extinction event that would kill more people in an afternoon than the influenza pandemic had killed in a year. The natural order had been restored. Death's dominion was absolute. And Halstead would live with the knowledge of what his decision had cost for however many years remained to him. If any years remained. He looked at the bodies around him. The woman in the blue dress, the elderly man with his newspaper, the porter still gripping the luggage cart. All of them had been alive that morning. All of them had died to balance a cosmic ledger that Halstead had not known existed until it was too late. The telegraph in the station master's office continued clicking. More messages arriving from more cities reporting more dead. The catastrophe spreading or had already spread. No pattern, no warning, just sudden, painless cessation. As though death had simply reached out and claimed everyone who should have died naturally over the past 8 years all at once to correct the imbalance. Halstead sat on the bench in the bright afternoon sun, surrounded by thousands of corpses, and understood with absolute clarity that he had been complicit in the greatest act of mass death in human history. All because he had believed that natural law should be obeyed. All because he had fled a valley full of people who deserved to live and, in fleeing, had broken the only thing protecting the world from a debt it didn't know it owed. The autumn sun shone down. The mountains stood unchanged. And in cities across America, millions of people were discovering what Halstead had discovered, that death, when denied, would eventually collect everything it was owed. And the interest was always more than anyone could afford to pay. Halstead stood and walked to the edge of the platform. Below, the rail yard stretched empty, tracks gleaming in the afternoon light. A locomotive sat on a siding, steam still rising from its boiler, though no one stood in the cab. Beyond the yard, the city spread across low hills, houses, shops, churches, all of them containing the dead. He thought about walking into Roanoke, finding a telephone, calling his office in New York. But what would he say? That he had investigated a fraud case in the mountains and inadvertently broken a supernatural covenant that had been holding back 8 years of accumulated death? That the mass casualties being reported across the eastern seaboard were his fault because he had chosen to flee instead of staying in the valley, to die with the people he had promised to protect? No one would believe him. And even if they did, what difference would it make? The dead would remain dead. The cosmic ledger would remain balanced, and Halstead would remain responsible. He checked his watch. 4:30. The watch was still running, steady and indifferent to the catastrophe around it. Time continued to pass. The world continued to exist. Only the people had stopped. Halstead descended from the platform and walked into Roanoke. The streets were lined with bodies. Automobiles crashed where drivers had collapsed. A streetcar frozen mid-intersection. A woman on a porch, knitting needles still in her hands. A dog wandered the street, sniffing at its owner, confused and whining. Death had come instantaneously without warning. No signs of struggle, just sudden cessation. Halstead walked until he reached the city center, where the courthouse and municipal buildings stood around a square with a fountain. The fountain still ran, water splashing into a basin, the only moving thing in the entire scene. Bodies surrounded it. People who had been sitting on benches feeding pigeons, waiting for appointments that would never come. Halstead sat on the rim of the fountain. The water was cold against his hand. He was thirsty, he realized. He had not drunk anything since the coffee on the train that morning. He cupped water and drank. It tasted metallic, vaguely mineral, ordinary. An insurance investigator's final habit: document everything, even the apocalypse, even your own thirst. He thought about Brother Kemper, who had warned him that death was patient, and that what was borrowed always came due. The old man had known. He had lived for 8 years with the knowledge that his covenant was not salvation, but deferment, and that when the bill finally came, it would be catastrophic. But he had built the covenant anyway. He had held death at bay for 50 people, given them 8 additional years of life, knowing the cost would eventually be paid. And he had been right to do it, Halstead thought, because those 8 years had value. They were real. 50 people had lived and loved and worked and laughed, and that was worth something, even if the price turned out to be incomprehensibly steep. The alternative, letting them die in 1918, would have spared the current catastrophe. But it would also have erased 8 years of human experience, which was worse. 50 deaths then, or thousands or millions of deaths now. Halstead did not know. He was an insurance investigator. He dealt in documented facts and financial liability. He was not equipped to make cosmic calculations about the value of human life or the acceptable costs of mercy. But he had made the calculation anyway. He had chosen to flee the valley to restore natural order, and the choice had consequences he could never have anticipated. The sun was setting. Shadows stretched across the square. Halstead remained on the rim of the fountain, watching the light fade, waiting for something. He didn't know what. Other survivors, perhaps. Rescue. Authority. Someone who could explain what had happened and what should happen next. But no one came. The city remained silent. The dead remained dead. And eventually Halstead accepted that he might be alone in Roanoke, possibly one of only a handful of people who had survived whatever had just swept across America. He returned to the train station as darkness fell. The platform was empty now. The passengers from his train had fled or died or vanished. Halstead did not know which and did not have the energy to search. The terminal building was dark except for a single oil lamp burning in the station master's office. The telegraph was still clicking. Halstead entered the office and read the accumulated messages. They had changed in tone over the past hours. The early reports had been desperate requests for help. The later ones were simple statements of fact, sent by whoever remained alive in telegraph offices across the country, documenting the scale of the catastrophe. Boston, estimated dead, 300,000. New York, estimated dead, 2 million. Washington, government dissolved. No response to inquiries. Philadelphia, estimated dead, 600,000. Survivors fleeing city. And then, at the end of the spool, a message from Richmond that made Halstead close his eyes. Pattern shows natural deaths. Stop not disease or poison. Stop 8 years of normal mortality compressed into hours. Stop cause remains unknown. Stop. Someone in Richmond, a doctor perhaps, or a scientist, had reached the same conclusion Halstead had reached. That this was not disease or poison or any normal catastrophe. That it was accumulated natural death, 8 years worth, occurring all at once. They didn't know why. They couldn't know why. Because the covenant that had caused it had broken in an unmapped valley in the Appalachian Mountains, and the only witness who understood what had happened was standing in a telegraph office in Roanoke, reading their message and knowing he could never tell them the truth. Halstead tore the message from the spool and folded it into his pocket. Then he sat at the station master's desk and composed his own telegram. Addressed it to Continental Life and Casualty, New York City. Wrote, investigation complete. Policyholders deceased. Claims valid. Recommend no further action. He did not send it. There was no one to receive it. The telegraph offices in New York were likely empty. Operators collapsed at their keys, the telegraph lines and rail connections and postal routes, the entire web of business and government, erased in an afternoon. Halstead folded the unsent telegram and placed it in his case next to his ledger. Then he extinguished the lamp and left the office. Outside, the night was clear and cold. Stars shone overhead with the same indifferent brilliance they had shone over Oakhaven. The mountains were invisible in the darkness, but Halstead knew they were there. And he knew that somewhere in those mountains was a valley full of bodies, 50 people who had died when the Covenant broke. 50 deaths that had cost thousands or millions more to balance. Halstead walked back to the platform and sat on the same bench where he had sat that afternoon. He was very tired. He wanted to sleep, but knew he would not be able to. Instead, he sat in the darkness and waited for morning, surrounded by the dead. He could stay in Roanoke and wait for survivors. He could walk back into the mountains, return to Oakhaven, see what remained when the fog cleared. Or he could sit on this bench until whatever came next. Rescue, death, or the slow realization he was alone found him. The stars turned overhead. The fountain in the square continued splashing. And Rowan Halstead, insurance investigator for Continental Life and Casualty, sat alone on a platform in Roanoke, Virginia, surrounded by thousands of corpses, understanding finally what Brother Kemper had meant when he said that mercy and justice were not always the same thing. Sometimes the right decision and the catastrophic decision were identical. Natural law, when violated, corrected itself with absolute certainty, and the correction cost more than anyone could afford to pay. He would carry that knowledge for whatever remained of his life. He checked his watch in the starlight. The hands had stopped at 3:17, the exact moment recorded on Roanoke Station's clock. He tried to wind it. The crown spun freely, catching on nothing, the mechanism dead or detached. He held it to his ear. No ticking. The watch had run perfectly for 5 years, serviced annually, never losing more than a minute a week. He had wound it that morning before leaving the boarding house. It had stopped at the same instant death flooded into Roanoke. He returned it to his pocket and sat in the darkness, wondering if what had stopped was the watch or something else entirely. The autumn stars shone down, cold and patient, witnessing nothing.